What's up? How we doing, gang? It's just sad Epstein isn't around to use the platform, right, Helix? Whee! Bartholomew, how you doing? Helix first today, Dislex, hope you're all doing well. I ended up buying Menace and playing a little bit of it yesterday. It was alright. Still felt a bit early accessy. Yeah, you shouldn't buy games until they're finished! It was pretty good. We'll see though. I'll play some more later today or tomorrow and see if I can actually see if it's worth. Oh, what is the most underrated unit in StarCraft 2? We got herO, Raynor, and Trigger. I don't think you guys can hear this.
Instantly hard. Star. I'm not actually sure what's the most underrated unit.
High Templar. People think he got nerfed, but super powerful.
I kind of feel like the Prulor's a bit underrated.
Wait, what did Trigger say?
I kind of feel like the Prulor's a bit underrated. What?
Sorry.
The Broodlord is super underrated because people still think it's completely useless and the pros don't really use it like almost ever. And it's funny because Raynor laughs there because Raynor and Solar are two of the best CVT players in the world other than herO, who constantly struggle against Terran's massing siege tanks because they refuse to make Great Aspire. And it's like, they're on 2 factory tech lab, mate. Especially if you've opened Roach Ravager or Heavy Hydra, one of these comps that will prompt anyone that's not Clem to go double factory siege tank. You're naturally setting yourself up for the Broodlord transition because it hard counters siege tank armies, right? But they never do it. I do love Trigger just saying disruptors. You know, he's just like disruptors. But High Templar. I think High Templar is weaker in late game. I do believe that. Even though it takes up more space, like end game. But I definitely agree that it's a bit better earlier and stuff. And it seems like it's made Zealot builds a lot safer. Used to be, if you're trying to defend a big Roach Hydra all in or something with Zealot Arc on Storm, the Roach Hydra could just spread out and avoid the worst of the storms. But now it's like it's big enough to like actually buy enough time and do enough damage just through the amount of space it covers. So it's actually way better for those Zealot openings. Why am I here instead of Twitch? What's up, Kaivek? You telling me why you're watching YouTube instead of Twitch, dude? How dare you? It's cool, we're live on both, as always. Cool. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, did this just happen, guys? Trigger Christianer? I guess this finished. Who won? Trigger or Christianer for the Basilisk Big Brain bouts? I would imagine Trigger won like 3-1 or something. Christianer got it. I don't know anything about Christianer's PvP. Legend. Well played. He was up 2-0. They ended up winning 3-2. Oh, exciting finish. That's awesome, man. Why not both? Oh, Kaivek. Clever. Clever. Very nice. Alright, guys, let's get into it, shall we? Let's not waste any time. I've got so many games to cast, man. I've already cast a lot of games this week with Home Story Cup and stuff, but I'm like, fuck, man. Let's, like, cast a few more games from Wrongy and Home Story today. Yeah, PvP is a little inconsistent. It's hard to be dominant in it. Like, you need to be a proper Chaos Lord. And I think Trigger is a bit of a... I wouldn't say he's not a degenerate. He's very, like, mechanical, and he wants stability as well. he still craves too much stability, you know. One must lean into the chaos of PvP to be a true PvP god. DNS told me Christian's PvP is awesome. Oh yeah, because he's a big ape. Yeah. Dude, haven't you guys watched me cast Christian versus Reina the other day, right? Literally could have been a 5k Protoss. Like, he made it so easy for himself. It is crazy. Like, literally 150 APM, you could do everything he did in that game. Probably better. So he made a few bad decisions. It was, like, kind of impressive, man. So I make single Oracle, fucking Chrono Probes, make an Archon drop, make some Zealots. It was, like, the most chilled out shit I've ever seen. He looks like he's doing nothing. It was great. Like, it's good. It actually simplifies the gameplay really well. Hey, what's up, Kyvek? Oh, look at that, guys. That's proof. My coaching is the best. Kyvek goes back to a session from... When did we do coaching, Kyvek? My memory is so bad, man. Especially with time. I feel like COVID broke my concept of time. It's been 6 years since COVID now. And I still, it's like, anytime past COVID starting is just like, I'm like, was this 6 months ago or like 8 years? I don't fucking know. Like, 2018 or earlier. Oh, damn. What race are you again, Kyvek? Terran, right? I could literally open your notes right now. Guys, let's go read Kyvek's notes. Coaching Kyvek. 22nd December 2020 was our last session. Thank you very much. 44% versus Protoss was your big one, your weak one at the time. You were a king of TVT when we did coaching. Yeah, we did some COVID coaching, December 2020, man. That's sick. I'd love to see some more Florencio games. Oh, me too. If you guys can convince him to play a bunch of like Protoss on stream and stuff, go for it. But, you know, I don't want to pressure him. I want him to have fun. He sends me some games. I often cast them on stream, but they usually don't make it to YouTube just because I don't find them that like competitive or entertaining. Just feels like his Terran and Zerg's a bit too low level. So while the games are sometimes very funny, a lot of the times there's like big lulls of like 10-15 minutes where it just feels like not much is happening and his opponents feel like they're not at a very competent level of ladder, if you know what I mean. Essentially, like it's just you know, it's just flow just fucks around and does his thing. But it's also the way like it's I think it's easier with Protoss to be building specific annoying units that like you're constantly trying to fuck with your opponent with. Like Protoss has DTs, disruptors, void rays, oracles. They've got all these special kind of units, and it's quite easy to transition into them and stuff, and like the whole corner bases and cannons and stuff. It all fits into this intricate Protoss puzzle of shitfuckery, and I don't think he's quite pulled that off with the other races just yet. But he sent me a replay the other day, so I will be casting that on stream this week sometime and seeing if it's flow files worthy. We'll see. All right, guys, we've got us. Let's try that again. All right, guys, we've got Rongi Cup Group D, the series everyone's been asking me to commentate, and I've finally gotten around to it. We've had Home Story Cup, we've had the Thunderfire Invitational, we've had so many tournaments back to back, and it's been hard to keep on top of all the games that everyone's been telling me to cast. But people have told me this best of 3 from Group D between the two favorites from that group was a banger. Vitality's MARU in the top left, Falcon's Solar in the bottom right, a ZVT between two friends, two former teammates who've played against each other so many times. Historically, MARU is the victor between the two, more often than not. Occasionally, Solar wins a best of 5 or a best of 7 against him, but it's not so common. The pattern I've noticed recently in their play is if MARU gets hyper-aggressive, because you guys know, I always explain MARU as a player who's very good at early game shenanigans and cheese and crazy openings, and he's very good at late game. But he's weak in the mid game compared to how good he is in the early and late game, right? Obviously, he's still, you know, top 2, top 3 Terrans in the world. Regularly the best Terran in the world in certain matchups and situations, especially late game. But his mid game is definitely kind of the weaker part of his stats sheet, so to speak. So when he gets really aggressive early, which is one of his strengths, good against other players, not good against Solar. Solar shuts it down when he gets aggressive. So MARU's best builds against Solar traditionally is be greedy, and then just play biomine and just overwhelm Solar in kind of the early late game, late mid game with just such a disgusting advantage off your early game that Solar can't keep up. The problem Solar runs into is figuring out which version of MARU he's playing. Is it going to be that cheesy, early aggressive version that's in his face? Because, yeah, he can beat that. The problem is, he always plays safe against that, often when Maru's playing exceptionally greedy build orders. Speak of the devil, look at that, pulling 2 workers off gas. Maru's going greedy style. And Solar often will start Ling speed, build 4 to 6 Zerglings, do all these things, which are safety mechanics, and you don't need to. So these 4 Lings, actually not necessary in this game. It's helpful against the Reaper, it's not the worst thing. I do like that he's sending his drone out to the right as well. But I'd love to see him delay his Ling speed and not start that straight away. See, so he goes Ling speed, unnecessary. He's playing against the fastest 3rd command center pretty much available here from MARU. You can see he's going to start that at 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Just so you guys know, a normal 3 command center build, which is already a very greedy build, starts at about 245, 250. So over 30 seconds ahead on the 3rd command center by pulling off gas there. Really nice. Of course, delays the factory, but I don't think he cares. I think MARU might go double engineering bay next. Something silly like that. Or just, yeah, just straight extra barracks, double A bay. He's going to be going for really fast 1-1 into 2-2. And these are the builds with which he mauled Solar back in Dallas in that grand finals last year. We'll see if Solar can make some adjustments, because I really feel like Solar just plays standard ZVT. And I often feel like Solar's way better on the base mechanics than MARU, but it doesn't matter because MARU just plays smart against him and is greedy, cuts corners. You can't jump up there, mate. There's a little gap. Yeah, so he essentially plays greedy, and it feels like Solar's just playing as if he's playing against any other ladder player. Oh, I've got to be safe against this, got to be safe against that. No, you do not. Look at this. Double engineering bay after 3 barracks. It's such a fast build order. 3rd command center is finished before your 3rd hatchery is finished. And Solar's just pumping queens, which he does not need to be doing. And I know that sounds a bit silly, but like he honestly should stop at 5 queens. There is no need for more than 5 queens in this game, especially once these Lings come in and realize there's no Hellions here, man. But he might be thinking, oh, maybe it's a 2-1-1. Look, there's a bunch of Marines there. What's going on? And he's building 3 more queens. This is, yeah, definitely going to be costly. He's got to drone really hard. He should already be taking a 4th base, and he needs Evo chambers, especially Carapace, as quickly as possible. That being said, as much as Maru's getting away with insane greed, it does take a while before you pressure the Zerg. There is room to cover the mapping creep. Solar's really good at spreading that creep because of the lack of presence from the Terran that can help. That first Evo for Carapace going down, it's so important that he gets that as quickly as possible to minimize this advantage. It's already a 45-second upgrade advantage. Probably going to be about 80 seconds ahead on the attack upgrades against the Zerg armor, which is huge for Terran. I mean, we are talking a massive edge there. Actually, he's going to go down on the right side. There we go. Love to see it. Love to see it. He's got not quite enough minerals. You'll see him place that in a moment. A few Zerglings are coming out for a little modicum of safety. And the Carapace does end up coming down. That's at 10 seconds now. So 60 seconds. Solar's actually kept it down to only a minute behind on the upgrade. That's pretty good. This Overlord is on a pillar, guys. It's hard to see this pillar unless you zoom in, since it's covered in the same sort of vines and plants that the stuff around it has. Now the question is, where's the armory? Hasn't started yet, guys. He's gone factory, no starport yet. And with such a fast upgrade, it's hard to get your armory down. And him forgetting it here is actually pretty crucial. That's going to delay his +2 starting by quite a bit. And that gives Solar a lot of time to catch up on the upgrades, which is lovely. How many queens did he end up going for? 8 queens, 20 Zerglings, 60 drones against the 50 SCVs. And you might be looking at the supply and thinking, this is pretty good for Zerg. Well, it's not terrible by any means, but keep in mind, once these add-ons all kick in and the bio starts actually producing non-stop, that's where things get scary, because the Terran production explodes. And Zerg does not have a 5th base, no macro hatchery just yet. There we go, 5th base starts. I think a macro hatch is going to be essential as well. He's on 5 gases, so I do think this is just going to be pretty typical Hydra Bane play for Solar. Very kind of standard stuff. Nothing too crazy. Oh man, I really wonder how this goes, because Solar, despite playing very standard, has done pretty well. And the fact that 2+2 hasn't started, Maru's messing his build up. He's going 4th command center, 2nd factory, but where's his +2 on these eBays? Okay, finally gets +2 attack, but no +2 armor. Doesn't have the gas for it. I guess he's using that for the Medivacs right now. The 4th command center tells us he's not going to commit super hard to a push. So Maru's essentially... I mean, I hate to be crude, guys, but I think the best way to describe the style he's playing this game is he's just jerking it. I think he's just going to do a little bit of light Medivac Marine pressure, and otherwise he's going to be touching himself in the corner of the map. And all the way to late game, maybe? Or maybe not late game. Maybe he'll do the mass Marauder Mine lib style and try to refuse Ghosts. A lot of players don't want to play Ghosts right now. Even Clem was saying to me that he thinks like any more than about 10 Ghosts is overkill. It's kind of hard to get value out of more than that. And just Mange libs seem to be a bit of a better choice right now in some situations. But I think for a lot of players, they can't even get value out of the 10. You know, we've seen guys like herO Marine try to play mass, just Marauder Marine Mine lib against herO and actually put him on notice a little bit. herO was really struggling against that style. Very close series. 3 more barracks coming down. So it's 8 barracks, but obviously that's off of 4 base. So this is kind of like an 8 barracks biomine push with heavy Marauder about to come in once all the tech labs kick in off these. Starts pushing heavily from about 8.5 minutes, I would say. And with a 4th base behind it, 72 workers, it's kind of like the next evolution of the old 3 base 8 racks all in off 60 workers. It's like, no, this is a 4 base 8 racks. And he's mixing in some tanks, which is interesting. So he's building tanks off of the Tech Lab factory over here, and Widow Mines at the same time. Marines are finding some Zerglin kills. MARU still hasn't lost a unit. Remember, MARU has a shoulder injury that's been ongoing, so anything that can avoid stressful multitasking, like this style of just pure greed, pure build orders, something that's going to be something he enjoys very, very well. Few Hydras are coming out, so it's Lingbane Hydra, a single Viper. We've got Hydra upgrades are starting. Marines stim into the right side. And the Widow Mine gets itself a nothing shot, just a single Zergling. But he's going to go past and keep dropping here. MARU being a bit of a nuisance. Did Solar just F2 his entire army? No, this army on the left, though, was quite far away. He's going to lose a few drones and a gas. Just being a nuisance here is MARU, but he will start to lose these Medivacs as he's overcommitted. Bit slow to respond, though. Does feel like he was a little bit slow to respond. I think he needs to split his army a little more. One of the things I've noticed with Solar's play, and I've pointed this out a lot over the last 6 months, is even when he's crushing a Terran, MARU and Beyond know that one of Solar's big weaknesses is like he will F2 his whole army one way than the other, or even in scenarios like this, he really needs to split it into 3 sections to cover everything. He didn't quite do it in time. MARU's now got a giant push starting to get to this ledge over here, setting up a big bio-mine spread, but he's left himself wide open at home. If Solar just counterattacks, I think MARU might be screwed. Because MARU can't really force his way in, but Solar doesn't realize. Solar does not realize Viper's over there parasitic bombing the Medivacs. One of them does go down. Hatchery's taking big damage. Widow Mines are firing on these Zerglings. Nothing too crazy out of those Widow Mine shots just yet. The Zergling spreadies were pretty damn effective. Needs a few Lings on the high ground, does Solar. Finally clicks those Lings and a Hydra up there, but not able to kill the tank until he gets everything else going. And there we go. Finally, that tank goes down. Marines on the left side have been covered by those guys. Widow Mines are firing. The Bio actually manages to escape. Impressive. Hydra lunges on the way. He's already got the other 2 Hydra upgrades. +1 range, +2 melee. No +3 carapace just yet. Viper's still hanging in the dead space. MARU redropping in the main. It looks like Solar's going to try to jump on top of the rally. But we are into a bit of a brawl right now. It is 2-2 against 1-2 upgrades. And the Lurkadan, very exposed, will be going down. That's unfortunate. The Queen's over here could buy a little bit of time, but look at this. Drop on the left is going to come in as well. Solar's under pressure right now, and he's really going to have to show that dogged determination that he is known for. His ability to stay calm under pressure. And once again, high ground, low ground, high ground, low ground. MARU is abusing the old school basics right now. And this is something where you've got to pre-split your units as much as possible. When a Terran starts doing this, I really think Solar needs to A-move a section of units here, box half of it, send it back here. A-move half the units here, box half of it, send it there. Because it's entirely predictable that he's going to be doing this high ground, low ground shenanigans. I also think we're seeing the classic Solar conundrum. He does not attack, he only defends. MARU has been completely naked on his natural in his third this entire time. Dark, if he was in the Zerg shoes, would have ran in there and murdered his economy by now. But instead, MARU, the player who has a very well-documented shoulder injury, is not being stressed on the defense at all, not having to react to anything. He's only having to look at things when he chooses. And that makes StarCraft much simpler and much easier on your shoulder, on your injuries, and just on your mechanics in general. Much easier to stare at what goes on. That being said, MARU did just lose a lot of units, man. And that was a big set of army. Chat tells me 4 full medevacs just went down on the right. Did I completely miss that, or was it on screen while I was talking about something else? I may have been looking at the minimap. I know a lot of bio got caught there. I didn't think the units were inside the medevacs, but you guys let me know if that is the case. The Spore Crawler's been doing really good at zoning that edge, by the way, but we'll see how we go. 15 Marauders, 25 Marines, 8 Widow Mines, 5 medevacs. That buys a very necessary respite for Mr. Solar. Nidus Swarm's on the way. He's going to try and go for the Lurkers to the counterattack, but I don't know, man. Still got to keep his army nicely split, because it's so hard to establish this base, and that base is going to go down, isn't it? Widow Mine clears some Zerglings. That hatchery just gets blasted. Easy click down of that. Going to put a Widow Mine there as well. Oh, it actually fires on a drone. Kind of unfortunate for him. The bio was already killing the drone anyway. And these 2 medevacs will pick up and move away. Nice micro from MARU. The Widow Mine's there. This bio does not have medevacs with it, so he's got to be a little bit cautious. And remember what I said, MARU doesn't really want to play the ghost game. Oh my god, he's going to lose some medevacs. Okay, only 1 does go down, but a few units dropping out of the other as well. Should leave his Hydras there and just abduct these, but it looks like he's going to go for the Parasitic Bomb instead, which will do pretty well on those medevacs. We'll go check those in a second. Lurkers are defending the right side. I don't think that kills it, does it? Oh, it does kill that medevac. Forces it to unload as well. Double planetary in the left is kind of vulnerable, even though it is a double planetary, which is by definition not vulnerable in of itself. Ling Bane rolling forwards. A lot of workers go down. 20 workers. MARU incredibly slow on that SCV pull and the lift on the orbital. And that's actually a really nice trade there for Solar. Gets 20 workers, does some good damage. Got to pull back and deal with this as well, but I feel like that's a really good win. Now, I've got to think, what's the best finishing move from here? He's going to go Lurker Nidus. Okay, Lurker Nidus is not a bad move at all. The Nidus is here. He's got a bunch of Lurkers that he took off that right side defense and he's put up there. Single Ghost is not enough to defend this. MARU, did he just leave a Ghost here? He's not actually noticed this. He notices it now. Uh-oh, where are his libs? He has no libs. He has no libs on the map. Libs are the way you deal with this. He does not have any Widow Mines. Do smear some Zerglings on the right side of the map. Solar in the back door, and I think Solar's got control of this game now. This very well could be game winning, especially if he shoves the front at the same time. Quick evacuate with the Lurker, and he says, hello, did you want to keep these command centers alive? No way. Oh, you gotta move through the choke point though. Oh, a little bit slow to jump on this. And he might not be able to kill that. I don't like this attack now. He's got to get out. He's got to get out. Blow up the SCVs and run away. He does get the planetary. Okay, so it's a good trade. It's still a good trade for Solar there. That is absolutely a good trade. He's even in the units lost. And Solar needs to rotate his army here and then snipe this double planetary, and then MARU's in absolute screw town. MARU has only a few command centers, 4 orbitals, 2 extra command centers that haven't been morphed. He's going to turn 1 into a planetary, this one into an orbital. But as Solar right now, you've got bank, you need to remax and go, and go, and go, and go. This left side, though, there's no point attacking this unless you have at least 20 Banelings to roll into the middle of here and just kill both planetaries. You want Lings to run in front to drag those early shots. He's going to try and gather, but he's taking a long time to do this. And Solar, you can't be letting MARU off the hook right now. You've got him on the ropes. He's got a lot of supply that's still defending the Nidus. It's still in production. Solar, go, 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 go. You've got him on the ropes right now. Solar's playing very patiently, very Serral-esque. Even when I watch Serral, I feel awkward and upset watching him take so long to finish his opponents when he's got an advantage. Here we go, finally. He's going to dive to this side, go for the orbital. Doesn't want to mess with those planetaries just yet. But remember, planetaries can't lift off and fly away, which is why attacking them can be very, very good. The Ling Bane actually rolls through a few of the ghosts as well, not too bad. And I think that's a very good pullback timing. Another 16 workers go down. There's no mass orbital just yet, guys. There's only 5. So killing workers is so valuable. More Niduses going up in the back. He's got to keep spreading these changelings through the bases, does Solar. You can see he's got vision there as well as there. Creep spread on the front. This is amazing. I'd also love to see a single Lurker try to burrow up here. Maybe bust this, but I don't think he has the numbers just yet. Oh, he didn't move his Hydras in range, but he's got Lurkers in the natural at the same time. Oh, Solar's doing such a good job of distracting with that. Kills one planetary, the other planetary is going to go down, and this is MARU's lifeline. And I think with this move, Solar should have this game in the bag. MARU has a big army. It's just about dealing with that army now, which admittedly is difficult because he is He's got, what, 12 Ghosts, 10 Marauders, 8 tanks, 9 Widow Mines. The tank's giving him a very good anchor to his style. I've always wondered, if you are struggling with the Terran army, if they've just got a lot of Widow Mines, is it worth making a few Broodlords just to set those Widow Mines off on their own units? Or is it only if they've got siege tanks? In this case, I think there's enough tanks. Broodlords would be amazing. We were just talking earlier. There was a video Basilisk put up on their social media saying, what's the most underrated unit in StarCraft right now? And herO said, oh, I think the Broodlord, right? And Raynor just looked at him and laughed, basically being like, hey, Broodlords are trash. And I was literally just talking about this when we started today's stream, where I was like, that's funny because the 2 best TVZ players in the world right now, better than herO in current form, is Solar and Raynor. And they both have a huge blind spot when it comes to Broodlords. Because even when they play guys who keep massing tanks, they refuse to make Broodlords because they think they're bad until they will lose 10 fights in a row against a guy with 20 siege tanks. And only then will they think to start building a Spire or a Greater Spire. And it's really painful. Like, you guys have heard me talking about this for years. If your opponent builds a lot of tanks, Broodlords are king. And right now, MARU's in survival mode. He knows he loses to Broodlords, but he's so far behind, he has to double down on siege tanks, because otherwise he dies anyway. Dude, MARU accidentally EMP'd the ground there. Great fight for MARU, though. Solar thought he was ambushing him. Those tanks on that right side shelling there from the low ground. That was a really bad fight for Solar. Now, Solar, he's got 1 Viper, but he needs to gather energy. Lurkers are useless against this, so it's just a pure Ling Bane with some Hydras. How many Hydras you got? 18. 18's probably as many as you ever want. I do like the Lurkers harassing from that side a little bit, but just went a bit too close to that Planetary. Planetary doesn't have high-sec auto-tracking, funnily enough. It's only 6 range rather than 7. Did he think he was EMPing Burrowed Infestors? Maybe he saw something, but I feel like it was a misclick. Yeah. It's a lot of siege tanks. Broodlords are the answer. 100%. At this point, you got to realize Broodlords are the answer. Even just 3 or 4 Broodlords, like 5, is enough to, like, force their front tanks to unsiege, and it gives you a really long-range unit to poke at them with. I'm not saying it's, like, absolutely necessary at this point. Like, Ling Bane could do it. The problem is Banes obviously clump up a lot against the tanks, kind of slow. Zerglings are great against Marauders, against tanks, but it's hard to deal with the Ghosts and the Marines with just Zerglings. Oh, great Ling run by, though. Solar all over. I mean, Solar's so rich, but he can't let MARU back in on the tempo. You know what MARU's doing? Ooh, okay, getting a few tanks while they're undefended. Nice move. What MARU's doing by holding this position is he's slowing the game down. Because Solar should be going around and blowing this base up. And Nidusing, and he should still be spamming Niduses in the back. Because he needs to keep trading, because he's got so much money. The problem Solar's having right now is he's waiting for MARU to come into the open. That's giving MARU to not just max out, but to build a hyper-maxed army. What's a hyper-maxed army, guys? It's when your work account sucks, so you've got way more army. That's what it is. And he's being given the time to do it. Solar's 10,000 resource bank is just sitting there. I talked about earlier how I thought Solar could have blown up this left side base much faster, and he took a few more minutes to do it. Though, admittedly, he was doing good moves in the meantime with killing the third and whatnot. But, like, I do think he's giving MARU a bit more time than he needs. Like, this is a good move, but in isolation, MARU will be able to deal with this. There's also no Burrow. Burrow would be really good to help make these moves a bit harder to deal with. The Baneling's just kind of derping around. He hasn't dealt with these siege tanks. Oh, okay, he does clear some tanks in the middle. He's going to clear another one there. That Widowmine's going to get a decent shot. I say decent. 12 Zerglings, very decent. Yeah, and I think he's got to keep trading. Solar's like instantly remaxed. So he's got to honestly just run in and kill this base. Okay, Lurkers is good. Lurkers is good. If he can keep running Lings in this left side as well, just run 30 Lings past, take a few mine shots, take a few tank shots. Anytime you get Lings in here, MARU cannot defend everything right now. But Solar needs to trade now. Because if you just fight army versus army at your doorfront like this, and you lose that fight because you're down 30 army supply, you might not have time to remax. And if Terran gets on top of your rallies, that is a win condition. Not only that, we've still got mass tank production. Oh, the ghosts! The ghosts get caught! MARU goes to Dicktown. Solar says, sorry, mate, here's your ticket. Hope you enjoy that one, mate. And that planetary will fall as well. Great move by Solar. Solar, the planetary sniper today. Command Center will go build a new one, no doubt. And look how he instantly remaxes. Now, he's actually out of lava, so he's got to be careful about injecting. Like, if he's got any creep queens, he should be stacking injects on some of these other bases if he can afford to. Oh, he's going to go down that right side. I love this choice for Solar. Fighting you front on is for losers, cucks, and tryhards. I am neither of those. I am Solar. And I'm going to counterattack your economy. But there are still siege tanks all the way in the back. How many tanks are there, man? How many tanks are there? A lot. 12 tanks still, even though he's just traded against them pretty heavily. He's already killed 7 siege tanks this game. And I think a bunch died to probably friendly fire as well, which is why they wouldn't show up there. I'm like, I'm pretty sure more than 7 tanks have died this game. At least 10. Oh. I would have liked him to focus the command center there. That was a big overcommit. It's a lot of Hydras that are going to go down there. These Lings, though, coming in from this side. Solar's been really good with this multitasking. Problem is, he's out of lava. He's out of lava. He's out of lava. Oh, no. This is reminding me of that game I played versus Clem. I had like 10,000 resources in the bank, and I thought I was doing really well. And then I ran out of lava. So when you're playing really good Terrans, they kill all your stuff. You're down 8,000 in the trading. If he could spend his money, he wins. You just can't spend the money. No. No. Okay, Solar's not like dead or anything, but it's just like it's just he's missing opportunities to win. He's missing opportunities to win right now. A lot of Hydras run and then die. Finally, Lings find this left side base. Hydras are going to kill that tank as well. If he could clear these Widow Mines, it'd be excellent. He doesn't have an Overseer over here either. He's probably going to build a lot more Hydras now just because they're a bit more lava efficient. He's going to find siege tanks out on the right side as well. I mean, MARU's the one with 24 workers, so this sort of scrappy trading will favor Solar as long as he can remax. And right now, that is the big problem. These queens have full energy, guys. These 2 queens, he should have taken a second to Q injects on maybe these bottom left hatcheries or something. He doesn't have a macro hatchery to do that on. You can see he's queuing injects, creep tumors. He's trying to do all this, but all of his queens are on one control group. So he doesn't even have separate creep queens anymore, which is why his creep's being so pushed back by these constant tank pushes. Here we go. Big Ling Bane Hydra Army should be able to overwhelm this, I think. Very, very deep is the Terran player, but the Baneling's not able to get to the ghosts. Okay, more Banelings coming through from behind, not able to connect. And that siege tank somehow still holding as well. Jesus, how did... Sorry. Oh my gosh, I know some religious people don't like me taking their Lord's name in vain, but... Jesus! That was an impressive fight for MARU. Drones do go down. Oh, no, he's not out yet. Okay. Oh my god, he's going to find the drones. Oh my god, so many drones have gone down. Lings do find the siege tank on the rear, but oh, the Nidus gets focused. All the drones go down. There is a lurker on the right side. I mean, Maru's completely broke. He's got no money, but Solar has just lost that 10,000 bank advantage by trading 10,000 resources less efficiently. There's only really 2 bases mining right now. Solar's still got a big Lingbane Hydra army, but what he needs is infestors. Burrowed infestors are what wins you the game now. He's building 4 infestors. Solar's a genius. Solar's a genius. He knows that infestors are what will win him the fight. Sergeant Chadhammer on the high ground with 32 kills. 2 Zerglings over here killing a lot of SCVs. They're going to lure the Zerglings to the Widow Mines, and they will be able to go back to mining. Nice move there by MARU. Now Solar does not have the units to deal with this army. Like I said, he needs infestors. He needs Burrow. He doesn't have Burrow, but he does now have infestors. Where are they? Where are those infestors? They're waddling their way from the bottom left side. The top right is exposed. Solar is up 30 workers, down 20 army supply. The ghosts are coming forward. The Viper's going to get sniped. Solar stays here a bit too long on the edge of the Terran territory, but once again, the last vestiges of MARU's economy just go bye-bye. Ghosts coming forward. Hydraling Bane. Watch out! Snipes on the Hydras, mate! Snipes on the Hydras! Okay, Solar's going to go forward now, but a good start to the fight here for MARU. The infestors stuck in with the Hydras. EMP's landing, only 1 good fungal lands, and oh my god, MARU might have just brought it back. The fungal lands too little too late. Solar needed to be the one initiating these fights and jumping on MARU. MARU was able to snipe a bunch of units, spread his units out a bit, and EMP the infestors before any real lethal fungals landed, and that's a tragedy, because now 19,000 resources more efficient. Solar had such a good opportunity to win this game at multiple points. He played such a good early game through the mid game. But MARU, the king of late game, is so dogged and determined. And if he just pushes, I think he wins. But he's not sure where the economy is. I mean, this is the only economy for Soul. I guess there's a few mineral patches here as well. Actually, should put a few more drones on these patches, to be fair. But he can only afford 1 hatchery, Solar. And unless Solar gets a miracle with some spellcasters or something, I think he's going to be in big doo-doo against this army. If you could ambush him with fungals, that would be great. A lot of Terran army is over here because he's got to defend this orbital and this orbital, his tiny little bit of economy. I mean, what tools do you have? It's all about the Viper. You can get a parasitic bomb and a fungal on the Metavax. That's a huge amount of his value. And obviously the fungals on the ghost so they can't snipe. Yeah, Solar ran out of steam. Well, like I said, Solar, he was very defensive early on, and I thought it would be rough, but he actually got in control of the game, and unfortunately didn't have enough urgency with doing something with it. And it's the double tank production for MARU was a desperation play. He doesn't like playing the double tank production because he knows it's so weak to Broodlords and it's so immobile, but he used these ledges so well. These rocks never got taken down. He used these high grounds. There was so many times where Solar was fighting and there was like an adjacent ledge to the lane that he was in with 2-3 tanks on it just shelling his army down. That being said, MARU's got to get a move on. He's got no economy. I think because he sees no economy for Zerg, he thinks Zerg economy is trash, but 47 workers, even if they are like long distance mining, is still going to be mining. They're still going to get some income. Oh, Ghost coming down. Good choice to evac. I love the evac choice. Loses a few drones and a hatchery. It's not the end of the world, and you could maybe counterattack this base as Solar. Solar's actually making a lot of lurkers, interestingly. Lurkers are a really good unit against everything that's not the Ghosts. The Ghosts need a lot of energy to deal with them, admittedly. Oh no, Solar! Wait, he lands a fungal, but it feels like a really small Zerg army here. He runs down there with just a small section of his army. I guess that was all of his Hydraling Bane, though, because most of his army's in Lurkers right now. Is this one of these games where Solar... I think he might have to chuck a Dark to win this. He might need to, like, grab 6 Lurkers and just burrow them here and put them on hold fire, and then just hope MARU walks over it. And just keep giving up bases and running away. That might be the best play. And there's a Raven on the way. MARU very much realizes burrowed infestors, surprise lurkers. These are the things that could potentially get Solar back in the game. Because MARU, he knows his economy is trash, but his army is absolutely god tier. Solar's throwing? Yeah, kind of. But I think if you've played ZVT against someone as good as MARU, you'd understand that it's kind of impossible to not throw unless you're like really, really amazing. Don't get me wrong, totally valid to criticize Solar letting him off the hook here a little bit, but it's so hard to deal with this level of Terran late game. All the ledge abuse, the Widowmine spreadies, the tanks everywhere. It's just been... MARU is such a master of setting up these areas that are so hard to engage into. Like, you know, there's some old RTS campaign missions where you're just slowly clearing through a base that's riddled with towers and artillery emplacements and all sorts of things, and it's like a real slog just to clear a base, even though there's no real threat of you dying. It's like, how do I clear these fortifications? That's what playing against MARU is like, except there's actually a threat of him counterattacking and killing you as well. So it's, you know, I always think of Warcraft 2 being the formative RTS campaign where it was like that, you know, where they just have like tons of walls with cannon towers and guard towers and all this stuff, and you'd go and you'd, like, you know, just spam like Blizzard outside their base and then try to aggro the AI's army into like your spam of Blizzard or Death and Decay or whatever, or set up layers of runes outside their base and try to lure them out because attacking into the towers was so friggin' awkward. Pete, do you think Solar should continue to throw Lurkinitis throughout the whole game non-stop? He could have kept doing it, I think, but it is hard to do high on the APM and stuff. I think when he had the money, yes. I do think he just needed a bit more urgency when he had the money. And even before then, once he blew up this base, I think he should have been quicker to remax and strike the left. And I always talk about this should be your basic default move, is blow up one side as the Zerg, pull back to the center while you're remaxing, and already be running over to the left to morph Banelings and attack on the left. You want to be hitting the Terran because Terran's remax capability is slower, and they have to like siege and unsiege a lot of units, and they don't have as much map vision, so often you can attack and then they're not quite in position. And it's Terran's nature is if you attack one side, they'll spend the next minute or so entrenching that side, reinforcing that side. So then you appear on the other side when they're not expecting it. Speak of the devil, look at that. MARU's whole army got pulled to the left there. He threatened there, runs in with lurkers and a pack of lings, gets a few tanks, makes the command center lift. That's the sort of move that's excellent. That being said, he's got to worry about this orbital. Solar does have this base here. He's going to take this base up in the top right. Burrow's on the way. I mean, he needs it. He needs it. There's no libs in this game, just tanks. Only 4 tanks, but 2 more are building. MARU needs to stay active or Solar may recover. Well, the thing is, his work account's good enough that economically MARU's fine. The problem is positionally. Can he defend this and his production at the same time? It's not even about taking this base, it's about keeping his production up. By the way, Chatham is still alive. She's been on this high ground for so long. 38 kills. She has killed so many units attacking that base. Like, she's seen like 6 command centers die on this base. She's been there taking pot shots at Zerglings every single time. Yeah, Lurkinitis in of itself is not usually cost efficient against a player of Maru's quality, but it's a tempo move. You're wasting money to pull them out of position to allow the rest of your army to do damage, or if they're really occupied with the rest of your army, then it can do damage, but it costs you a lot of money. But if you've got, you know, banking and stuff, yeah, Lurkinitis is pretty good to keep up. It's very stressful to deal with at the very least. So there you go, Lurkinitis attempt, but good dealing with it by MARU. All right, a couple Widow Mines here. Oh, so hard to attack into that. You got like a choke point here and here. If you're going to attack here, you would need to bring your army down through this choke point and just YOLO through the open and go right to the production. And I do think that would be the best move for Solar if he was rich, but he's not rich. But if he's rich, he could try to attack here and then try to send like 100 Zerglings, like literally pure Zergling, just up in through here with a few Overseers for dealing with ghosts. Big, what about putting Empty Nidus up and then sending the Lurkers of the army instead? Yeah, you could. I mean, you saw him earlier in this game a little bit, but people will often spam Niduses with nothing in it. But you don't really want the Lurkers with the army. The Hydraling Bane is a hit and run army. But you can do Hydraling Bane on right, Lurkers on the left, and the Empty Nidus in the back. Or just a few Zerglings in the Nidus, so it can still do damage if they don't deal with it. The problem with, we do see people do empty Nidus, and often the Terran doesn't even notice it, and then gets away with it. Gets away with not noticing. A few more Lings will go forward. Chadhammer on the high ground covering. And that siege tank survives. SCV will repair it. Nice defense for MARU. Lingbane's not an efficient army long term. If Solo wins this game, he's actually a wizard, guys. Because like you can see, he's down 21,000 in the resources lost. They're mining similar amounts. I know he's mining a little bit more right now, but for how long? Lings will get in and take out this siege tank. The thing is, these trades just aren't ever efficient. Lingbane, Hydra, Viper. It's a tempo army. It's I have more money than you. I'm gonna roll in, kill a base, remax, roll down here, kill a base. And with the siege tanks, they especially make it so hard to engage into because you've got these super long range artillery units shooting you from a distance. Watch out for Fungal Maru. Maru chases to the low ground like a crazy guy, but it's worth it. Even though he takes a Fungal and some Banelings to the chin. The Lings are going to run in. Chadhammer! Chadhammer! She's on 50 kills. She goes down. And look at that. The Zerglings finding their rally. Excellent, excellent damage. This Ghost does cloak and survive for now. We'll eventually clean those Zerglings up. Solar gets a little bit of value there, but you can see he's fallen another 1,000 resources behind in the trading, right? It's just these numbers are going to keep getting worse over time. Such is the nature of playing Lingbane in the late game. Bottom left base is up. Can't be letting that go up. Oh no! Infestor walks through the fog, dies to the Marine Marauder. Does land a Fungal. Hopefully he can at least kill the Medevac, and the answer is yes, he can. Gets a few Marauders surrounded as well, but there's so much more bio behind this. There's no tanks over here, luckily. Nidus has popped up in the bottom. Lurkers could siege both of these bases. There is a tank nearby, though. Solar's going to burrow a single Lurker to kill that siege tank. These 3 Lurkers will go down here. Units lost time is 22,000 in favor of MARU. Got a scan off there in time to kill that Lurker. Well done. Lingbane, Hydra, Viper coming through that side. Fungal does miss. There's still a full energy Infestor there. Wants to send more Zerglings in, but Sergeant Chadhammer 2.0 has sieged up in the position. Ooh, these Lurkers are going to go down. Nice snipes. One of them does escape. Good on Burrow. Hey, this time Solar finds Chadhammer early, but not early enough to kill her. Oh, he does. He does manage to kill her. Well played, mate. Very well played. More Lings going in to find that tank rally. Going to try and attack the south as well. Solar's making a really good effort of it. I just feel like these bases are going to mine out pretty soon. 2 of his top right bases are half minerals, which means the income will get closer over time. Right now, Solar's been mining more for a few minutes. He's on 55 workers. He gets a few ghosts here. Solar making this awfully competitive in a situation where I think many of us thought he should be dead. Vipers are there. Watch out with the Vipers. No! The Vipers fly to their death. Even throwing a few power bombs would have been nice. The Infestors go down as well. Oh, that is awkward. Maintaining a 22,000 resource lost cap is not too bad, but the base is coming down here is really, really scary. These SCVs are alive on that base. Zerglings find yet another siege tank on the rally. You got to remember to send Overseers up here as well, because the Widow Mines plus Cloak Ghost can be a problem. Single Lurker comes in, manages to take out 8 or 9 workers. Not bad. Oh, not bad. Oh, gets a few Marines as well. More Zerglings on the rally. Remember the rally, while you're trying to defend the bottom left, that's the problem for MARU. We pointed out economically, he got back to a fine position, but defending the bottom left and your natural production at the same time is so hard. And that maybe is where Solar should put all of his efforts towards. That's a dead command center, isn't it? A few more Lings rallying in, but he's going to need a much beefier army on the top side. I think just leave a few Zerglings down here, and then go back to defend, because the top side, this is his most important base. It's vulnerable. It's a giant army. He doesn't have an answer for this. 12 Hydras, 60 Zerglings, and only 6 Banelings. He's got 2 Infestors. But even with Fungals, there's so many Marauders. I don't know if he can deal with this army. Lings do find a little bit of damage. This hatchery may have to be given up. Fungal, on its own, only does 25 damage. It's not the most impressive. The drones are going to have to evacuate. I think that's a wise choice. There we go. Raven does throw an anti-armor missile. It's going to add +2 damage to the units. Biotank moving forward with the Ghost Zergling's going to scramble the middle base as well. He's left the entire bottom left undefended. Has MARU. Solar's going to have to give this base up as well, though. He's looking for an ambush, but he cops an EMP. No Fungal, which means you cannot defend this situation. You cannot fight into a choke point. If you had this army surrounded, maybe, but he doesn't have it surrounded. But you know what? Orbital's burning in the bottom left. You know what, MARU? He can hear the song. He can see Peter Garrett's fantastic dancing. How can you sleep while the orbital's burning, man? Well, MARU, how many orbitals does he even have? 4. That'll bring him down to 3. He's going to float a new one down there. This orbital will crash and burn. MARU still has a bigger army, but... Oh! Infestor goes forward, burrows to avoid dying. Hydraling Bane Infestor YOLOing their way through here, but not quite enough to jump on top. I think he's still got a good trade, though. I mean, look at the army supply. Very similar for both sides. Problem is the income is non-existent for Zerg. It's 500 minerals of long-distance mining. I think it's this mineral patch really beefing that up as well. He needs to put guys on here. Dude, he has 1,100 minerals in his natural that he never finished mining. And these guys aren't clicked on the mineral patch either. He's misclicked them. He's misclicked them. MARU, Solar, I mean. Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Guys, if he puts even like 5 workers there, that's a huge amount of minerals. In this situation, 1,100 minerals is everything. These 2 mules trying to mine on this side as well. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. MARU's on 69 supply, but he still has a scary army that could smash everything. Solar's going to try and defend. He needs to use Fungals, though. He's got to wait for a bit more energy. He's got a random lurker coming in, scanning ahead. There's one ghost. That ghost gets rid of the energy on these 2 infestors. That's so good. Look at this. MARU's like, screw it, I have to push. MARU's like, I can't defend my economy. My position at home is untenable. Solar needs to give up ground and actually base trade. You need to actually base trade this. And just, you've got drones, you can rebuild. You're going to lose tech structures, which sucks, but I actually think the correct call is to send all his Lings across the map, start killing all the buildings, and rebuild a base like up here, and try to do a fighting retreat across the map, because space is your friend as a Zerg player right now. Oh, good transfuses on the lurkers, but not enough. 5 Marauders stim, focus fire, and the Ghost snipes it, and there's no way to transfuse through that. The lurker does get taken down. Lings are doing damage on this side. MARU doesn't really have any economy. He's going to try to drop a few more mules here or whatever. He's got 1 SCV in the bottom left corner of the map. He can always float buildings. It's not about those. It's about catching him in the middle of the map with Fungals and ambushes. And that's what Solar's trying to do. That's a big wall of Marauders. Marines are protected in the back. The single siege tank is a Chad. Where's the Widow Mine? Widow Mine's already up here, up north. Oh, a lurker goes down. He does land a decent Fungal. Dude, Baneling's rolling into the Marines and goes pretty decently. The Infestor takes a lot of damage, though. The Infestor does get sniped. Oh, no, it does just get shot down by the Marauders. Queen's coming forward along with the Hydras and the Lings and the Lurkers. And oh my god! Has he actually done it? I can't believe Solar's done this, guys. MARU has no income. There's still 5 Hydras, 9 Zerglings, 1 Lurker. I think that beats this army, right? Especially with the 4 Queens, as long as these 4 Queens are transfusing. But there's mules dropping. Income. So the mules are mining over there, even though it's awkwardly. These drones are long distance mining up here. He's still not mining these 2 mineral patches. Obviously, he's too stressed to think about it. He's got a bunch of minerals sitting there. That's friggin' 40 minerals, man. Return those, bro. Return those, bro. Obviously, a lot going on in this game right now. The bio will see the Zerglings. Zerglings will see the bio. Production is still very vulnerable of MARU. He's trying to just build a few Marauders and Marines right now. Oh, man. Solar giving up ground down here and moving north and realizing, look, I don't need to defend the production. I just need to, like, create space. And because if you move into the open and I can catch you with Fungals, that's good. But once you get pushed into a choke point, if he fought front on, Solar would have been in so much trouble. And the Queen's very clutch, as chat points out. Very tanky, spamming transfuses. adding little tickle bits of damage. They do have +3 range as well, which is, of course, really important. Lings go in for the counter, and remember, guys, 3/3 Adrenal Zerglings are one of the best units in the game in small skirmishes, but a few Marines and Marauders pop out, and they do go down. It's just building Zerglings right now, and a single hatchery in the north. MARU, of course, has 3 orbitals. If he drops mules, that's good. Guess what? There's lurkers. You can't both scan lurkers and drop mules at the same time very easily, so MARU finds himself in an awkward situation. Luckily, he does have Sean Bean here, 006, 18 kill Ghost, 6 kill Marine, 20 kill Marauder, 7 kill Marauder, 12 kill Marauder. I still can't believe that's a 20 kill Marauder. That's kind of crazy, man. 12 kill Marine as well? Like, what the hell? 18 kill Ghost. Very impressive. Are bunkers so bad against Zerglings? Bunkers don't shoot without units inside them. You can't be building bunkers at this stage of the game. Yeah, bunkers are not the worst thing in the world. If you were playing very turtly in the mid game, you could spread a few bunkers across your base, like the early late game, once you've got that mass command center up or whatever. But at this stage, they're not mobile, so they're not going to cover anything. Be cool if we had a heal count for the medevac. Oh, dude, they would have healed so much life. That's one of the things. StarCraft doesn't have as many stats as it really should. Dude, what an epic game. Remember at 15 minutes, I thought Solar had this in the bag. We're at 42 minutes now. MARU is just impossible to put down, isn't he? Like, I feel like every Zerg player has been trying to take MARU out to live on a farm, in quotation marks, for so many years, and just so good at hanging in there. Unless he's playing Serral. Serral is like the guy you have to call to take MARU to the farm, so to speak. But every other Zerg, like Raynor struggles so much in the late game against him as well. You always feel MARU's urgency to finish in the mid game when he's playing MARU, even when he's like, if he gets like a big lead early and he's like, I gotta kill him, I gotta kill him. Solar kind of lets MARU get to late game and then starts trying to maul. But yeah, it's kind of like Solar hits his strong point just when MARU's getting dangerously close to that crazy late game that he's so good at. This is almost pure Marine Marauder on creep. There's only 6 Banelings, 3 more making. Lurkers plus Transfusers are so useful, man. Oh no, the Ling Hydra derping down here. Oh, Solar, careful, mate. It's rallying Lings in as well. He does send Lings onto the enemy's production, which is nice, though. Got a bit more Ling Bane building. There's no Infestors in this game. No gas mining. That's why he's got a bit of gas mining coming in now. Imagine if he had a burrowed Infestor somewhere tracking this army. Or not even burrowed, just running around on the flank. Ready to throw a funk. And Solar is so patient. Look at this, guys. He's like, I have a fully mining base. This guy has no economy. Why would I care? And these Marines are going to get slaughtered, mate. Going to try and pull back to the Widowmine. Widowmine does not have its shot recharged just yet. It says, honey, just give me a minute. Trust me. I'll be good to go for round 2 soon. She does fire off. Zerglings win that trade. No Overseer to kill the Widowmine, unfortunately, but denying MARU's mining entirely. MARU's going to get rid of the... What did he just kill? I know he got the Hydra Den there. What was the first structure? I'm not quite sure. Looks like he's got most of the structures here, though, so they should be going down. Spawning Pool is what will be rebuilt in the top. Didn't get a chance to rebuild a Hydra Den. Doesn't have the gas for it. I think it would be a good idea to rebuild the Hydra Den as well, just so he can build something that shoots up. Lings catch even more Marines. Oh, he's just going to GG. I mean, he's dead. He is dead, guys. He is absolutely dead. There is nothing MARU can do to push through that army. He's got a pack of Marines, a few Marauders. He can't beat this Lingbane army, especially not with the Queens and the Lurkers. His production's about to get ransacked. He's got no income, nothing in production. The Ling run-bys is what kept Solar in this game. He kept going around the left, denying this base, even when MARU had tank here, tank here, tank here, tank here, tank here, tank here. Remember, he had this tank push controlling this entire area. Widowmine spread across the whole thing. Bio making it impossibly hard for him to move around. Did Solar trade kind of badly at some points? Yes. What did he miss windows where he technically could have won? Yes. Guess what? Turns out that's StarCraft, baby. When you're playing against MARU, especially, I feel like a lot of these maps, there's not a lot of room between you and the Terran, which means they're always in your face. The multi-drops in the early, in the kind of the mid-game were like really hard for Solar to deal with. And even though he traded a lot worse, I love his decisions to not fight front on. So many Zergs are in a position where if they just give up another base, run around, re-expand, and avoid those fights, they can actually get in really good positions and win the game. And Solar made that decision multiple times where a lesser player would have headbutted into this endless tank line. A lesser player would have fought against that single tank final push here, one directionally, down a ramp and a choke point. But Solar multiple times gave up ground, backed off, gave up ground, backed off, and kind of waited for MARU to overextend before he engaged him. Hats off to Solar. When you let a Terran up in between your rallies, like MARU often was, when he's pushing these sort of scary armies, it's just so friggin' hard to deal with calmly. But Solar stayed calm, and he did this so very well. GG, well played. That's only game 1. I thought this was the end of the series. It's only game 1. All right, let's go game 2. All right, guys, we better play an ad break really quickly. Massive thank you, guys. Glad you guys are excited about Pigfest. So am I. Big thanks, Simiko, for the 42-month resub. Wardrobe with the 127-month resub. 127? Kyvek earlier as well. Guys, we've got a ton of players to announce for Pigfest today. Qualifiers as well, all sorts of stuff. But first, quick ad break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. 18 workers for Terran, 47 for Protoss. Pylons being rebuilt. Stalker's going to keep trying to bait stims. Remember, Clem's Medevac's low on juice as they have been for so long. Disruptors come out and land some big juicies. Oh, damn. Lots of Marine Marauder Viking going down there. That does hurt. That absolutely does hurt. Anyways, Adepts are going to be shading forwards there. Oracle trying to pull back as well. The Adepts are going to shade towards the main base. Getting into the corner, but the Ling's got a good surround. I think he should have cancelled that shade. Oracle's going to try to join up. The Queens are there. Dude, Solar just shut that down. Solar said, hello, good sir. Have you been to Dicktown before? You haven't? Well, guess what? Here's a free ticket. Queens and Zerglings. Oh, no escape. One Oracle, he says, go home and tell them what happened. Go tell them what happened when they came on creep. You go tell them, bitch. Solar laying the smackdown. He's High Templar coming forward in the prism. He land the storms. EMPs come down. So do the storms, though. If he can land a storm on the left side, he can't get in there. The Zealot's blocking him. High Templar storm. Oh. Holy sh! What the? I feel Lurk as you get in position, Protoss has to do something immediately, but if you see Broodlords and just run away, you might be able to do it, and he's not even going to give time for the Broodlords to get here. Prism goes in the main Zealots as well. Oh no, the Storms! Down! Oh no, the Banelings connecting with his High Templar before he storms. His army will be getting overwhelmed in this other side. Maybe? Oh, he just pulled his Overseer away, which is a problem. He pulled his Overseer away. Zealots in the main and tearing it up. Zealot Archon in the top as well, also tearing it up. Hydras in the bottom are going after the mothership. He's going to be able to kill it, but my god, she's hard to deal with. Hydras in the main trying desperately to defend. Mothership just went down in the south. Archon Immortal goes down there as well. Drones. Oh! He surrounds the Archon with drones, and a Templar walks up, drops a juicy storm. And there's just too much Protoss and too many players. The Oracle is arriving. Oh, he gets both! Double Stalker kill, juicy. Meanwhile, there's an Adept in the base. Solar starts complaining about how Protoss is so easy, but he can't play it because he's too skillful as a Zerg player. Promise, I normally don't play like this, but it's just your race is so easy. That's why I can't play it. I click too fast because as a Zerg player, we have lots of things to manage. Not like dumb Protoss players. You see, you guys have low IQ, and I just have too much IQ to play Protoss properly. That's why you won that interaction. herO's there raising an eyebrow going, sure, mate. Sure. Yeah, totally. Sure. No, I believe you, man. I believe you. Definitely. Legit excuses, son. And, well, he's going to fly in and lose his Oracle. He says, you know what? I'll give you one back. I'll give you a little chancey chance. Big, you can make millions on ad revenue on old school Swarm hosts versus Swarm host fights if you simply showed us a little more skin, baby girl. That's my armpit. Enjoy. Where's my fucking tip? Where's my tip? You fucking promised. You promised. Fucking weirdos. I love it. That's not skin. That's hair. That's hair covered skin. It's the best kind. It's the best kind. You guys aren't into armpits? Fucking weirdos. What the fuck? I said ad revenue, you cheat slut. Jeez.
Oh,
there.
wow.
The Marines are quite exposed on creep. This is an excellent start to the fight.
But he's move commanding.
And MARU clicks
He's
on the hatchery.
MARU!
What?
MARU
What?
with a huge mistake, distracted by the Lingbane counterattack. He moves so deep on creep, gets jumped on by Banes, and then clicks on a hatchery and runs past the enemy army. A monumental mistake for the greatest Terran player of all time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what was that?
Those two banelings blowing up 20 SCVs. I cannot believe.
Actually do drugs, guys. Normally doing drugs is pretty bad, but in this case, check this out. Oh my god. Oh, it feels so good. Wait, I hear lurkers somewhere. Where? More drugs, more drugs. Let's go. Still mighty. He lands a good fungal on some of the Vikings. Is that enough? He's making lurkers, hydras. She's walling off with command centers to defend this. Dude, it's a genius play. She lands orbitals. And actually, the tanks are kind of wrecking. The scan's going to be good. TLO, I think he needs to pull those lurkers out of range. His drones just got eviscerated. He just lost his economy. He's trying to go in for the tank arc. She's done it. She's done it. She's turned it back in her favor. Piggy should read the unit description. It's a detector cock. Is there another description beyond cock? Cock. This bad boy can fit so much piss in it. Well done. Well done, Patches. Well done, Patches. GG, well played. Welcome to StarCraft Shitpost Edition, ladies and gentlemen. Slaps cock. This baby can fit so much piss in it. The used car meme, Ratchar. That's perfect. The used car meme is actually perfect. Oh my god. Takes a 5th base as well. There's definitely transition opportunities, and Shin is a master of finding good fights, but oh, the force field! And he even blinks the Stalkers forward to lock in there! Oh, Zale, that was filthy sick, mate. I don't know if I've ever called something filthy sick before, but that was filthy sick. Shin takes out the mothership. He says, "Where's your mummy now? Where is your mummy now, Protoss player? Where is she?" Shin transforms into Artosis for one gloating moment as he ties up the series and takes us to Game 7. Oh, you know, you're going to take a 3rd probably. Whoa, that probe just got friggin' catapulted. Dude, did he just bounce off that edge and change directions? That was cool. That probe launched here, bounced off that, and then landed down there in the trees somewhere. You see, he does that. Biles! Ooh, Biles from the cliff! Uh-oh. Clem dives in though. These lurkers not fully covering the base. The double drop doing good distraction. Queen's doing damage there. A lot of units pulled down. Is it too many though? Ravagers do get up north. Tanks are in range of the hatchery. Just barely. One tank sieging it. No Viper on this map, remember. 4 lurkers. Lurker range is only at 8. About to be 10. Double bile! Clem exposes his tanks way too clumped up. And now the Marines idling. Clem! He's not watching! Clem! An uncharacteristic mistake. His mouth agape. That was not a PogChamp. That was a god... Oh, no champ. That was... He almost made the PogChamp face, but it was in pure shock and horror right there. That... I mean, wow. Did I lose any units in that last fight? I didn't lose any units all game. I didn't lose a single unit. The perfect game. What the fuck was he doing? Front 3-3's on the way against 3-2. So the power of balls. Perfect games. They only happen when you've got balls and your opponent doesn't. How we doing, gang? What's going on, everybody? Good to see everyone tuning in, guys. Having a good time, bantering and whatnot. Big 40-minute game, so I feel very disconnected from chat like now. So I'm kind of scrolling up and seeing what everyone's been talking about. What's been happening, gang? Oh yeah, was there 4 full medevacs that went down? Was that true? Someone said, oh, 4 full medevacs went down. But I didn't. Did I? And then I asked. It was on screen. You were talking about something else. Wait, but the units were loaded. How did they go down, Twin Sons? Sorry, I missed your response. Shit, that's my bad. I should have rewound at the end for that. At least it was on screen, so you guys with eyes could see it. Not my best cast. I will be the first to own that. Solos, Vipers, and Infestors a couple of times for free as well. Yeah. Still brought it back. 6 series. Gambit, thanks for 52-month resub. Pig Pits. Bacon holes. Bacon pits? Bacon gapes? Jeez. Well, that makes it sound gross. What's up, Patches? Jam Joom's in the chat. Mr. Big's in the chat as well. Jam Joom says, question mark. Mr. Big, if you look at Mr. Big's previous comment, Jam Joom, you'll see he linked the command to let you know kind of the bracket to show when this is. Now, I guess not everyone knows when Rongyi Cup Group D was, but it was a week ago? Week and a half ago? I don't know, sometime like that. The Rongyi Finals is going to be played in about 12 hours, I believe. Don't look at who's playing in that if you don't want to get spoiled, though. This is a group stage match, so actually it doesn't really tell us who's going to be playing. 12 hours and 50 minutes from now is going to be the Rongyi Cup Finals. I don't think I'll be able to cast that live, guys. I would love to. Don't think I'm going to be able to because I'm at my brother's hangout. We're all hanging out as a bunch of brothers. I think that's Rongyi Finals, but I'll try and get the replays of that for you guys. Okay. Speaking of Pigfest, guys, did you guys know Pigfest is kind of this fucking awesome tournament we run that has a huge history of having fantastic friggin' games? Did you know that? You didn't? That's because you guys are stupid heads. We are at $2,887.82. For those who don't know, this is my way of giving back to the scene in that we both run a tournament, cover all of the fees of everyone donating to it. Because we donate all of my tips towards the stream, to the tournament, 100%, and cover the fees of it. I'm paying money, let's say 2 to 4%, whatever the fees will be, 2 to 5%, something like that. I see it probably 2 to 5, something like that. Let's say 2 to 5% of all donations I'm essentially matching by covering all the fees there. So yeah, that's going to cost me a lot of money. We're also not raising money for Pigasaur Weekly, which normally I'd be raising $800 for this month for that to help cover the weekly cups. I'm still going to be paying that at the same time. So we're going to be putting a couple $1,000s into this. If we get above $10,000, it's good. It means we can run Pigfest 8. If we get $10,000 and then we hit another $10,000, we get $20,000 total. Guess what? Pigfest 8 is going to be sooner rather than later, which is, I think, especially important in a scene that does not have an esports World Cup. 100% of the donations will go towards that if you guys want to support it. As always, guys, just use that donate or tip link here on the stream, and I can chuck that over on YouTube as well, just in case anyone there does want to support. Obviously, subs, tips, cheers, all appreciated, and don't forget to use your Bezos bucks as well to support the channel. But the event's awesome. We do have a Wikipedia up, but you're going to notice Wikipedia, guys, only has... Oh, we haven't updated it. We also have herO and Cure in here, but this hasn't been updated. So we'll update that soon. We already announced herO and Cure will be part of the tournament, guys. And we have a bunch more invites to reveal. So let's announce those right now. All right, guys. So we've already announced one of each race. Guess what? Next up is a Zerg player. So you guys let me know which Zerg is a fucking badass. Which Zerg do I often refer to as the guy whose build orders we should copy because they're actually really fucking smart? Which player is unfortunately not being as active in the online tournament scene recently, even though he's still very, very fucking good right now and he's cooking up some secrets. Dark's in the military. He's not allowed to play StarCraft, guys. Not Dark. Let's just say he shares a namesake with the best instant ramen out there. Let's just say that his previous name was the final battle in fucking Norse mythology. Obviously, we're talking about Shin motherfucking Ramen. The Ragnarok of all Zergs, guys, is our next invite and is a beast. The People Zerg, as I call him, because this is a guy who actually looks like a human, like an actual human, who's able to compete with the best players in the world playing Zerg. Like, think of all the top Zergs. People go, Zerg's Imba, Zerg's broken. Who are the Zergs who do really fucking well in the last few years in StarCraft 2? Raynor, inhumanly fast. Serral, greatest player to ever grace the game. Dark, literal fucking wizard who can beat you when he's got supply blocked for half of the game. He's still going to find a win condition because he's a fucking wizard. Rogue's not even been performing all that well, but also one of the greatest players of all time. Shin is the only one where you look at him and he doesn't have some special it factor where you're like, oh, he's just faster than them. Oh, he's just the best at all these different things. Shin is just fucking smarter and he just makes better builds than other players. He just spends more time studying his games, the opponent's games, and figuring out little details that he can take advantage of. So Shin is the guy we can always learn shit from. Dun, 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 dun.
Happy to support, mate.
Happy to support. Mate, you better watch out or I'm going to suplex you. Tams, as always, with her fantastic pronunciations. Oh, you actually did type it support. Sorry, Tams, not your fault. Waterdrop's an idiot. It's all good. Thank you, Waterdrop, for the $50. Thank you very much, mate. Added to the prize pool immediately, as you can see on the bar. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your generosity, mate. Yeah, you're too biased towards Zerg, Pig. Make Terran great again. Fuck off, mate. We've got one Terran, one Zerg, one Protoss. Now we've got a second Zerg. Look at this, man. Pure sex personal. What I love about Shin especially, guys, is that Innovation pops up. Is Innovation's human name Shin? Oh, his name is Lee Shin Hyung. That's so funny. Innovation shows up for like 20% of the pictures. Even herO. I guess that's herO's tweet. That's why. But anyways. Also... Oh my god. Is this Shin? Is this Shin when he's like 12 years old? Oh my god, it is, isn't it? Jesus Christ, he looks so different there. He's so young. Anyways, that's Shin, guys. All right, next up, guys. One of the fucking coolest pro gamers out there. The guy who I learned to play PvT off. We've got a lot of players to announce right now, guys. We're talking about a Protoss player that is fucking... big dick energy. A man that brings methodical and calm play, usage of control groups, and literally never F2s his unit out of the wall. The man that actually wins games without fucking messing up his... herO's already announced to the tournament. Definitely not herO. We're talking about a man who has... used to share a nickname with a Pokemon. A very cool guy. Is an absolute legend. The king of Psystorm, the man who dominated Clem and actually broke his mentality and denied him the back-to-back world championships. That's right, guys. It's Classic. Oh my god, I forgot when Classic shaved his head for the military. Jump scare. Classic. That's right, guys. Classic. I'll invite the man that honestly denied Clem the back-to-back. He fucked Clem up last year. Clem was tilted playing Classic around the time of EWC, and Classic kept beating him since then as well. Absolute legend. Yeah, the man who invented the single Void Ray PvT opening in early Legacy of the Void. I kid you not, guys. Classic's one Oracle into one Void Ray into one Gate Robo Colossus. I miss early Legacy. That was the greatest opening of all time. Back when you had a Mothership Core, things were easier back then. But yeah, absolute legend. You could open a can with that, Chen? Yeah. So, yes, Metapod. Anyways, no. He's a legend. We love Classic. Who next? Oh, okay, guys, the next one. Okay, next up, guys, we have the most vicious creature known to man. We are talking about, in nature, an animal known for slaughtering its victims. We are talking about one that is known for being more virile than any other creature. That's right, guys. I'm going to give you a quick... I might get banned if I show too much of this. I'm going to give you 2 seconds. Look. Okay. It's fucking Buddy! That's right, guys. We can't show you anymore. That's what he's going to do to Serral when he runs into him in the bracket stage. That's right. Fucking straight out of Monty Python. Bunny, the legend. Not Patrick Bricks. As much as I get bricked up when I think about Patrick Bricks, obviously we are thinking about this Bunny here. Korean Bunny, the legend. Who's really friggin' good and had an awesome run through the group stage and had some nice upsets and some dominating matches in the last Pigfest. Absolutely deserved that invite. Next up, guys, So we just added a Zerg, a Protoss, a Terran. Let's add another Zerg player, guys. Who has extremely questionable taste in music. Who out there hates playing against Polish Protoss players? who he's got spaghetti for fingers and he loves living at his grandma's house playing from the mountains of Italy on Wi-Fi. Who are we talking about? You guys instantly caught it. It is, of course, Rainer. Rainer, famous for declining invites to my tournaments, and then 2 days before the tournament starts, going, "Oh, can I play?" And I've gone, "Yeah, the qualifiers tomorrow. Fucking sign up, idiot. It's too late to get an invite now." This time, he was still the last player to accept his invite, but he actually accepted the invite, which I'm impressed with. He may have forgotten to, unless I was messaging him asking about something else. And he was like, "Oh, by the way, is it too late? Can I still get the invite?" And I was like, "Yes, you've actually made it for once in time." Obviously, let's type young. For those who don't know, this was Rainer when he was like 13 or whatever, playing at DreamHack, at DreamHack Valencia. So this is the little boy that he once was, Rainer, the Italian stallion, as we do like to call him. Now, last guys, we do have one of the most washed players in StarCraft 2 history. The player that is the most divisive, not because of himself, but because European tryhard fans hate him so much, and all of the foreign apologists think he's overrated, and all of the Korean elitists think he is God's gift to Earth. It is a man who we may have just witnessed play a 45-minute ZVT. The man who is the greatest Terran player of all time. Honestly, the only thing that I'm disappointed at when I first learned his Korean name is that he's missing the D and the E on the end of Chode. That's right, guys, because he is a girthy Terran. We're talking about MARU Chosongju, the absolute legend that he is. And I've really got to stop using that Chode line. Some people tell me it's disrespectful. I think it's fucking badass that his name is like 3/5 of Chode. I don't know. Chode for me, it's just fucking... It's the dumbest comment ever. You guys know who he is. It's fucking MARU, the legend. MARU's a sicko, man. MARU, for those who don't know, guys, ever since he was playing GSL when he was 11, and MARU was like sitting there cross-legged back in the day. He'd literally sit cross-legged, and he'd just be I've never seen a more nonchalant gamer than MARU back in the day. When we were in the Prime House 13, 14 years ago, he'd just be sitting there like this. And I'd be like, I'd look at him and I'm like, if you looked at this guy's face, you'd be like, this guy is like a WoW gold farmer who's just like, man, I'm here for my 47,000. And then you look at the gameplay on, like, he looks so bored. And you look at the gameplay on screen and you're like, this is the best Terran play I've ever fucking seen. There's so much shit happening, but he's so organized when he plays. You guys haven't ever watched MARU's first person view? It is a thing of beauty. Think of Clem and how frantic everything looks when he's playing. It is the polar opposite of that. Literally, when MARU's playing, it's the calmest shit you've ever seen. He uses the lowest scroll speed of any pro gamer at just 40%. Most pros use 90 or 100. He doesn't scroll very much. He's super methodical, super calm, doesn't panic, doesn't F2 too much, and is just a mad legend. Yeah, he's a friggin' sicko, man. That being said, he would look very excited back when we were in the Prime House when he was a young lad. The moment the coaches would leave at the end of a day of practice, MARU would be in the middle of a ladder game. He'd be in like a macro ZVT. Holy fuck, son of Hisashi. Thank you. Holy crap. Let me finish this story and we're going to say a massive thanks. We're going to slap bacon, not just for Water Drop, but for Son of Hisashi and everyone else supporting the tournament. Thank you very much. Who said Protoss lives matter too? Yeah, of course they do. Sure they do. Unless they play Skytoss. So anyways, MARU would be in the middle of like a macro ZVT. This is late Wings of Liberty. And then he'd like kind of turn around in his chair and he'd be like, oh, the fucking coach left. You have never seen a guy Alt F4, middle of a ladder game faster than MARU, open up StarCraft 1, big smile light up his face, and he starts like playing Terran in StarCraft. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, dude, I've played fucking 12 hours of StarCraft 2 today. Let me play some fucking StarCraft 1. I always thought that was really funny. I saw it happen like once, a couple times. Right? MARU was always game. The other guys would boot up League of Legends, to be fair, or like whatever other game they wanted to play that wasn't StarCraft 2. But MARU is like StarCraft 1, let's fucking go. He's a StarCraft purist, he's a legend, he is the final invite that we're revealing today. We've got a bunch more invites we reveal tomorrow, guys. But that's Shin, Classic, Bunny, Rainer, MARU will be joining herO, Cure, and herO, who have, of course, already all been confirmed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the way we say thank you in my community is I hide my camera so I don't get banned from Twitch again. They've said if I unzip my bacon on stream again, I'm on thin ice. And knowing the I don't want to mess around. I'm like, okay, all right, I don't want to get caught. Sorry, we had a bit of an encoding overload bug there. Good thing I was looking at chat while it was happening. And here we go. Unzips the bacon. Sorry, one sec. And slap it. My man! The alert for the donation didn't show up on screen? Yeah, it did. It's just there was a Google image with like 1,000 things on the screen, so it was hard to see, that's all. Thank you so much, dude. Son of Hisashi. I appreciate it. Not only you, water drop for $50. We are officially above $3,000 thanks to the generosity of you two freaks. Everyone in the chat was slapping their bacon to say thank you as well. We really appreciate that. And that is $300 dues. Well, not even dollar dues, but US dollar dues. Bald Eagle Buckaroonies added to the prize pool. $3,187. Dave Sunman with the 9 months. Thank you. All right, guys. Hope you don't mind the bit of the delay there. I just wanted to, you know, announce those players because this is big, exciting news. What about the qualifiers? So, guys, qualifiers. Qualifiers are Pigfest. Number 68, I think it is, the next one, right? Let me just check what our... sorry, Pigasaur. I think it's 68 is the next one. Let me just check. Yeah, it should be 68. Guys, so please do me a favor. Spread the word around. That will be a qualifier. And not just that. We've also got... so we've got Pigasaur 68 will be one of the qualifiers. And then we've also got... and obviously, it's a Pigasaur, so that you might still get eliminated by someone who's already invited to the tournament or whatever. It is what it is. But then there's an open qualifier the next day at a more EU-friendly time, which will be a day later. So I don't know, where is my link for that? Sorry. Let me find that. Daily... I just search qualifier. Maybe it'll be in my history. It is. All right, we've also got this qualifier as well. We're going to just be doing ladder maps for the tournament patches. Basically, with a lack of publishing, lack of lead time on this event, I am just like, nope, we are going to go ladder maps. Purely to avoid the fact that I don't have time to make sure I make it balanced and to like sort out any potential little issues with the maps as well. But what I want to do is I want to start after next week. I want to see if, and I'm going to talk to Stego about this, I want the Pigasaur weekly to change. Because I think a weekly cup's a really good testing ground where we can go, let's try a bunch of maps. Let's change 5, 6 of the maps. Because otherwise, who knows when Blizzard will ever change the map pool again. But if we can start doing that in weekly cups to the point where we go, yeah, okay, this map's a bit good for that race, this map's a good bit for that race, but overall the map pool feels like it's overall pretty balanced. Yeah, this map gets vetoed, that map gets vetoed, but we still get these interesting maps in. This map has this abusive spot like Winter Madness where a Lib can siege up, but you know, you can block it if you build 2 spores on the side. As long as it doesn't feel like there's anything that's too grossly imbalanced or broken or whatever, that should be good. I'm also not sure if like all the maps are uploaded, the same versions to each region and stuff. So it's just one of those things where that, as well as pro players being risk averse, the main thing they sold me on was that they're not going to have enough time to really do a ton of practice on the maps. And yeah, whereas if I actually get a weekly cup, we confirm the maps are good and the players get time to practice on them by signing up to weekly cups and other things. And if we can kind of push together as a community and other tournament organizers all to start going, hey, these are the interesting maps, let's actually push this forward. Because if all the weekly cups and all the different things are moving onto different maps, that's good. And I know pro players will always resist it, and they'll say it's hard to practice now because I can't practice on ladder. And I think I'll at that point I'm just going to say to them, like, practice partners, DM each other. I know it's a bit harder than queuing the ladder. It does take a little bit more effort. It's not that hard. Run into each other on the ladder, and you go, oh, these aren't the maps for the tournament, and you just fucking play some customs. You know, it's what you're gonna have to do. You know, we don't have the luxury of a well-functioning ladder in StarCraft 2 anymore, so players are gonna have to be a bit more manual in their practice and their preparation, and that's gonna give more chances for the Shins of this world who actually put time into studying new maps and preparing build orders, or the heroes who just figure things out on the fly and crush new maps to fuck people up really well. But either way, guys, can you guys spread the word on those qualifiers? Make sure people know and ask your favorite streamers and stuff if they're going to play those. So that's Pigasaur next week, and then that Pigfest 7 qualifier after that, okay? Dude, why is my computer fucking randomly lagging today? It's so annoying. Fucking calm down. Alright. Alright, guys. Game 2 is going to be on White Rabbit. Solar versus MARU. Pig, can you please play those maps? Myself? Like, just like on stream, you mean? Or... Yeah, of course. Like a bunch of the maps that we were talking about. No. I'm talking about tell your streamers to play the qualifiers for the tournament. That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying like if you see any pros, make sure they know about the tournament. Like Lambo told me, unfortunately he can't play. Skillers told me it's an undoable time for him. I don't know if he responded because I was like, mate, it's 10 a.m. in Europe. I don't know how that's an undoable time, but let's see how we go. Alright, guys. Solar in the bottom left side of the map. MARU in the top right. It is going to be game 2 after an epic game 1. Now, there's a few things you could do here. As Solar, if you think MARU on another rather large map like White Rabbit is going to do the same sort of greedy build, you could Bane bust the heck out of him. Because that build in that last game, I do not think there is any way to survive against a committed all-in from the Zerg. I'm talking, do a normal opening, take a third hatchery. But if you sniff it out, be ready to drop that Baneley Nest, leave workers on gas the whole time, that sort of thing, and go for the boom boom. Of course, that is reading a bit much into it. MARU very well could go 2 factory Blue Flame. Mech's quite decent on this map. We've seen some Battle Mech actually have quite some success recently. I don't know if MARU ever does it against Solar. We don't see him play Mech very often. I think Solar's quite weak to Mech if you can surprise him with it. And I think if he sniffs it out, he is the best destroyer of mech in the world. But it's like, that's why, I feel like Gumiho struggles so hard with Solar because Solar expects the mech. And he's like, oh, I know what's coming. You're going to try and mech. And he shuts it down, right? He scouts extra for it, sees it. MARU doesn't play mech against him. I wonder if there is space for him to mix in mech on a big map like White Rabbit. Of course, later on in this map, the middle area can be very hard for Zerg to engage just because there's all these little tank corners. That's why we do see a lot of Zerg open with defensive Roach Ravager here. Hey Pig, are there any other games you've got your eye on if StarCraft 2 doesn't work out anymore? People have been asking me that for 12, 13 years. I enjoy a lot of video games out there. I do not do gaming and to try and make big bank. I'm not here going, ooh, I'm gonna make so much money doing this. Don't get me wrong, I do need to make some money to survive and whatnot. But I enjoy a lot of other games. I have been meaning to get into other games, but it's purely based off things I enjoy. I keep saying I'm going to do it, and I keep putting it off because I just get busy. But I want to grind Age of Empires 2 and do a bit of casting and stuff for that. I don't think that's ever going to make me a lot of money. That's a scene that's very well established and stuff. I just like that game. So I know there's a lot of people that are all about the views and this and that. And don't get me wrong, that does influence what content you do and what you make and stuff. But StarCraft 2 ain't going anywhere. I don't think it's people are like, oh, there's no EWC or something. But I think 6-7 years ago, I realized that casting was a terrible way to rely on making money in any esports scene. So I don't, yeah. Guys, this is the 3cc build where he pulled off gas again. Solar did not leave on gas, though. Dude, if he did that Bane bust I was talking about, free win. Literal free win, 2-0. MARU out of here. I don't know if this is the first match in the group or the second or whatever. but potentially could be an easy road to first place in the group, since these two are clear favorites, I believe, in Group D. I can't even remember who else was in this group, guys. This is the only series I'm casting from this group. I know I cast all of Group A, because that was kind of the most competitive, the group of death. The one with Rogue and herO, Beyond, and Trigger. Trigger obviously being the weakest player there, but still a very good player. Whereas this group had MARU, Solar, God Gamers, and the other two I think were just clearly kind of underdogs against them. Pig, are Ravagers better than Roaches if they don't hit any corrosives? Yeah, I mean, even if you don't hit corrosives, you force your opponent to move. They have 6 range, a Roach only has 4 range. They have movement speed similar to a Roach speed Roach, so they're way better than slow Roaches at moving. They shoot faster as well, so they do quite a lot more DPS. But they cost an immense amount of gas. So if you're just trading them out, they become cost inefficient. And they aren't not the most supply efficient either, 3 supply per Ravager. Oh, he's doing the Bane Boss, guys! It's just very late. It's very late. MARU has no idea, though. 38 drone Bane Bust? Oh my lord, this is a bit crazy. Can this work? I mean, there's so few units out. Has Stim not even started? Guys, are we going to see Massling Bane fighting like 1-1 non-Stim Marines? He's got Marines on the high ground. Does he sniff something? Oh, Solar just shows Mass Zergling. What? This is so obvious. Well, now he's going to be super paranoid. Why did Solar show so many If he showed 6 or 8 Zerglings just having a poke around, that's one thing. That's like 12 Zerglings. I know he hasn't shown the rest of it, but that alone is a huge sign of what's going on. Solar not being very devious at all. I would argue pig-headed might be the way to describe the way he's executing this attack. It's a 2-gas Bane Bust. You want this to be a surprise, but there's no bunker going down. MARU not respecting it. MARU just might be gone in this series. Oh god, he doesn't have 1-1 yet. Okay, he's going to spread his Marines out. He will raise the depot. Engineering bay. If he places some E-bays, that could really help. He's going to try and pull these Marines back to get some SCVs in front. He's got to focus the Banes. He's got to focus the Banes. MARU! MARU! Oh my god, he was a little bit slow to focus the Banes. Remember, he's on 3cc. He's ahead in workers right now. He can lose a lot of workers, but if his Marines go down, he will get wiped out here. And Solar is going to win the series. Who labeled these replays in the wrong order? Oh, it was a 2-0. Oh, they made it spoiler-free, the replay pack. Guys, shout out to the Chinese scene. I assume this was a 2-1 because there was 3 replays. This is look at this, game 2, White Rabbit. I purposely don't look at the game time or anything, so I'm not spoiled, but usually I still know how many games there are in a series, even though I try to organize the replays ahead of time, so I've usually forgotten exactly who won. They put the exact same replay in the Game 3 folder. I really thought this was a 3-game series. Shout out to the Wrongy lads. Thank you for helping me suspend my disbelief and keep myself not knowing what's going on. Awesome series by Solar, though, guys. I thought he would have to commit earlier and harder, but we can see just how ridiculously greedy that build is. 3cc, no Hellions, straight into double upgrades. There is a giant window. And I love that me and Solar are on the same wavelength. I feel a bit connected to him right there. I was like, ooh, maybe a Bane Bust, maybe a Bane Bust. And he went for it, got an easy victory. Very well played. Thank you very much for supporting Patreon, guys. Really appreciate all your support. Big thanks to Ninjas Monkey, Peden, and Dragosan, Ivy, OkoH. A special thanks to Ninjas Monkey for being on the Leviathan tier. If you guys want to support, info's over here. We'll catch you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Goodbye and good night. Always sucks to know on a YouTube run length. Yeah, you got to avoid looking at the run length. You got to avoid it. But it is hard. MARU Solar Part 2. MARU Solar Part 1. Cool. All right, guys. Pig, weren't you going to announce a player? No. I was just telling the story. He was the last player. We're announcing the final 4 players tomorrow. The reason why we didn't... The reason why we didn't... By the way, do we have a qualifier command or something like that? Okay, let me edit that. No, I just had to tell the story about him Alt F4ing games to go play StarCraft 1. That was his fun off game. Edit command qualifier. And then we've got Pigasaur 68 and the Pigfest 7 qualifier. Just make sure we have those under the qualifier chatbot command, just so I can bring those up easier. All right, guys, make sure you go sign up for those qualifiers if you guys want to have a chance to qualify for Pigfest 7. Yeah, good shit. Awesome. All right, guys, next up we have Rainer versus Trigger from Home Story Cup, where we're bouncing between Home Story Cup and Rongyi Cup today. I have so many good games to cast. Honestly, I already have so many games queued up for the YouTube channel. I kind of am like, I don't need to do a best games today because we've got so many games for the channel already queued up. But I want to because, you know, there's a shitload of games that if I don't cast now, we're going to start Pigfest qualifiers. I'm never going to get around to casting them. And there's too many good games that I want to cover. So I am trying to do so. All right. All right. Rainer versus Trigger from Home Story Cup. This is, I think, is a Group D game, right? Best of 3. Let's go. I don't think... Should I cast the tie-break game between them as well from later on? Because they all ended up with tied series. I don't think that was the most exciting game, if memory serves. I feel like I heard that this series Trigger was doing his really funky builds. So I think I'll probably just focus on these ones. Because the other one's just a single game. Pig, did you catch Home Story Cup cast where Drogo compared Protoss openings to going to the bakery? No. Though I'm guessing Drogo had smoked a lot of weed at Home Story Cup. I don't know why. Because I didn't get to watch much. But the one time I tuned in when he was there, he's sitting there on the couch with these giant sunglasses on. His hair is like down to his fucking waist. And he's just like having the best energy I've ever seen. He just looks so fucking zen and happy. And he's just talking shit like Drogo does. I was loving it. I only saw a few minutes of it. And I was like, the energy here is so fucking good. I'm pretty sure he's blitzed out of his mind. But he's bringing like the fucking the vibes right now, man. The fucking aviators and the shoulder length hair. It was pretty cool, man. He was really fun. Yeah, if you get a link of him talking about the bakery, dude, that sounds sick. I love when players go out there with like an outlandish analogy. Yeah. Now, all good, JSL. Thanks for the reminder. I often do forget things, so I probably just spoke unclearly there. Thank you for reminding me, thinking I forgot about it. Yeah. Pig, did you catch her? Yeah, okay, that one. Cool. I think we're good. Ravagers also take a lot less damage from Immortals and Siege Tanks as well, Senju, right? So they're really, like, against both, right? Like, if you run in with pure Roach into Siege Tanks clumped up, oh my god. Whereas the Ravagers, because they're chunkier, they also spread out a bit more. Whereas Roaches, like, clump up way more as well. Yeah. I was actually next to Drogo when he made the going to the baker analogy, fighting the odds to laugh my ass off. It was round 4. Oh, if you can find it at all, Pi, link me up. Check it. With the aviators, the dude abides. Yeah, man. Cyril as a caster was great. Introduced himself, Lambo and a laser as the Zerg Cabal casters. Yeah, I heard Cyril was having really good vibes, man. Just sick. Ravager has less armor though. I don't think that's a thing, Morky. You could be right. Am I forgetting? I always... Does it not have a base armor? No, it's same armor. It's just the 25 less hit points. And because they're so big, that's why you get the impression they're taking more damage, because their hit point bar is so big, because they're such a chunky unit. And don't get me wrong, for 100, they cost as much as a Muta, and they have like barely more tankiness, because all they have is the extra armor over the Muta. it still fucking hurts. If your Ravagers are getting shot by Marines, it absolutely does suck. They do die really quickly. They do die very, very quickly. But yeah, it's just because their health bar is so big. Yeah, like there's that moment with a Terran when you're facing a Ravager Ling all in, where you're like, oh my god, this is unstoppable. And then the Marines stutter step forward, and like 4 Ravagers pop instantly once the Lings are gone, and you're like, oh, this army's fragile as shit. This is not too bad. All right. Ladies and gentlefolk, we've got Trigger in the bottom right side of the map, Basilisk's Trigger, Rainer in the top left side as well. Friends, Zealots, Zerglings, Marines, stay tuned. Get excited. Strap yourselves in. Because people keep telling me, Pig, have you cast Rainer Trigger? Did you see Rainer Trigger? And I've heard Trigger brought some spicy build orders. So I'm going to mention that straight away because, yeah, basically, I think I'm probably going to put it in the thumbnail and the title of this video. Because I think a quick kind of action-packed best of 3 like this that's very much about... I don't know if Trigger does it, you know, in all of the games or just 1 or 2 of the games. I know at least one of the games, I believe he may do some variation of his Blink build. Now, for those who don't know, we cast his Blink build against Rogue recently on this channel in the Wrongy group stage, which was in, there was 2 videos we did of the whole Group A of Wrongy. And one of those games, I think it was Tourmaline, where Trigger was playing against Rogue. He went for a 2-base Blink all-in and got absolutely savagely mauled because Rogue just stopped at like 35, 36 workers, made Ravager Ling, and every time Trigger moved out, he would just get surrounded by mass Ling and Ravagers. And, you know, he has a Warp Prism, he has Blink, but he just so many Zerglings and they're so fast, you can't hide. And he just constantly be losing Stalkers, trying to recall, moves out again, gets surrounded again. And the funny thing is, after getting mauled like 4 times in a row, Rogue just never droned up. And then Rogue tried to all-in him and threw his army away, and Trigger won. And it was like, all you needed to do was defend and surround the Stalkers, but somehow Rogue, yeah, I mean, we've all done it in that moment. You think, oh, I've crushed so many armies, I can't lose, and you kind of let your guard down. But what the problem he made is that with that build that Trigger did in that game is Trigger had a lot of +1 Zealots to deal with the heavy Zergling that he'd added in. And Rogue, when he engaged, all of his Ravagers were fighting the Stalkers when they should be killing the Zealots with their range damage to kill them very quickly. And his Zerglings, which should be fighting the Stalkers because they take very little damage from them. The Stalkers overkill really badly against the Zerglings. The Zerglings were fighting the Zealots that 2-shot them. So it was this really awkward fight where like everything went right for Trigger. But I think that was an example of Trigger's strategy getting completely hard counted. And I don't know if Rainer would have watched that series. Would he have tuned in for it? It was a different group to his. Would he have paid any attention? I doubt it. I don't think so at all. So I really feel like he might struggle just on a theoretical sense of falling into the more classic trap. Rogue hard countered the strat multiple times and then just got a bit too, I would say, stiff in his play, didn't stay flexible when he could have very easily transitioned out of it. Now, most Zergs will fall for the other mistake. Rather than massing army and hard countering the build, they'll drone too hard, and then the Stalkers overwhelm them. Because you need an overwhelming number of Zerglings, otherwise the Stalkers can just keep blinking back, none of them ever die, and they just keep picking off units for free. And this is that build. This is the build. Okay, so Trigger is opening the series with the build. So it's Twilight into Forge. So he's going to go for Blink first, and then +1. At first, when I saw this, I was like, +1 can't be good here, right? Sorry guys, one sec. Oh, sorry. Just a little issue there, tabbing out, and we're back. Sorry for that. I thought the +1 made no sense because it doesn't really help Stalkers against anything. Like a bit more damage versus Queens and Roaches, but like it doesn't help them kill Zerglings. It's purely so he can warp in Zealots to deal, like the Stalkers force heavy Zergling, because the Stalkers beat the heck out of Roaches and Ravagers, and then you go for that. He's also full walling here, which announces what he's doing immediately. Like you already know, oh, he's full walled. Okay, so you should know what's happening as Rainer, but Rainer's still building a Spore Crawler against a full wall build. You don't need spores against full wall builds. He's gone 4 Queens. I understand, especially not when you've got 4 Queens. A full wall off build is very, very gimmicky, but the Stalker did deny his scouting. He now sees a 3rd gas here. Rainer is not sure what's happening. He starts a Roach Horn, a 2nd gas of his own. And the trick is he needs to stop droning soon. I would say 45 drones is fine. I think Rogue probably stopped a bit lower on economy than he needed to. But you also want to pull your Overlords back. Like, you don't want to leave these Overlords out here. Otherwise, they'll be sitting ducks when the Stalkers arrive. And you can tell Rainer has not adjusted to that just yet. I like this move. He can even pull back the weak Zergling if he wants. Try and see what's going on. Rainer's building 6 more drones. That's got to be the maximum. He's building 2 more spores. Oh, he thinks it's like 2 Stargate Oracle or something. Or DTs. He thinks it might be DTs. Oh, it could be like DT drop. He sees the Robo. Oh, okay. He's building a lot of drones right now. Rainer has no idea. He has no idea about this build. Okay. See, that's the thing. If you don't expect this build, it's very confusing. That's where this build is strong, is as a surprise. If your opponent hasn't seen it, doesn't know about it, because they don't understand the limitations. Whereas if you know what's coming ahead of time, it's much easier to counter. He is about 12 workers higher than Rogue. I think Rogue started on 37 drones massing Ravagerling. Then again, you've still got 30 Zerglings, 4 Queens, few Roaches, which can morph into Ravagers pretty much immediately. These Overlords are still a little exposed, especially these ones. Lings are going to come home. There's a lot of Zealots walking across the map. The Stalkers dive in. And this is really cute, right? Because 4 Stalkers, he's like, dude, oh, look at that. The Overlord right there, sitting dark. Could have got that Overlord, but he's going to go into the main base. Trigger kind of maybe overthinking it a little bit there. His Zealots are walking home at the same time. He's starting +2 as well. Always going to find these Overlords. It's a shame he let that other Overlord escape. He could have got 3 Overlords here, but you can see that's pretty expensive. Rainer's got Roach Speed. He's building more drones, which Rainer does not need more drones. He just needs tons of Ravagers and Lings. Lings, Ravagers, Ravagers, Ravagers. He's got a way better economic setup than Rogue had in this situation. So if he can just mass those army, he will be good. Roaches to deal with the Zealots, and Ravagers as well could help. And Zerglings go after the Stalkers is the goal here for Rainer. And for Trigger, of course, Stalkers pick off those Roaches and Ravagers. Zealots defend them from the Zergling surround. Here we go. Stalkers trying to pull back here. Sounds like Rogue chucked a Zerg in that series. You're absolutely correct, he did. Oh! Oh! Okay, Stalkers, got to be careful. Lings are going to go for the counter, not a bad move. This is probably too many Lings to counter with, because this leaves him really exposed at home. He's going very heavy on the Roach Ravager is Rainer into Blink Stalker. Bit of a dicey decision. Normally you go almost pure Ravager Ling here, but I think the Zealots have scared him. And without any Zerglings here, oh my god, he goes for the counter, but indecisive. He commits to the counter way too late, and then Trigger just shoves in and is ruining this Roach count. A few Stalkers do go down though, as do some of the Zealots. But look at this, the Stalkers. Oh, he even blinks forward there. Crazy ambitious move there for Trigger. Will lose himself a few Stalkers for that. It's a little cocky there. The Lings need to be on the Stalkers, not on the Zealots. Rainer trying to run around. He needs to be fighting these Stalkers. Lacking these Lings the whole time has been massive. A big part of what you need to do with those Lings is tank the Stalker shots. And you want to try and come in from the flanks as much as possible. Constantly stay on top of this. Take advantage of those slow Zealots. But the Trigger micro is really good on the Stalkers. Trigger is one of the best Stalker Blink micro players in the world. One of the fastest StarCraft players in general. Honestly, I've seen him micro as well as parting with Blink Stalkers. Very nice. The Stalkers are damaged, but they're not really dying right now. One dies up top. Other one picks up into the Warp Prism. Beautiful micro here for Trigger. You'll notice when Blink's on cooldown, he just picks them up into the Prism. Really beautiful control. And often even dodging Queen and Roach projectiles. Rainer's army starts to just run out of steam here. He both over-droned a little bit, I would say. It would have been okay maybe if he had all of his units together. But he really needed more Zerglings with the army to defend. And if he countered with his Zerglings a little bit earlier, you can see he just doesn't have the units now. He would have been able to force warp-ins at home. And then all you need to do is force a bunch of warp-ins at home. If they don't warp in more than 1 or 2 units, tear the wall down to really punish them. And if they do warp in those units at home, then bring those Zerglings into flank. But Rainer took a bit too long to go for that counter-attack. He did not know what the hell this build was, and Trigger with a bizarre +2 attack. Stalker Zealot, 2 base all in, is finding the damage. Rainer in trouble now, down on workers. Down on army, and these Roaches just getting focused. And look at that, Trigger blinks forward and then uses the Prism to pick up the Stalkers as if it's a PvT early game. What a sick puppy. Without the Zerglings there to punish, there's not much you could do about it. The Stalkers have a 6 range against the 4 range of the Roach advantage. Queens only have 5 range, so they're slightly outranged as well. Add the blink with the micro ability, and Roach is not going to be able to answer this massive Stalkers. Beautiful, beautiful play. Close to 2-to-1 trading for Trigger. And you may have mined a few thousand resources more as Rainer, but a few thousand is not enough to make up for a 5,000 resource difference in the trading. Trigger can do this all day. There's no way out of this position now. So when you deal with Blink Stalkers, remember, it's about having enough units so they can't just keep doing this. Shoot, pull back, blink, shoot, attack, blink. Because now Trigger's not really losing units unless he makes a micro mistake. He missed micros, loses one Stalker there, loses another one, and now he's like, oh wait, I can just win, can't I? And he will blink forward, take out Raynor. Raynor taking way too long to send those Lings across the map, didn't even force a warp in, and then just went, oh crap, you're diving, and brought them home. He could have just left 5 Zerglings here and at least forced a few warp ins at home, and a bit of attention over there would have been amazing. Yeah. Another move people like to do if they're on low economy is they wait for the Protoss army to move out like over here, and then they come in with like 4 Ravagers and 20 Zerglings. And you know, bile the buildings down, and the range damage as well as the Zergling damage can tear the wall down really fast. It's actually really, really tough. But Raynor loses game 1 despite, I think, having a decent position. You could tell he was really not sure what was happening. We'll see if Trigger tries it again in game 2. Over droning equals almost the same worker count. He built like 12 workers more than him. But yeah, but the thing is, you have a 3rd base. So he was on 53 against 41. I think you're saying almost same work count. That's after he lost all the drones on his 3rd, wasn't it? He went up to like 53, 54 workers, remember? Yeah, that's a big advantage because you've got a 3rd base and it's a complete all-in from the Protoss. So the way Blink Stalker all-ins work is if you have an overwhelming number of units, they can't do anything because they're just so mauled by your numbers, where you can even surround the Zealots with Zerglings, right? And the way it works is then you can hold down the drone key and build 20 more drones. And then go back to mass army. Because the Stalkers just can't be in your face like that. But the moment your army isn't far enough ahead of theirs, then the Stalkers can just sit on the edge and just pick at you and like basically shave your army to pieces. So you can't let that situation eventuate. And that's why Rogue very intelligently went lower on workers than Trigger. He stopped at 37 drones and shut him down so hard, Trigger couldn't get anything going. Problem is, like I said, he was so low on workers that even though he was taking good fights, Trigger was actually mining more than him, and he never transitioned, and then he took a really bad attack on the other side of the map. Yeah. Raynor mentioned after this match in Game 2 his build was planned to be a blind counter to what Trigger just did. Okay. Or what he thought. Okay, so you're saying basically, okay, interesting. So Raynor had an idea of what Trigger was going to do in Game 2 now, and he has a game plan specific which he thought was going to counter it, hey? Okay, sick. Hey Pig, if Zerg make pure Roach instead of Lings, doesn't the push become much harder? For the Protoss player? You mean because like the Zealots aren't useful? I think once you've got Roach speed and you have enough numbers, you can actually push it back. But Lings are just a little bit better at dealing with the Stalkers. Because the problem is if you go pure Roach, they're just going to stop warping in Zealots very early and just go pure Stalker. And then they should be able to pick off units pretty much endlessly if they micro perfectly. They can also blink in reaction to the Roach's attack, as Dynaman says, which is why the Roaches need to move like right on top, so there's minimal time for them to do that. And the problem is because the Stalkers move like just as fast as a Roach with Roach speed, they have to micro quite carefully, but you need to basically like sandwich them with your Roaches. You need to bring like half your Roaches from behind. What can happen is if the Protoss gets wind of that when you're flanking around, the Protoss sometimes like isolates one half of your army and fights those while the other half is not fast enough to close the distance. Whereas Lings can just surround and fuck everything up. So even though Lings are a bit inefficient against Zealots, you got to realize the Protoss doesn't want to make mass +1 slow Zealot. It's a terrible army against Roaches, Ravagers, anything else. So as good as the Zealots are for countering the Zerglings, they don't invalidate the Zerglings. They just trade well versus them. But by building lots of Zerglings, you're forcing them to make the shit unit. The Zealots, number 1. Number 2, Zealots can't blink. They're not as maneuverable. They're very slow. So if you catch him with an overwhelming number of units, the Stalkers kind of blink up a cliff, use the Warp Prism, try and do a recall. The Zealots can't really reposition like that. Even with the Warp Prism picking up and dropping a few of them, it's not going to really work. So the bigger commitment to Zealots, the easier it is for you to just surround his army and actually kill a ton of his shit as well. So it kind of works out quite nicely. Roaches also take bonus damage, as JSL says. It's a pretty complicated situation. Yeah. Sorry, what's this timestamp we're linking up? Raynor Skillis? Is this a replay? Or is this the bakery? This is bakery.
Going for a gateway scouts.
Oh, this is the bakery.
Perhaps the worst type of scout there is.
The worst type of, I'm very passionate about this too. I'm glad you mentioned it, Drogo, because yeah,
now it's
the worst.
Now it's gonna be a real check.
Okay, as someone who maybe doesn't understand why that is, would you mind explaining why the Gateway Scout is the worst?
Okay, you know, sometimes you go to the bakery and you have the money.
No, it doesn't
You have-
happen.
No, you have some money. You have some money. But you can buy a pie for $5. So if I have $5, the choice between going very fast scout blocking the archery and no scouts is the choice between do you keep the money or do you buy the pie. Both are viable. Both are things that anybody could understand. You have each half likes one, half likes the other.
Yeah, so either you buy the pie, spend your money, go to pie, or you save your money, you keep all your money. it's I think I see where he's going with this. This makes perfect sense.
Prescotting is tipping the baker. Like here, both are things that anybody could understand. You have each half likes one, half likes the other. Gateway scouting is tipping the baker. Like here you go, good sir. Here, take some money, and just walking home. It's very nice for your opponent, the baker here, but you don't really accomplish much.
It's actually super trash. Like I honestly think the fact that Skilless, Showtime, Zaun, and Classics spam Gateway Scout is like just one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. These guys, there is a lot of top Protoss players who just do the safe Gateway Scout so often, and it's not bad to do sometimes. It's not, right? There are times where it's okay because you know what? People are 12 pulling because we're all skipping scout too often. We're being too greedy. It makes sense. No, when was the last time anyone saw a fucking 12 pull? When did that last happen, right? You never see 12 pull at pro level. It almost never happens. Now, herO is one of the few guys who would actually no scout so much that he pushed his greed too far in the other direction. And there was that one game where I think it was it Maestros or whatever, where herO 12 pull drone pulled him and just got a free win that map. And people will go, because they're not good at like statistical analysis and playing the odds and gambling, they think StarCraft's I need to win 100% of the time game because they haven't played like card games and games of chance much. They go, therefore, it is bad to not scout. And I'm like, mate, he got an advantage in like literally 63 pro matches where he didn't scout. And he lost one game to herO one time. And knowing herO's mentality, herO's not going to punish him with that ever again. Like, unless he doesn't scout every single game for the next 20 games against herO, and then herO will be like, I guess I have to 12 pull him again. No Zerg wants to gamble on that. They don't want to gamble the whole game on, I hope you don't scout this game. I hope I've called this correctly. So it's a really good mini game to play. Likewise, blocking the hatchery is really good as well. I think part of the reason is because a lot of the Zergs are going 15 hatchery before Overlord, and they're good at guessing when the Protoss is going to block them. Protoss players have been demotivated from going for the early scout to block, but on the other hand, they still should just be not scouting a lot more, a much higher percentage. Yeah. Yeah, herO still not scouts a lot. Exactly. herO's smart enough to not just like get traumatized into changing his play style. Yeah, 100%. All right, guys, let's sorry, I can't keep listening to the bakery analogy because you said it keeps going deep into this game. We'll go back and listen to that, but I got to cast the series that I'm casting first, right? Is there a loser bracket for the tournament we're casting? I mean, this is from Home Story Cup group stage, so this is a group stage match. So there's no losers bracket in a group stage. It's a round robin. There's no winners bracket, no losers bracket. All right, guys, Rainer in the top right, getting a nasty loss there. Trigger in the bottom left. Now, we do have an update from Pi, who was at the tournament, who's watching live in the stream chat and says, "Ooh, pig." Later on in this tournament, this is just a group stage match, they asked Rainer about this series, and he said after game one, he had the perfect idea. He knew exactly what Trigger was going to do, and he'd prepared a build specifically to counter it, which I think is really awesome. So we'll see how that goes out. Rainer's going to go for the hatchery first here on the natural. Now, Trigger's going to go for the Gate Scout, the worst Protoss opening, where you are, unless you really want to, you think annoying the minerals is super worth it, which to be fair, Rainer has been one of the players who I think struggles with that the most out of the top Zergs. This is not very necessary unless you're afraid of a Zerg going 12 pool, which we very rarely see from top Zergs. Almost never happens. But Trigger wants to play ultra safe here, rather than ultra efficient. Either going for no scout or sending one of your first probes across to block the hatchery are both better options. Something that myself, Harston, Lambo, Drogo, many players are adamant about. We haven't really heard any good arguments to the contrary other than players just saying, oh, I want to play safe. I mean, it makes sense. Like, when we see Showtime do this, no one's surprised. Showtime has always been a conservative safe player, but see guys like Sound, Classic, Trigger, Skillus all doing this a lot. It does feel a bit inefficient, and I definitely think the Protoss players could play the odds in the early game a little bit better. To me, it feels odd that so often Zergs are getting away with a 16 hatchery when they want to, and the few times when Protoss players are going for the block, the Zergs are predicting it and going for a 15 hatchery before Overlord and getting it down. I think herO has a great mentality having a game. He's a gambler. Most players try to play perfectly. He seems to work out for him a good amount of the times. Yeah, I mean, herO is a very scrappy, crazy gambler as well. I think his style's great. I think in general, Koreans have always had a higher appetite for risk than Europeans and foreigners. If you go back to the early days of StarCraft 2, think of your Liquid Rats, think of your Idras, think of your Thorzanes. You know, a lot of the early players, they were all trying to play a perfect game of StarCraft, and as if that was ever even vaguely attainable. And it's not like you shouldn't have some factor of that, but what they would always do, not always, but very heavily, Europeans especially, and just non-Koreans in general, is they would always underestimate how many mistakes people make if you mess up their rhythm. They wouldn't prioritize messing up the opponent's rhythm as much. They wouldn't prioritize denying scouting as much. They wouldn't prioritize the metagame in the series of going, well, if I sometimes go for this all-in, but then even when I'm not going for it, I make it look pretty much identical to when I'm going for the all-in, so you have no idea. Think about, like people always, they'd be like, man, ZVP is impossible. And I'd be like, have you watched Dark play StarCraft? I've talked to Protoss players who seem unstoppable in that matchup. I remember when Estrella was basically unstoppable. 2022 was Estrella's year. That man got bloody blocked by Dark so many times because you play against Dark and you just don't know what he's going to do. And there's so many crazy all-ins that he could go for, and they're impossible to predict. Oh, look at this, guys. Trigger has not gone for a Forge this time. This is an earlier Blink all-in. This is an even earlier Blink all-in. Massive thank you, DL7RRK.
Always enjoy your content. Go big hole, go
supporting
home.
the Pigfest. Thank you so much, dude. $23.63 going towards the Pigfest prize pool. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks, everyone. We're already up at the time of casting this, I think, was it $3,200? The prize pool? Oh, that's a quick lair. Oh, so guys, is Raynor going to try and go really fast Roach speed to shut it down with Mass Roach? Does he think Mass Roach beats Mass Stalker? I don't think it does. Don't get me wrong, you can do quite well if you can sandwich the Stalkers with like Roach Ling from two sides. You still need a few Lings mixed in to tank shots, and if the Protoss is really good at stutter stepping and doesn't stand and fight too much, it's very tough. But this is a 4-gas, 6-gate Blink all-in, no +1 this time. And that's a hard counter if Raynor indeed goes Roaches, which it looks like he's going to just try and rush Roach speed. He's also going 53 drones again, but this is an even faster attack than the last game. He's going to start building Zerglings. His Overlords are pulling back this time. Losing those Overlords last time was really bad for him. He's going to start Roaches. He needs Ravages. He's going Overlord speed. Why would you make Overlord speed? Dude, you just need to survive. It's a 2-base all-in. Okay, he cancelled Overlord speed. Maybe it was a misclick. That's good. The Creep Tumor does survive. It goes invisible before those projectiles could hit. Lings are going to go forward and deny these Stalkers. But Stalkers pick off a Ling or two, do a bit of damage. A few more Stalkers and an Observer coming across the map. 10 Roaches and Roach speeds on the way. He is indeed. He's rushing Roach speed. Ravager Ling is the counter to this style. I think Raynor is overestimating how much Zealots counter Zerglings, because he's thinking there's a +1 behind this because there was last game. He's thinking there's Zealots coming, but that's a 3-gas. This is a 4-gas build as well, even though he has pulled one worker off those gases on the natural. This is really interesting. Spinecrawler goes down. Spinecrawler near useless against Stalkers. It does good damage, but it doesn't have the mobility. And remember, fighting this army is all about swarming it and overwhelming with Mass Ling Ravager. Raynor has really good pullback micro, though. If he can come in with a full wraparound, he could do this. He thinks this Roach Speed rush is a counter, and he just wants to buy time for Roach Speed, more Lings, more Roaches, more Ravagers, and surround the army. He's got a lot of money, but he needs a macro hatchery as well. Remember, when you always need a macro hatchery against Blink all-ins. 3 hatcheries not enough to defend it. But Raynor hasn't been playing NA ladder for a while. I've actually played against Trigger doing variations of this build many times because I play NA ladder and he likes to screw around with build orders like this over the last few years. But I don't know if Raynor has any experience actually playing against it. The Prism, dodge. The Prism went down. He was a fraction of a second too late unsieging. Great snipe there for Ray. The Lings coming in as well as the Roach Ravager. The Zealots aren't really going to do much. These Ravagers will go down. Great micro there by Trigger. Just blinks back, gets rid of the Ravagers, but he's lost the Prism and he's got to rebuild a new one. It is getting chrono boosted. Meanwhile, Roach Ravager Ling on the way. I think the Lings should go around and try to attack the wall off, force warp-ins at home, but he's so desperate on the defense, he might not be able to. The Roach Ravager trying to fight, but he's off creep. On creep, Roach Ravager is pretty powerful, but the Observer means there is no creep tumors here. Look, a new tumor goes down, it gets sniped immediately. Really good creep control for Trigger, and he's just picking off units. He's not losing anything, and he's got Raynor in that death zone. The death zone we were talking about earlier, where the Protoss can just pick at you and blink back. The Zergling's going to try and say something about that. They do wrap around and get 2 Stalkers. Is 2 Stalkers enough there? The units lost have 1,500 in favor of the Protoss. More Lings, Roaches, Queens, and Spines trying to build up here. He's floating minerals, which is why he's building Queens. Queens in near worthless against Stalkers. They tank a bit of damage, but they don't do much else. He needs more units, does Raynor. Trigger's going to jump forward. Maybe a bit ambitious. Raynor might be able to snipe these. Roaches and Lings coming forward. The Ravagers as well. Raynor needed that macro hatch earlier. He's been pretty good at injecting, I think. His hatcheries are all injecting right now. He does push this back. He might be able to survive. And he does get a few extra Stalkers there, but he's got to pull back himself. The problem is, whenever you want to retreat, those Stalkers are nasty, man. He even blinks forward. Does lose another Stalker, but he picks off a Ravager and a few Roaches as well. You know he's going to blink forward again. You know Trigger can't keep it in his pants right now. Oh, he actually does, because the Prism is busy warping in, so he can't save the units. Okay, Stalker's going to try and blink back here. Trigger still is on 2 base. There's a 3rd base mining. The main base of Trigger's about to lose 4 of its mineral patches in the next 30 seconds. He is on a timer. He has an immense Stalker count. 25 Stalkers against 5 Ravagers, 13 Roaches, 6 Queens, and just a trickle of Zerglings that are dying as quickly as they come out. Remember, the answer to this is having overwhelming numbers to fully surround the enemy army. 3 Ravagers going to go for the Prism Snipe once again. That's Raynor's famous move. Whenever he's under pressure, sniping the Prism is huge, but problem is he can lose Ravagers doing that as well. The Stalkers are just getting such good value. 2,600 resources superior trading here for Trigger, who needs +1 if your opponent doesn't have a mass of Zerglings. And that's the trick. The trick of Trigger's build here is he said, I'm going to do a +1 all-in. You think Zerglings can't deal with that, even though we know they can from that Rogue game, because Rogue played against the +1 all-in as well. And he kind of tricked Raynor into going mass Roach, and then he didn't even bother with the +1 Zealots this time. This time it was a classic pure blink all-in. But Roach Speed was not the answer. Even though the Prism goes down to the Biles, the Stalker count is out of this world. Trigger's Blink Micro, super impressive. For those who don't know, I am actually not surprised by this. And do you know why? Because if we go back 2 years, I watched Trigger in a similar situation. I think it was on Inside Out. He was playing Solar in, I think, 2022, 2023. Inside Out. Solar was holding on and had about 60 workers massing Roach Ravager Zergling, and Trigger could not kill him. Solar's on 3 base, Trigger's on 2 for 10 minutes. At one point, Solar was up 80 supply, and Trigger beat him with nothing but 2 base blink. And if you see a guy beat a Zerg that has an 80 supply advantage on him with just nothing but blink micro, and that's all Trigger did, because you walled off on 2 base, you don't have to look at anything else. All he did was micro blink stalkers for like 10 minutes straight and just pick off, and the trading was like out of this world. And I could not believe that a 40 pro Protoss was killing a 60 drone Zerg over 10 minutes of just out trading him savagely. And that was the moment when I realized Trigger had parting level little stalker micros. Hard to get in that situation, but interesting to see. Raynor thought he was blind countering the build. I love that info from Pi there, that Raynor later on in the tournament interview talked about this. He's like, yeah, we're rushing Roach Speed. We're going to shut it down because then the Zealots. And he's correct. If there was a commitment to +1 Zealots, Raynor's build is quite good there. But Rogue's build is more general purpose and fits better. Stop it. About 40 drones, 2 gases, get a pack of Ravagers and just mass Zerglings, and use that control to build an early 4th base So you can use that as a macro hatch and get a 4th queen on it as well, injecting it. If you get a 4th base getting injected, you probably don't need a macro hatch as well. And then once you crush an army or two, then you can drone up around and add roach speed and more roaches if your opponent goes heavy on zealots and adds archons or anything like that. But you live, you learn. And as always, Rogue, a guy who's been on the degenerate Korean ladder for many years, he knew how to defend the Blink All-In. You can tell Rainer hasn't played against this in a long time. GG, well played to Trigger though. Sick victory in the group stage.
Blood passion.
You're not X5 Pig. Liar. Guys, X5 Pig just donated $100. What the fuck, bro? Don't lie to me. Oi. You're not me. Thank you. Wait, how do I thank myself? Sorry, guys. I got to give myself a 69 here to say thank you. I did just lock my arms and my legs. Yeah, thank you. X5_Pig for the $100 says La Passion and donates to their own tournament prize pool. That was definitely me. Guys, slap your bacon down for me. Do it for me. And anyone, the guy wearing a pig mask in the chat, whoever he is, they might as well have written him anonymous there. Slap your bacon down. Guys, we need that bacon scrolling. It's not moving fast. I know it's hard. I know a lot of you are old. You're like, we don't do emotes anymore. Blah, 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 blah. But guys, you got to help me out. We need it. This is how, like, it's like clapping, man. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. We need the bacon to be moving. There we go. There. Yes. Come on. Move it. Move it. Move it. You got to move it. Thank you very much, Fake Pig DL7RRK, Son of Hisashi, Water Drop, Son of Hisashi, that huge 250. You generous freak. Thank you, Son of Hisashi. You son of a Hisashi. Now, I appreciate you guys. X5 Pig, $100, you freak. Fake Pig for the win. Fun little series there, guys. People have been asking me to cast that one. I wanted to see what happened. That's a really interesting thing, because Rainer's counter, you can do the same build again. Smart counter. What's even smarter was the pivot. All right, next up we've got herO versus Solar, guys, from Rongi Cup bracket stage. Always down for herO versus Solar. These guys played in the Pigasaur finals this week, and it was a bit of a barn burner. It was, I think, my favorite part of the whole thing was where herO just basically like kept sticking his hand in the meat grinder and just trying to make the games as exciting as possible. And I was like, herO, this is why I love you. Doesn't matter who you're playing, you're going to find a way to make the games chaotic as all hell. He won games from losing positions, and he lost games from winning positions, the way we would always expect the lovely herO to do. And it was a beautiful thing to behold. I hope you guys are having a good day. I appreciate the love. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, trying to clear these ads early in case we get stuck in any long games, long epic games, to make sure they don't drag us out. Yeah, we've got a bunch of good games still, guys. Strap yourselves in. I'll be back in a minute. 3-minute ad break, and more games coming right up. You know what, actually? I've been playing the same highlight clips a lot, guys, and nothing should ever stay the same for too long. Except for fantastic snacks. I'll see you guys in a minute. Get yourselves a tasty treat. I was randomly bored one day when I was like 18 years old, and I decided to pull some things out of my cupboard, throw them together into a sandwich, and I accidentally made the best thing ever. The best sandwich known to man. This is it, guys. Peanut butter to start out on some nice hot pieces of toast. Then smother some Nutella on top of that. Put them both on pretty quick so that they both melt nicely together and it just becomes this peanutty, chocolatey paste. Oh, God. There's no such thing as too much Nutella there. Next, you're going to top on some Special K. Bring in that cereal. Just spread that over the top. Not too much, just a thin layer. Add some beautiful crunch in there. Next up is banana. And make sure you slice this real thin. And you only want to use probably about 1/3 to half of a banana, depending on how big it is. Slice that in there, spread it across. Next up, bring in the ice cream. Slice it up real thin. Just like scoop out a real thin slice of just plain vanilla ice cream. Get that going across the top. Now, you might want to wait a minute or two until your toast has kind of cooled down slightly, the peanut butter and Nutella, so it doesn't melt too much. I actually left this ice cream out just a little bit too long, so it's starting to melt, but it's still going to be absolutely delicious. You throw that bad boy together, and you are ready to have the time of your life. I have to eat this really quickly. Best sandwich in the world. Oh my god, it's falling everywhere, but it tastes so good. Oh, shit. Oh my god. I was randomly bored one day when I was like 18 years old, and I decided to pull some things out of my cupboard, throw them together into a sandwich, and I accidentally made the best thing ever. The best sandwich known to man. This is it, guys. Peanut butter to start out on some nice hot pieces of toast, then smother some Nutella on top of that. Put them both on pretty quick so that they both melt nicely together and it just becomes this peanutty, chocolatey paste. Oh god. There's no such thing as too much Nutella there. Next, you're going to top on some Special K. Bring in that cereal, just spread that over the top. Not too much, just a thin layer. Add some beautiful crunch in there. Next up is banana. And make sure you slice this real thin. And you only want to use probably about 1/3 to half of a banana, depending on how big it is. Slice that in there, spread it across. Next up, bring in... It's alright, I won't let the whole thing play again. Hey, Apollo God, how you doing? What's up, Apollo? Dashuk Vadal with the Prime Gaming resub. Hope you guys are doing well. The God Apollo, the Dashko Vadal. Thanks for the subs, guys. I really appreciate it. You guys just got us back to 1,000. That thing takes like a minute to update usually, but I think that gets us back to 1,000 subs. Thank you so much. Sub count be dropping recently. Sub count go up, sub count go down. My teeth would walk out of my mouth, kill me for putting ice cream inside warm toast. It's good, man. It's so good, pie. You want the ice cream to not be like completely super frozen. There's like a sweet spot, right? So you don't want it to be like super hot still, the peanut butter and Nutella. But you don't want the ice cream to just turn to liquid. You want it to get... It should be probably starting to ooze and drip out the sides a little bit as you're eating it. Not as bad as in the video, because we wasted time for fucking... Dot's like, oh, let me film it. I'll take this. And I'm like, I gotta fucking eat this. Normally, you put the ice cream on, you close it, you just eat it immediately. Like, it's a very time-sensitive item, you know? That sandwich is wrong. I don't want to be right. Heck yeah, dude. Nah, it's good, man. It's fantastic. Not gonna lie, I tried this out for the first time so many years ago. It's good, right, Moxie? I mean, I haven't had it in years. Like the most similar thing, which I did a lot in COVID, like I said, I've told many times on stream, was just a whole bunch. I'd chop up a bunch of Tim Tams real fine, and I'd just put them through vanilla ice cream, and I'd get a big scoop of peanut butter. So basically it was homemade peanut butter cookies and cream, essentially ice cream. That was, and that's fucking good, man. Oh, so good, dude. Yeah, so much sugar on the toast. Oh, absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, warm toast followed by ice cream seems like a nightmare. Yeah, you get the temperature sensitivity, right? Yeah, there'd be a difference. That's why you don't want the ice cream to be completely out of the freezer. It needs a little bit of time out of the freezer, a little bit. Thank you, Apollo God, for gifting a sub. How you been, mate? Hope you're doing good. I just had a nightmare of a game against a Terran, LOL, mass speed, banshees. I've had the fucking weirdest dreams lately, man. In one, I was like hunting pedos. All this Epstein stuff. I'm like, man, gotta like hunt these pedos down and shit. Can't remember what the other ones were about. I just remember they're all really weird. There's been a lot of weird stuff happening. One, I had to like do some kung fu versus someone. I've never done kung fu in my life. It was great. It was a good time, man. Apparently, I'm like hunting pedos in my dreams at the moment. Did I get any of them? Yeah, I think there was a little bit of murder. I'm not sure though. It's like, you know, one of those dreams that's so vivid and then, you know, it all fades so quickly. All right, guys. We got herO in the bottom left side of the map. Solar in the top right. It's a best of 5. It is the Wrong E Cup quarterfinals, I believe. Quarter, semis? One of those. If someone types bracket in the chat, we'll find out. It's a big PvZ, though, a match which we've had really interesting matchups between these two recently. I am curious that herO is gate scouting. Ew. What is this wall? What are you even thinking when you place a building like this? Guys, there are like basic rules to walling off. Like if you want to leave a choke point here, you start with the pylon there and then you build a gateway and a cybercore above it. And that would be fine, I believe, on most maps. Probably not on this map. But you never try to leave like a giant gap. Like I just don't know why. It's just herO, man. I guess he builds a pylon here later on and then that'll be the choke point. But like, it's just... It's so easy to wall off the current map, but I've had no issues walling off this map pool at all, and I don't memorize where the wall goes. I literally just go down and hover the pylon. I go to place the pylon, and I just go, as long as the power field's just touching the edges, like on any other map, I just chuck the pylon about here, build my gate, build my cybercore, leave a space between, fill it in with the third building. It's like, it's really basic. I do it every single map. I don't study any of the new maps. I haven't had a problem walling off in so many seasons, and somehow herO just leaves these friggin' gaping openings like all the time. It's crazy. Probe dancing around. 2 queens, 2 zerglings on the way. Solar's been good about skimping on the zerglings, but you got to be careful because sometimes that means the pylon block can go down on the third. Did steal a few minerals there. Did herO. Solar's work mining is really good though. He's kept it doubled up. And will be an adept getting chronoed across this map. herO goes for a pretty quick Stargate. 217. Not badly timed. 2 zerglings coming out to make sure that third base is cleared. Surprised he's not attacking the probe. And Solar still hasn't sent a drone to the third. Okay, sends it now. I guess he didn't notice that probe standing there. I don't think you go for a pylon here. It doesn't really make any sense. But herO is a mad lad, so sometimes he does do things that don't make sense. Hatchery will go down here on 275 minerals. And the double inject's already started. Link speed's gone down. Normally about 31 supply, you go for a third queen. But he's actually gone Overlord before third queen, which is interesting. Pretty much every European goes third queen even before the third hatchery. Whereas Solar not only goes third hatchery and Overlord, which is going to delay the third queen, but it's going to give him earlier ability to power out drones because he gets out of that 36 supply block a bit faster. So this is a more economic version of the opening. And I think that's better against the Void Ray build because the Void Ray build, which herO's been spamming recently, doesn't force Spore Crawlers. You don't need extra queens early on or anything like that either. Good creep tumor snipe though. That is a nuisance. The trick here for Solar is realizing it's a Void Ray, pulling back this Overlord, and cancelling any Spore Crawler that he might start in his main base. But I think it's almost always Void Ray on this map recently. He does see the Void Ray as well, so he should just completely skip Spores until about 350, 355, as that Oracle's not going to be across the map for a long time, especially if these Zerglings force it to go back to defend. There's only 1 Adept so far, and it's an orange hit point Adept. There is that pylon that I was talking about, so quite a vulnerable wall off. That pylon has a lot of surface area. It could get focused very easily. Ooh. Zerglings will pull away. Evo Chamber. It's going to be a fast melee build. It's a good opening, especially against the Void Rays. This is Forge into Twilight. Looks like just Void Ray double Oracle into probably a charge build. I think Blink off of this opening sucks. Void Ray and 2 Oracles is just such a big expense. Zergling's going to try and force these Oracles to at least turn on the laser beams. And does force another Adept Warp in as well. 6 Zerglings going down. Not too bad. I think forcing another Adept Warp in's nice. That's not really a unit herO wanted to be building. 4th hatchery in the middle already. 6th Queen building. Roach Warren goes down. That's a safety Roach Warren. Doesn't want to really use it. And I actually despise Roach Warren on this map because the amount of ground you have to cover is so big. So until you have Roach speed, charge zealots are actually really annoying. Like herO's given so many players problems by just running zealots into multiple bases, driving a warp prism into the main and doing, you know, causing problems there as well. But this game, it's just 4-gate Templar Archives with no robo. So it looks like a very kind of just like ground-based, maybe, like, surely not Archon Zealot pressure just running across the map, is it? herO's build orders are usually pretty poorly thought out. He's going to go 8 gates without a robo. He'll just run some Zealots across the map. Well, Zerglings get 2 Adepts. That's beautiful. And a battery cancel. Really well done. There's just so few units on the ground. Dude, herO has been so greedy. And Solar, happy to take that trade, man. Beautiful trade for the Zerg. Oracles, though, gonna find damage. Solar. Now, normally I criticize Solar for not having an Overlord on that north side, but this is a Void Ray opening, so you don't want to leave those Overlords sitting out in the edges where Void Ray can come along and snipe them, so it's totally normal to get caught off by a little bit of this edge harassment in this sort of game. Oh, he's gonna go Spire, and on the natural as well. Oh yeah, against Archon Zealot, that should be excellent for just flying in and doing damage. Look at this, it's just mass cannon Archon Zealot. Guys, because he's playing Solar, and Solar always just does Roach all-ins. So herO's just like literally assuming there's a Roach all-in, and he's just trying to make enough Zealot Archon cannon and then Storm to defend it. herO has no idea that this is actually a Mutalisk build. I'd love to see another gas. I mean, Solar's already on 73 drones, 7 gases, which is great. I don't think he wants to give away what he's doing by rushing both gases on the 4th with the Spire, but Oracles don't really know what's happening just yet. Oh, he's going to see it. herO sees the Spire as it finishes. I still think it's worth committing at this point, even though this gives herO essentially a 40-second warning to build Phoenix. I think you can still mass muta here. But I think Solar should also build about 5 more drones, maybe 10, and take a 5th base. Because if you can get 10 gases up, doesn't matter. He's not going to be able to build enough Phoenix to match your mutas. You could just overwhelm them. Roachling tries to go across. The Oracles have plenty of energy, so running home is the correct move. You'll lose a few Roaches and things here. But this is good, because if the Zealot Archon came for a base trade or something, he could have like gone in for the counterattack. And that's usually... You don't really want to fight the Zealot Archon Phoenix front on with Lings and Mutas. You want to kind of base trade. Now, there is extra cannons coming in, so herO's going to be pretty solid on 3 bases. This is why I said Solar needs to drone up to at least 80, preferably 85 or maybe 90, and take the gases immediately. This is a big thing players miss when they're playing Mutalisks. They don't take those gases early enough. He should have killed this Oracle. There we go. Oracles are really good map control units. Solar's trying to stop these Zealots. He's got good vision there. He's got a really good ring of vision. These Mutas are going to be careful for now. Look at this, guys. He's already got drones rallying on. Beautiful. Only 80 work, because I kind of wish it was 90, because then you can actually build spines as well, and spines are really good in these sorts of games. Because inevitably there's going to be some sort of base trade at some point. But 1 Phoenix already falls, and a Void Ray, and that's huge. No mutas going down. Disaster for herO. herO securing a 4th base is a conundrum. On the other hand, he's got a lot of Storm and Archons. And remember, guys, we've been talking a lot the last few days about chucking a Zerg. That's what I would do here. If I was in Solar's shoes, I would shove my mutas into Phoenix, Storm, Archon, and lose them all. Solar, though, gets a Phoenix, gets a cannon. When the Archon comes, he does pull back. 2 mutas for that is great. Anything approximating even trading is really good for Solar. Roachling, of course, struggling against these Zealots, but he picks off a few of them. Tries to rotate the mutas in. He would have loved to dive through and kill those High Templar. That's what he was looking for. But dude, this Oracle surviving is massive. Keeps tagging the mutas and tracking where they are. Oh, the Oracle goes down, though. And look at that, guys. The Lings are going to get in. The Roaches find an Archon. That's such a big snipe. The Lings, they get an Immortal. An Archon goes down to the Roaches. But he pulls the whole army back and he runs away. This is such high-level play for Solar, who's now building a Baneling nest. Ooh, he's not got spines at home. And there's going to be about 400 Zealots arriving very soon. Oh, Archons get some big splashies. Okay, he's going to try and fight this head on. He gets the Archon, maybe? If he can kill the Archon, that would be huge. That Archon is going to survive. Oh, the Muta's taking some storms. Okay, pulls away from the storms, but the Mutas need a bit of time to regen. They don't really have that luxury right now. There's only one Archon, one Storm, one Phoenix. Almost nothing that actually shoots up here. Oh, wait, there's 2 more Archons. The Mutas, oh my god, the Mutas are so damaged. Solar, a bit slow to run drones, does lose 6 of them. He's still on 4 bases. And if he can clear this army, it's massive. But those Archons, those 5 Archons are a problem. He's going to keep cutting off the reinforce, and then he's got to come in with 1 big Muta spread and overwhelm the Archons. It's 5 Archons with +2. He's going to lose 2 bases. He's going to try and counterattack. He's going to go for the Archon first. It doesn't get much splash damage off. And the Phoenix and the Cannon doing really good damage. Archon Zealot's still up in amongst it. And I can't believe it. herO's actually brought this back. Just goes to the push, and those Archons just enough. Oh, my lord. I can't believe he did it, man. I think a few Banelings to clear these Zealots could have been massive. Ooh. Mutas and Corruptors trying to move south. 1 Phoenix goes down. Another one goes down. Beautiful. Phoenix does take dig damage there as well. But, I mean, he just can't kill this, and Solar has to GG. This was an excellent game by Solar. I think he was in a really good, potentially game-winning position. But 2 crucial things. The first is letting the Spire get scouted, which it happens, but could he have done something to solve it? Let's check. Okay, guys, so this Oracle Scout was huge. Personally, I would have built the Spire here. If I'm taking this front base, I would be like, I think this is the most unscoutable position for the Protoss. He still might have seen it after coming down there and gone out. The Queens were all out front the base defending the Oracles. Totally valid response. And I think his Queens should have pulled back to here quicker, and he should have pulled this Queen and this Queen and just A-moved them to here. If he A-moves those 2 Queens to here, and these 3 Queens also A-move to here, I think the Oracles come down. There's a Queen here shooting them. There's another, even if they try to fight the Queen, she can just fight. These Oracles are already damaged. This guy's got no shields. The other one, he has to fly away. He's not going to throw his Oracles away right now. He's not willing to do that. So this was a bit of a slow response, and this is a bit unfortunate, man. This is really hard. This is really, really hard. Unfortunate for Solar, but he just you've got to be aware when you're going a Muta build. You saw the Oracles here. At this point, you should have already started moving Queens up to respond. You have to hide this Spire. If this Spire comes as a surprise, I think it's basically a free win for herO. The first Mutas would fly in, kill 10 plus probes, possibly 20 probes. I think herO's completely screwed. My biggest gripe is how hard it is to actually follow the game's home story when you're on site. It hasn't changed, probably never will. While it's being held, it takes bar. Oh yeah? Yeah, I mean, I always just look on my phone for what's going on, but like, I don't know what do you guys, I assume it's only mainstream is visible on all the screens around the bar, or do they have multiple? Yeah, I imagine it's like there's like a few screens that just show it all. Like it's kind of like just having the football on the bar TV, right? I imagine. Anyways, let me finish this so it's not so hard to edit. Okay, guys, so around this point, let's see where everything went wrong for Solar. I think Banelings is not the right call necessarily. I don't think it's the worst. Banelings is good because it clears the Zealots. And if he clears the Zealots, Lings and Roaches could have surrounded the Archons and won the game. I think what I'm coming to as I look at this later stage of the replay in my mind is that he did really good, but he just was too slow on the Baneling Nest. Because he has a lot of time here to build that Baneling Nest. Like, look at this. And he's got time. Like, he should have already started it. He's just now started it. And he's maxed out. Because if he could have morphed Banelings to roll into the Zealots, the Ling Roach can surround the Archons with the Mutas, and it's an easy win. The problem is that the Zealots were actually really effective at killing his drones, killing his bases, and defending the anti-air against the ground units, which turned it into a Mutas against Mass Storm Archon battle. And I think this is the crucial mistake for Solar here. Even with the Spire scouted, I think he played an excellent game. I think without the ability to clear the Zealots, with Banelings defensively, he actually ends up losing to essentially a Mass Zealot Archon timing, which should not be happening this deep in the game. And that's just, that Bailey nest is about a minute, you could argue even a minute and a half late. He could have squeezed that bad boy in much earlier. And great storms, by the way, by herO. This, I'm kind of shocked that he managed to keep this alive, but he just had enough Archons, right? And it kept looking like, well, this is not going to work out, but then more Archons keep arriving. And you can just see it's a narrow margin, but if the Zealots aren't all able to do this, some Lings and Roaches surrounding at the same time, these Archons disappear to Mutiling Roach surrounds. GG, well played though. herO, as always, pulls a rabbit out of a hat. My man. How you doing, Jules? Oh yeah. They're like the best games of StarCraft. Is it live? And I'm like, thank you, Jules. Thanks for asking. Is tomorrow now? Is yesterday has been? Is the future now tomorrow? The tomorrow yes now? Yes now tomorrow? Hello? Future now is when what? I know how time works. I'm Twitch chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. My YouTube comments now is just, is this live? Is this live? Is this live? I'm like, oh no. I've complained too much about people reading best games of StarCraft in the title and going, is this live? And I'm like, how would I know it's the best if it's fucking live? And they're like, so is it? And I'm like, do you not understand why I'm pointing this question out? They're like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah. Every loss that seems a little triggering, you should play that clip from Lily, or at least the soundbite. It is a good reaction, isn't it, iTurtle? For those who weren't here, that actually, dude, I should put that on my soundboard, shouldn't I? Okay, I'm actually going to make a note here. I'm going to do that after my stream today, guys. Put Lily on soundboard. Yeah, I'm actually going to have a Lily on my soundboard option. Hopefully she's okay with that. She'll let me know if she's not. She's chill. Her, if you missed it live yesterday, don't worry. It'll be up in the salt mines like tonight or tomorrow. Always important to get some new soundboard buttons available. It was such a good reaction. I was dying laughing. Oh my god. Empress Lily is a StarCraft streamer. She had a very funny game on stream yesterday that we cast for the salt mines. It was quite sweet. Quite the sweet victory against the Cannon Rush Skytoss player, who was basically like, oh, you're a girl who plays games, you must lose a lot. You fucking suck. And I think that the famous quote that we'll probably use in the title or the thumbnail was, woman can't do war, I believe is what the guy said, was his conclusion while discussing how she shouldn't be playing video games. Yeah. Woman can't do war. So, woman can't do war. It's words that will go down in infamy. All right, guys, let's go. We got herO at the top right side of the map. The wizard works his way out of trouble, just finds a Solar that was so focused on picking apart all the advanced units. I think Solar, the way he plays that last game, is very good against a guy who's open blink, but sometimes you forget when your opponent's on Zealot heavy, they can shove and it catches you off guard. And this is not me just, oh, I'm making apologies for solos, throwing them. I remember one of the last times I was on a big streak of playing Mutas. Oh, Shizzlefizz, we got to play an ad break? No, that's fine. If we have any mods on, can you guys snooze the ad break? Hopefully this game doesn't go too long. We'll see how we go. I think we can snooze it a few times if we get any mods on. Anyways, sorry, to continue. I was on a streak of playing a lot of Muta builds in this matchup. A lot of success. And this was around the time when Mute, the Peruvian Protoss player, started getting really good. And I played him a few times in tournaments. And Mute would always just make a ton of slow Zealots. And then like quite a delayed charge, but would just have a lot of Zealots. So we just had a very cheap, cost-efficient, meaty army. And the moment he'd see Mutas, no matter how well I hide it, there'd just be this crazy move across of Zealot Archon. And it was just so many more units with higher damage, higher hit points than you're used to. When you're dealing with like Stalkers and they're like, oh, he's got Mutas, I'll push with like 14 Blink Stalkers. It's this very like fancy blinking back army that like picks at you and starts to get some good kills. when a Zealot Archon army moves you, it just kills everything. So like the Zealots just charge on top and just start ripping drones in half. Like you need to be able to deal with it. So once again, an absolutely horrendous wall off here from herO. A weak point on the left, and he's got to build a second pylon to actually create a choke point on the right side. But herO gonna do herO things, guys. We're down with it. I mean, with energy recharge oracles and Ling Floods no longer being such a powerful strategy, which was always something which plagued Protoss for most of Legacy of the Void's history, was Ling Floods being so powerful. I think it's not as big of a problem. Like before energy recharge, these sort of wall offs were a much more serious threat. Pig, have you managed to find a counter for Rock yet? Oh, sorry, are we doing salt mines? No, Rock has no counter. I hope SK Trash Cans low APM restricted league is going well for them. As always, people raging on the ladder is fun. Third hatchery does go down. Inject, very nice. Stargate's finishing up. Okay, what does Solar aim for? I feel like Solar's instincts say, I can't believe that game slipped away. I've used up my fancy, but I think he just goes Overlord drop, like brings the 4 queens across, does a Ravager Ling, queen drop all in. Oh, my camera's still on the screen? Yeah, no worries. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I normally remove that. I was just showing you while I was injecting myself a bit into the early game. Pig, Rock has no counter. Have you tried Scissors? That's the only option I know other than Rock. That's true. I noticed that herO probes before the Cybercore are kind of unorthodox. He doesn't do that always. herO's build orders are completely random and inconsistent. I used to obsess over his openings, and I realized nothing he does like matters. He will just randomly be like, I'm gonna do a 21 Cybercore this game, and you're like, huh? I'll check on the next few games. I bet he does 20 Cybercore on those. Oh my god. What the hell is wrong with herO? Guys, that's a gape. The only thing this pylon does is it creates a gape here and a gape there. He needs 2 adepts to wall off his base. Oh my gosh. What's wrong with you, herO? I think if he built the pylon here, it wouldn't have been too bad. Even though the pylon would have been super exposed, I guess. Yeah, herO's wall-offs are appallingly bad. It's actually so funny. I think he doesn't have the building grid turned on. There's no excuse for placing buildings the way he did. Actually, no, because we saw the building grid. We saw his first-person view at the Chinese tournament, and he was literally hovering buildings over to try to figure out how to wall off in real time. He'd messed up his wall so bad, we caught him in real time trying to fix it. It was really funny. 3 drones go down. Oh, really? We're going to fight a queen? Oh, transfuse? Ah, he didn't have transfuse energy. He tried to pull the queens from the other side. Should have just kept hitting this oracle. Could have got her in the red. I think oracles are meant to be robot pilots, right? I think they're robotic. I don't know. Stalker is not a wall off. Not even close. That's not even close to a wall off. That's... I love that this Stalker's cosplaying as a door right now. It's like there's a huge hole here and here. So stupid. But Solar, too traumatized from running in and getting trapped inside with oracles on top of him. He doesn't want to do that. And, oh no, he's on the wrong side of the map. Good drone pull away. Only loses 1 drone? Oh, Solar with a sick bait. That was actually really smooth, man. Cleans up all 3 adepts. His Ling's still not running into the base. He's still treating this like it's a real wall. I don't think he's really thinking about it too much. He's too busy. Oracles come in. Evo chamber goes down. Nicely done. Lara finishing. 4 gases building and a 4th hatchery on the left side, which herO has not found just yet. The Lings are going to finally decide to walk straight into the base. And herO, I can't believe he didn't even realize this. What a silly guy. I mean, it's a lot of Lings, but that's so worth it, man, right? 7, 8, 9 probes. Maybe could have focused a few more in the main as well. Oh, barely misses a probe in the natural and 2 probes in the main. Also got in the red. I think 8 probes is still great damage, though, for a bunch of Zerglings. He's going to go Spire again. Solar's decided, you know what? I was in a good position. He will not expect it this time. And he's okay on drones. He's not in a bad drone position. I think the Spire timing is great. If Solar can get to 70 workers pretty quickly now, maybe squeeze that 7th gas in like he did in the last game. Okay, so finally another pylon goes down, guys, and that is actually a choke point if the Zealot moves down. The Zealot is not walling off right now because it's on the top. It needs to be in this position. It's like really basic how walls work. It's very consistent. If you guys go play StarCraft 1, walls have weird special rules, like it's impassable on the left side of a forge, but not the right side if you're walled off with the forge and a gateway. herO does fix that. He does notice it. Cybercore's going to get focused, though. Oh, that's a good snipe. The Zealot should attack. The Zealot should attack. That's the highest damage unit there. Okay, does save the Cybercore. Stalker's coming in, so it's going to be a 6-gate? No, 4-gate. It's got a few gateways coming in behind, but it's going to be a multiple gateway thing. The Zerglings should go to the right. Those stasis traps are dangerous. Lings will go for a bit of a surround. Oracles turn on their lasers. That means they're pretty low on energy. Still one stasis over to that right side. Mutas are building, guys. I think the Mutas should just fly across the map, honestly. The Mutas, do they get spotted? I think they might have. Yes, they did. He saw the Muta popping out. Oh, he should have cancelled that Mutalisk egg that was building on the 4th base. Then he could have snuck it in. Now cannons are building. Oracles are recalling. The natural wall off is not ready, but he's got Stalkers cleaning up an Overseer. Stalkers will get in position. And there we go. The Stalkers are going to go forward. He blinks towards and gets 2 Mutalisks to start the fight. But the Lings are trying to surround. The Mutas do take out 1 Oracle. But another Mutalisk goes down, and that's a good start there for herO. Slapping down a bunch of those, building a few Phoenix here. Phoenix, incredibly high damage against Mutalisks, and having a cannon in each mineral line. Actually, no cannon in the 3rd just yet, but I think he figures that's where his Stalkers can defend. Oh, he's going to get another Muta or 2. 5 Mutas already dead. Solar says it's okay. I know his wall's going to be wide open because I'm playing a nincompoop. Oh, herO with the quick reaction does wall off in time. Yeah, at this point, I've noticed there's a few people like out there in the community, guys, who are like habitually, they're always like, it's on purpose. herO leaves his wall open on purpose. It's a trap. It's always efficient. When was the last time you saw herO take any damage? I've seen a few people posting stuff like this. I think either they're rage baiting or they're just like have their eyes closed and their fingers in their ears while they're watching a game of StarCraft 2. We've seen herO lose so many games to the wall off. There's a reason we mention it. And I get it gets tiresome, but like, I don't know, man. You know, if you see you see an MMA fighter who can't wrestle and he keeps getting tackled to the ground and choked out, you're gonna mention it, man. Even if he's such a good striker that he often wins by just knocking his opponent out before that happens, we're not gonna pretend reality doesn't exist. I know there's always some hardcore fans who don't like that. That's a slow Zealot walk by, guys. Not a run by, a walk by. The Mutas should just clean that up for free, I think. Oh, he wants the High Templar! He wants the High Templar! He finds one, and he forces the Archon Morph. No Storm Energy for you. But, problem. Guess what, guys? Those Mutas will go down to the Phoenix, but he's got a big Roach Ravager Ling build. He says, guess what? I'm not even committing to Mutas, you dum-dum. 4 Phoenix aren't going to help you against this. You've lost all your Storm Energy. Your Stalkers are isolated. Your 4th base is going to go down. The Oracles will try to help out. Meanwhile, we've got down there Zealots slowly getting cleaned up by those Mutalisks. Those slow Zealots struggling. The Roachling army's decent, but hero's supply is so high. Even on basic units, herO might be okay. Corruptors are building right now. I don't know why he's building Corruptors, I guess, for the Phoenix. But that is kind of an issue because he needs to deal with the slow Zealot Stalker that's pushing him back right now. Solar has not had a good work account. He's been pretty desperate this game. Zealot does warp in the door once again. Phoenix are very useful against Ravagers. That is, yeah, that's the reason he wants the Corruptors. That's a good point. I kind of realized that, but I was like, it just feels awkward because I thought herO might chase him all the way to his base, and their army supply is like dangerously close right now. So Corruptors are good for like making sure he doesn't pick off your Ravagers, but you gotta make sure you don't just die to slow Zealot. Phoenix goes down to the Corruptors. Ravagers arm off. He doesn't have any Ravagers on the front though. I think Solar might want to take a second till his Ravagers get here. Biles will make a massive difference when this fight happens. Corruptors doing some very good damage. Gotta be careful of these Storms and Immortals coming in. I think Solar's run out of steam, guys. He's only up 40 army supply over a Ravager Corruptor. It's not a good army for him. Don't get me wrong, hero's army is still mostly basic units. Every Archon, every Immortal, every Storm that comes out, all herO needs to do is buy time. He's up in workers. Storms! Absolutely massive Storms. The Roach Ravager pullback's pretty quick. Bile's trying to land, but they completely miss. Another Storm goes down. I don't think Solar has the numbers. He doesn't have the economy. And there's just too much stuff out here for herO. herO has survived the Mutalist stage of the game once again. And that is absolutely massive. Huge hold there. Oh, he's going to sack some roaches. Gets himself a High Templar. Forces 2 more to morph into an Archon. Great micro there by Solar. Really good micro by Solar as he's going to micro back here. Really, really, really well done. He does pull back. Sorry there, guys. Just had a bit of a tab out there for a tech issue. Oh my god, that's 5. 5 Archons? Oh, if he had like 8 Ravagers, maybe, but he's got none. He just lost his last Ravager to that pickoff. He's got a 5th base in the middle. But Solar is very poor, and against an 8-gas Protoss, I mean, herO could do anything right now. He can keep attacking, he can turtle, wait for more Storm, build up the Immortal Archon count. Roachling is not beating this. Solar's going to try to trap these Stalkers, but it turns out the Archons are there ready to protect. Stalkers pull back on the left, and a few Ravagers do come in quite nicely. Good Storm on the flanking Roaches, though. Really, really good play. And herO's just too powerful, man. The Mutas aren't working out for Solar. Mutas absolutely can work in this matchup, but there's a lot of things you got to do right. You got to stitch together a lot of pieces. It's especially good when it's a surprise maneuver, and the Mutalisk, once again, getting spotted popping is so big. I really feel like there's just an issue here, guys. There's just an issue. 2 games in a row, Solar's done a pretty good build, but he's had his Mutas scouted. And Mutas can work when they're scouted, but it's much harder to make work, as we've seen in this game. Roach Ravager pushing forward, getting some pickoffs. Gonna try and go in, but herO's been pretty good about dodging the biles, and whenever he wants, he can commit, pick up 3 Ravagers with the Phoenix. Just gonna go for now. He does comp this Phoenix a little bit. Biles will maybe take out 1. No. Solar's too surrounded anyway. herO just is oversupply on him, and in too good of a position. I want to show you that moment just really quickly here. So obviously, guys, you build the Mutas off your hotkey. Hatcheries on the hotkey. There's a single Muta here, and he just didn't realize under all the pressure he's under, he needed to just select that egg and cancel it, especially now when he doesn't have vision. It's so unfortunate. That Muta pops out. herO instantly. Look at this from herO's point of view, guys. Chronos a Phoenix, starts a cannon, starts another cannon, blinks back those units, sees the army going across the map. He says, okay, let's recall these guys. Warps in more Stalkers. And then he immediately kills 5 Mutalisks within the first minute of these Mutas arriving on his side of the map. And that's so bad for Solar, man. Mutas are expensive units. He takes the teeth out of this before it even gets started. This is just such a good start for herO. Purely because of that 1 Mutalisk popping in the wrong location. GG's. Yeah, building the individual Phoenix is not the most efficient thing. He was just rich. And hey, they're still going to disable Ravagers, and that army is kind of annoying of Solar, where he can shoot, drop biles, pull back, shoot, pull back, and the Phoenix removes his ability to do that. I think if you're as rich as herO is, you could, like, I could keep building Phoenix here. If he's in a desperate position, not a good choice, but it's a bit ahead. I told you the Walls of Mind game. The 8 probes was pretty good, and if Solar got in there earlier, and actually went for that even earlier, I think it could have been really good. What's up? Exclamation mark bracket to see where the games are from. But yeah, we've had some good games today so far, guys. We've been having a lot of fun. If you guys want to support the channel, please do help subscribe, guys. We've lost quite a few hundred subscribers in the last few weeks. Probably not going to be getting as many subs over the next few weeks because we are going to be raising so much money for Pigfest. So if you guys want to support the channel, please don't forget to use your Bezos bucks, your Prime Gaming subs. So if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub. Let's say we want to sub Game Trader, literal garbage level human here, Juggernaut Jason, who's playing World of Losers over here. So we could click resubscribe there. And we could click the crown icon and say get a monthly free sub with Prime. Sign up. It'll give you a prompt to link an Amazon account. I don't have Amazon Prime right now. Not as popular in Australia, but I know if you're American, you have it because you get one with your birth certificate, along with the bald eagle they send you when you turn 14 and the AR-15 when you turn 21. So yeah, don't forget to use that. It gives you a free sub every month. You get an ad-free experience, emotes. I get the same money as if you were paying me $5 $5 for a sub, which is fucking awesome. So take some money out of Jeff Bezos' pocket, give it to me or another streamer of your choice. Don't forget to use that every month. Thank you, Wooly, for the 19-month resub. I'm going to be back. Oh, they didn't send you your AR? Oh, that sucks, Biggin.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Sucks, mate. Maybe you're not a real citizen. Send some people over to your house, mate. Nuke Mr. Riggs, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub as well. I appreciate the love. No, you don't get an AR-15 when you turn 15. No. That's just a shitty handgun. You're like a shitty little Glock or something. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Thank you very much, Nuke McRiggs. I appreciate you and Wooly answering the call there. We're going to play a quick ad break. Game 3 between Solar and herO coming right up. We've still got MARU, Clem, Trigger, a bunch of cool kids waiting in the wings. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Colossus Stalker Disruptor staying really active. MaxPax went from 3,500 resources behind to just 2,000. So the last couple of skirmishes, he's getting some value. He's starting to kind of move the trading back in his direction. Now, Liberators will derp out on those flying walls. Does punish shift clicking a little bit, which is actually kind of nice. You could say that's a nice feature, is you need to micro your drops and air harass a bit more. Stalker cleaned up the lib, though. Bio runs forward, gets rid of one of these disruptors. More disruptors come out. Oh, massive ball on the flank. Beyond's flank came around a corner, and you never want to be attacking around a corner in StarCraft. That being said, he's got a good spreading now on a lot of his Marauders. And even though it looks like Protoss is like sliding away, Stim Bio in those boosty zones is insanely fast. Every single disruptor goes down, and that's where the trade turns in Beyond's favor. 4,000 resources lost now in favor of the Terran. Another SCV arrives, which is kind of hilarious. Special, those SCVs could get in the corner and drill each other. Oh, broke back SCV there. Your allies like, oh, help me in a team game. Doesn't go well for you, the Adept. Oh, he's trying to get to the Healing Shrine. Oh, the Healing Shrine's so good here. Oh my gosh, Beyond chases to the Healing Shrine. Mana uses the Healing Shrine. He keeps the Adept alive. He gets all of them. Oh no. Beyond gets baited. That there is the face of a tilted Terran player. Oh my lord. Oh, the Adept's not finishing healing, unfortunately. He was accidentally not quite on it. Oh no. He will dig a hole in that cell wall. That one little diamond hammer or whatever it's called. Dude! Classic! Oh no! Classic loses his cool. He kills his own Nexus. Oh, Classic's mouth is open. He just turned on his own. And then keep healing up at the Healing Shrine, which would... Excuse me, which would be very amazing. You can't kill me. It's immune to a single Reaper. Get wrecked, nerd. It can't heal the shields. That probe is 100% giving the middle finger to Clem. I love seeing both of them crack a big old smile at that interaction. They're like, well, not too often a probe can just stare at a Reaper giving him the middle finger, can they? Oh, I love it. That's a beautiful moment right there. Very technical way to finish the game. Trying to finally click these changelings. He's like, oh, it's just not worth clicking on everyone, is it? Because the Lings are in the left. Night Swim tried to go up. Looks like it's back up on that left side. Lings focusing down anything they can get their claws on. Their grubby little claws. Oh, he's gonna catch him. There we go. The moment he was waiting for. Corruptor's dive on top. Double parasitic bomb. Sarrel smashes the Liberators. The Banelings chase into the bio. He was such a patient hunter, waiting for the moment to present itself, and he finds him, stumbling into him. He caught him. Came from upwind or downwind. Came from downwind of Cure. Cure did not smell him coming. Clem hitting a super oddball timing. Remember, he needs 5 wins to 5 games to win the whole series, guys. You have to give up your third. You want to buy time here as possible, and you want to give up your third. I like that hallucination. I do think energy recharge should be used here. Clem is like, what the hell? Oh, he buys it. He buys it. He could win the game, right? All right, guys. Absolutely deranged. Who the hell in my channel is absolutely deranged? Their name is Deranged. They're a little bit deranged, and they've just gifted 5 subs. Thanks for slapping some bacon there to say thank you, guys. I really appreciate all of you being so very generous. Hot diddle a damn, that's some more spiking. Thank you, Deranged. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And a big thanks. We just answered in chat, but I guess I'll say it out loud as well. Okay, Bear said, Pig, why don't you cast the Pigasaur Cup? Or are you not the organizer? We cast it almost every week. And we did miss it last week. Week before last, because it was my wife's birthday. And we were on a bit of a trip. I was on the beach. I was on the beach while the tournament was on. Oh shit, Dragon Power. Dragon Power. Hot damn. That's moist. Thank you. Dragon Power gifting 5 subs as well. Appreciate the generosity, guys. Thank you so very much for the support. But yeah, we cast it almost every week. I guess we missed a bunch in Europe a few months ago, right? When I was in Europe like 4 months ago, 5 months ago, whenever that was. But for a month. But yeah. Bacon Sound kind of gives you a halfie. Yeah. Bacon's good, dude. I used the water cooking technique last time I cooked some bacon. Came out so nice and crispy, man. Without being overdone. I also liked that it desalted it a lot. I was really impressed. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Hey, Pig, why don't you cast Pigasaur Cup? Aren't you the organizer? Is this guy a troll? Do you ask the same thing again? Right after I verbally answered it? Am I crazy? I literally just, Hello? Are you okay, Bear? Guys, okay, Bear? Are you okay? Did I just answer in chat and verbally, and then they posted the same comment again? Do you need a hug? Do you need, can we help you in some way? Sorry, I went to Cranky Duckling's site for a minute. Oh, you mean just now? I think Cranky Ducklings was doing some replay casting today. So he's doing kind of like what I'm doing, where I do my best games. He's doing replay casting today. See, replay casting? So he's basically catching up on a bunch of different like best matches from the week. But because he brands it as saying, hey, look, Pigasaur Cup, this is going on, Max Q or whatever. I guess that's what the reason I don't brand it this way. People go, oh, what's this from? What's this from? And sometimes they're like, why aren't you telling people where the games are from? And it's like, I always put it in the bracket and stuff. I try to make sure people know this is best games. This is a selection of the best games from the previous week, just to avoid the same confusion that you've had. I didn't realize that he'll like put Pigasaur on the screen and the title, blah blah blah, and like whatever tournament he's from, which is great. He's giving love to our tournaments and he's trying to really let people know where these games are from. But then it makes it a bit harder for people to realize because the replay cast is deeper in, whereas mine it's immediately best games. This is the best games show. We do this day every week where I wrap up the best games. He's kind of doing the same thing, I think. Yeah. How you doing, Aeronautic? All right, let's continue, shall we? All right, guys, here we're on the bottom right side. He's on a tear right now in Solar. Well, I have a feeling, unfortunately, as a guy who really enjoys Mutalisk play, I don't think we're going to see Solar play Mutalisks for like another month or two, maybe 3 months. There's a thing where, like, I think herO's just shaking his confidence with it. I think he's just going to go, mutas don't work. There's so much going on in StarCraft games. Often you are just playing based off of feel. And even though I think, realistically, you have to just hide your Mutalisks better. That's both games I think were very, very playable and potentially big advantages with the mutas, but... Ooh, he anticipates herO going for the block and goes for 15 hatchery before Overlord. Solar's been getting so good at guessing when Protoss players are going to go for that block. I love it. Get the hatchery down. Nice. Probe rotating. Gateway there. Cybercore goes here. And then he's going to once again have a big gaping opening. So the thing I really dislike about these openings, it's not just that the wall's vulnerable and he often messes it up, guys. It's also he has to use 2 pylons in the wall, and you don't really want to. You don't have a lot of production space around these. You could build a few buildings behind the pylons, but not too much, right? And it just means he's going to have 1 pylon in the main, right, to build a Stargate in a few buildings, but it's going to take forever until he actually has space to build more gateways, and that's why sometimes herO's building placement is actually a little bit awkward because he just doesn't have many pylons spread around his bases as well. Now, Someone mentioned earlier, it's weird that he starts probing before going Cybercore. You can see, no, he does the normal build here. I think that was just him being a weirdo. He will randomly just like, because he's so instinctive and intuitive, and herO is not married to any one way of doing things. He's always just making little adjustments and changes based off of the cuff, just off the cuff, just off his feelings. He's like, oh, I feel like doing this. And for most players, that's a recipe for disaster. For like very methodical players, if they start doing that, it can actually really hurt them. But for him, and I've actually tried to start playing Protoss a little bit more like this myself, where, because my comfort zone is methodical, repetitive openings and build orders, but I've watched enough Dark and herO over the last few years and seen how dynamic they are in a wide range of situations, and I really just said to myself, hey, I want that. I want to not fall apart when the game gets messy. I want to be able to smile the way I see Dark or herO smile when the game just devolves into utter chaos, and go, yeah, man, like, this is good for me. I'm well practiced in this situation. So I purposely, one of the things I did, inspired by herO specifically, was I started doing different openings every game. And just tiny differences, right? Where I'd be like, oh, now I'm randomly going to go Cybercore before Nexus, which means I then need to go second pylon before second gas, changes my gas timings, my adepts are slightly earlier. And I would just swap between that and then the gate before, core. And I'd swap back and forth randomly. And I would just do these little changes. With one game, I don't chrono my gateway at all. I just chrono the heck out of my probes. And then the next game, I chrono the heck out of my gateway. And it's just, I purposely have been like, I guess, denying repeatability to myself. So I'm forced to constantly be adapting in the moment. And it has made me a little bit more dynamic. Now, it's hard to click on that creep tumor, but he does it. Now, you might be wondering, how did he click on that creep tumor, guys? herO had to scroll his screen right up so he could click above the queen. Because of the perspective, you see how her model right now, if I click here, it's going to click and it's going to select her head. But if I go further north, now we're more top down above her. And now you can click above her to target the Zerglings very easily. And that was the same positioning with the creep tumor. So hot little tip there, if you guys are struggling with a Reaper or with an Adept harassment, to click on the creep tumor when the queen's directly below it, make sure you scroll up so the queen is at the very bottom of your screen. And you can do that. Void Ray does get an Overlord straight away. Nexus goes down. He's already gone early Spore in the main, and he's going to go straight there. Okay, yeah. Solar's just going to go straight Hydra Den. He's going to rush directly to Hydra Den and probably do like a 66, 60, maybe even just 5 gas Hydra timing. I think he'll just go for a Hydraling all in. Problem, this will be a charge build, and I think charge lots can overwhelm. If you just go pure like Zealot Archon, you can sometimes overwhelm the pure Hydraling army. It's like a very high damage kind of glass cannon army from the Zerg, and if you can get those +1 Zealots out in good numbers, they can overwhelm it. Void Ray is going to try and defend. Good micro on the Adepts. This is a bad trade for Solar. Yeah, he gets one and then should run away, but he misclicks, stays there. Loses quite a few of those. Oracle's going to be a nuisance. Good reaction by Solar. Oracle could go for another one, but the queens are there. 2 Adepts coming forward. Oh, it's a Nidus Queenling all in. Never mind. Even faster roll in, even more brutal. He wants to get in well before +1 finishes, and I think he'll be able to as well. With a Void Ray there, it's kind of hard, but he can always throw a Nidus across the wall off as well. Oh, he's already shoving. He's already shoving. Go for the... What's he doing? Oh, Adepts just went in. Adepts just went in. Okay, Lings will deal with these Adepts eventually, but good positioning by herO. Ling's going ham right now. The Warloff's in trouble. Nidus Worm in the main as well. Game's getting a bit chaotic. A lot of Lings are dying. You got to be a bit worried about throwing too many Lings away before the fight starts. 25 Lings have already gone down. The Warloff gets cancelled. Cannons go up. Nidus pops in the main. Creep Tumor goes down. Queens and Zerglings inside your main. Not to mention Massling on the front that can either ransack the third or run into the natural, which is of course going to be wide open because this is herO. And he does not know how to close the door if his life depends on it. And it very clearly does depend on it here. If he was able to get 2 Archons up on the ramp, totally different game. Instead, he's going to lose the Archon before it can morph. Lings and Queens are going to kill everything. And it looks like a nice all-in for Solar. Finally, able to punish herO's absolutely rampant greed. If he kept the Warloff up and got 2 Archons up, there's a chance here. There is a chance. Still would have been very tough, but 2 Archons deals with the Lings really well. They just wouldn't really be able to deal with the Queens. Oracle's gonna go down almost. Oh, not quite. There's also 2 Spine Crawlers in the main, guys. Something about building some big tentacles inside your opponent's main base that makes me deeply happy as a Zerg player. +1 did kick in, so the Zealots' 2 cannons are going to try and defend the low ground, but if you lose all of your bases, other than that 1 base, against a Zerg going to 4 bases and droning up, you are going to be in massive trouble. Not to mention the creep spread. hero's just going to tap out. He knows he is absolutely screwed there. Solar does not go down without a fight. Sorry about the scoreboard, by the way, guys. I accidentally flipped that when I was zooming in and out. Obviously, 2-0 for hero, now 2-1. Yep, you can rotate the camera. You can also use mouse wheel to zoom in and out. And you can use like delete and insert and stuff like that to pivot side to side. The only time people would normally use that, Terrans will sometimes either zoom in and out or rotate from side to side to try and spot observers, because it makes the kind of shimmer of the invisible unit a little bit more obvious. Permanently rotating camera should be a normal part of RTS, every RTS. Wasn't that, isn't that one of the mutations on co-op? Where the camera's constantly like fucking doing weird shit? Or am I misremembering? I feel like there's a mutation they had where literally it's just like your camera's fucking rotating all around the place the whole time. Is it still available? It was the really annoying one. Yeah, it was the we're gonna give you a headache. I think leaving the door open was on purpose. Clearly, that was a trap. Hero was trying to lure the Lings into his Archon. He just mistimed it slightly. 100% Moxie. 100%. How could Hero have seen that coming better? I don't think you need to necessarily see it coming, but if you spot the lair is the main thing. So that's the thing. If you see the lair is super early, then you can identify it. Whoa! It's either really fast Hydraling or like a Nidus or something. Something crazy. So you're gonna need to check a bit more to see what it is. But yeah. It looks pretty normal. It looks pretty normal. It's the old Chadray Annihilator. It's just he did it a lot faster, I think, and more efficiently than Dark used to do it. Alright guys, hero in the top right side drops a map to the old Chadray Annihilator build, one that Dark used to get in with very regularly. But Solar, I think, hit a bit earlier, a bit more efficiently than Dark would have. Dark always did that build shockingly late in the game, when you least expected it. Chat was asking, how the hell would you even scout that coming? Like, what could Hero have done better there? And the trick to scout that is you need to scout very early the lair. If you see the lair has started before 4 minutes 20, something like that, I don't know the exact time. I would guess he started it at about 3:45, something like that. Then you usually can go, ooh, something crazy is happening, and that's one of the main options. Maybe a super fast Hydra build as well, some other option. Do you need to be scouting for drones on the third against that build? I think that's pretty touch and go. It's hard to keep track of the workers. That could be one tell. Is they can give you a bit of warning. The lair is more reliable, but yeah, if you see not that many drones on the third, you're like, hey, there's no Evo, no Roachhorn, not many drones on the third. You don't really see any extra gases coming down on the natural of the third base. Those all can be tells. Essentially, if you compare that, 4 minutes 20, 4.5 minutes, whatever, to a normal build, you're like, normally they got a Roachhorn or an Evo, and they're thinking about adding a gas soon, and they're droning that third a bit harder. But they can transfer drones from the natural to the third as well to like make it more convincing. Like, there's a lot of things they can do to hide what they're doing. All right, once again, big gape, but that's okay. He's going to go for the Cybercore into the second gases hero. Once again, 20 Cybercore, pretty standard. The probe is being a nuisance. Now, White Rabbit, I haven't seen as much DVP on. Hard to get across the map if like it's a Blinkstalker opening that's pressuring you, but Hero's been spamming so many Zealots recently, and it really feels like all the Zergs are struggling against it. The word on the street is that the new Storm is a bit bigger, makes it easier to defend those like Roach Hydra or just pure Roach Ravager mass builds that used to cause so much trouble for Zealot openings. So it's just a little bit harder to punish a charge first build. You guys watching live, don't forget to sign up for the viewer tournament. It's on tomorrow. It's going to be a good one. Really looking forward to it. Going out with the brothers tonight for a beer and some food, so hopefully I don't hopefully we don't leave I won't drink too much. I'll bring my A game to commentate you viewers. Should be fun. We'll have players of all skill levels. We're doing one once a month these days. Today's is a bit different, or tomorrow's is a bit different, but normally it's going to be the last Sunday of each month. I'm not sure. I think we might have to change the date on the next one as well because of Pigfest. But normally, we're kind of trying to make it a monthly thing, the viewer tournament, because I think it's so much fun. And we might try and do a 2v2 tournament one of these days as well. But at the moment, it's a Swiss bracket, open to all skill levels. We've had a lot of noobs playing their first tournaments, which has been really fun. A lot of people who've never played ladder games even playing. And it's been a really good just community building experience. Everyone hopping on. No one gets eliminated, 7 rounds. So it's all about just seeing how good a score you can get in those 7 rounds. And whilst the seeding is totally random, it will match you with people with the same score as you in each round. So if you're winning a lot of games, you're going to play really hard players. If you're losing a lot of games, you're going to play much lower level players, which is fun. Stalker gets the Overlord. Third Nexus comes down. As always, just go to my Twitch chat if you want to sign up for the viewer tournaments. ! Viewer tournament. And we'll try to always have the following one open at least a few weeks ahead of time for people to sign up and save the date. Twilight Council comes down pretty quickly here, guys. 2 Oracles, Twilight, 2 more Gateways. It could just be a quick blink, but it could easily be Glaive Adept 4 Gate. I'm looking for that 4th Gateway to go down. I'm expecting that 4th Gateway to go down even. Another Adept just warped in at home. Roachwarren will place for Solar. Solar's got a good little worker lead. 5 workers so far. Oh, charge. Are we going to pull off gas? Are we doing an 8-gate charge? Oh, herO. Not even bothering with +1. He's literally just going to run Zealots across the map. This is such a basic build. I love it. Fake gas taken on the front. He's not really using that. He's still probing. He doesn't need to, I guess, rally to either the gas or the third. He's going to rally to the third now. Chrono's the third to make it look more like a macro build. It's like, look, I'm building economy. Tries to cancel the 4th base so that Solar's thinking about late game. Oh, no, my 4th got cancelled. Got to quickly rebuild that. Oh, quick. Got to think about the future. He's also built 16 Lings, which aren't going to be very good against the Zal. It's not terrible, but not amazing. And Solar, a lot of players don't want to build Roaches. This looks pretty normal. herO's doing a pretty good job of selling a story right now. Yeah, Zealot's starting to warp in. The gateways are transforming. I think it's 7 gate. Still pretty scary though. Ling's trying to trade right now. Problem is if he loses all of his Lings, he loses all of his map presence. Units last time looking pretty damn good for herO. And double gas on the 3rd. He has no need of that double gas. It's purely to trick Solar. He's like, yeah, cool. It's a totally normal build, man. Oh, and now the Zealots just run through the middle with the Oracles. He'll warp in more Zealots and rally them behind the Zerglings. We'll finally see what's happening. He is building Roaches and Lings of his own. Is it early enough, though? His new 4th base will get cancelled. He's got to pull back and defend in the natural. But even losing the 4th base is rough. Because he's already lost to the Oracles. Cancel! Oh my gosh, he waited till the very last second, didn't he? I think he has enough Lings to deal with the Zealots. Especially with like some Roaches helping and the Queens as well. Okay, the Zealots are going to charge in. Queen Roach Zergling going to fight pretty well. Oh, focusing the stasis traps. Very nicely done. Roaches, Queens, Transfuses. Surely he has enough to defend, doesn't he? 1 Oracle goes down. Oh, the Queens are really helping. And I think that's a pretty good old... He does more for Ravager to keep that Roach alive a bit longer, but it gets popped the moment afterwards. Units lost tab still in favor of herO, and he can still use these gases, but he's not on them yet. He's literally going blink on like 2 gas mining. Now he goes onto a 3rd gas. herO's build is... I don't think he had any plan for a next step. He is literally making it up as he goes. He's just going to drop a 7-minute double forge. He needs a 4th base, man. If he's going to play Gateway Man and he's floating money like this, he desperately needs to take a 4th base. He's going to build a robo, a battery, a pylon, make some stalkers. Oh, herO's got to spend this money, bro. I guess he's just going to spend it all on stalkers because he figures Solar's going to all in, and that is the correct read. It is the correct read. Never mind. Jared's a dum-dum. Roach Ravager coming in. He's got plenty of stalkers. Oh, I love the sentry there and the battery coming up on the natural as well. Zealot count is massive. Zealot count is massive, man. Solar is all in, but he's going to take big damage to that Zealot counter. These stalkers, can they survive it? It's a lot of Roach Ravager jumping on top. There's 2 queens here as well to deal with the Oracle. Biles will take out the battery. The Roach Ravager on the backside, trying to micro as well as they can. Oh, there's a stasis trap there. It is going to get Bile down instantly, though. Oh, a few Roaches and Ravagers do get frozen, though. Back at home, it looks like the Zealots did get defended, but Solar's not mining his third, and that is a massive Stalkers. Oh, man. I mean, herO's struggling to spend his money, but doesn't matter. If you get that many Blink Stalkers against a Roachling all-in, turns out you're totally fine either way. He had the perfect read. I really thought Solar was going to macro out of that. I was so focused on herO's transition, but Solar is always a guy who loves to go all in wherever possible. And I think herO may have seen the Overlord speed with these Overlords moving quickly. So he may have already said, nah, you're 100% just going to go for a Roach Ravager Ling Flood, drop the queens and try to kill me. And it's a long map. It's not the best map for it. He had plenty of time to prepare. And now he goes for the 4th base. The Double Forge is upgrading. herO in a really good position against the Solar. I've talked about this before. Solar, when his first attack doesn't fail, he almost always just builds the same army and goes for the second round. He has a really good win rate with this against foreign players because they never expect it, even though he does it every time. The Korean players are always ready for it because they're like, dude, it's Solar. He always tries to kill you with Roach Ravager Zergling, and then if you hold, he builds another army and hits again 2 minutes later with the same build. Same timing round 2. Zealot counter goes in. Stalker's doing really good in the middle of the map. Zealot defends the left side as well. herO Zealot's going after these drones. Every drone he kills is super high value. Stalker's picking off queens and roaches in the middle of the map. He does recall to defend the lings that get inside his natural and now his main base, but Zealot warp in there as well. This one's not going to do any damage. Really good handling there. So those Zerglings, nice kills for a herO. He's happy to clean things up. He's got a 4th base up. Chronoing is 1-1. He wants those ready for the next fight, and I think they'll be ready just in time. Good transfer from the main to his 4th, but he's caught. He's got the bigger fish to fry. Roach Ravager all in. And he's got a similar Stalker count. 30 Stalkers to about 40 Roaches and Ravagers. Stalkers with 1-1 and Blink are the much better units. Dives forward, jumps on top. You can see the Oracle's doing crazy damage as well. Dodges most of the Biles. The Zealots and the Sentry do get hit, as well as 1 Bile landing on that Stalker. herO shoving like this. Was this a bit too cocky? He's throwing away a lot of Stalkers. He headbutts again. He's let Lings in his main. They're killing a lot of probes. Dude, he throws his Stalkers into the meat grind, just headbutting, blinking forward. herO showing zero respect to Solar. And now he is down 30 supply. Oh gosh, I mean, it's Roach Ravager supply, it's bad supply. I don't think Solar's ahead, but he's now in a vaguely competitive position, and he was dead just 1 minute ago. He was completely dead in the water. But herO, rather than using finesse, he decided to use his forward. Decided to just headbutt Solar's army by blinking on top of him. I think he's got enough to defend. Finally cleans up those Zerglings. He really needs to put these guys back on gas, onto the 4th base. And that Templar Archives is, of course, going to allow him to make Archons. herO does pick off a Ravager and 2 Roaches with the Oracle. Really well done. Let's see if he ever transfers work, because herO is very chaotic. Finally puts on the 6th gas. Puts back on gas in the main. Bit too much, but that's okay. Starts probing, building more Immortals to counter the Roaches. Solar is frozen on 56 drones, guys. He's not transitioning. He never will. He knows he's too far behind. He can't let this game go on. Going to go for a Ling run by round 16. herO does catch 2 of the Zerglings. Got 3 Immortals ready to actually deal with the other Zergling run by, funnily enough. Good blink back on the Stalkers. Something funny about watching Lings run straight past Immortals there. Roaches slip into the mineral line on the left side, but back at home. Uh-oh. These are 1-1 Zealots. Lings are going to get wrecked by that. He needs Roaches. The Lings in the main, unfortunately, click on a gateway. Tries to bile down the Oracle, not quite able to get it. He does get the 4th Nexus of herO. Nice snipe there. But dude, those Zealots are traded quite well on the other side of the map. Those 1-1 upgrades, nothing to sniff at. Not to mention so much Roach Ravager getting chased down by the Blink Stalkers. Cannot turn to fight it, not this time around. 54 workers for Zerg, 58 for Protoss. Zerg does have a 4th base up, whereas the 4th base is only just started rebuilding for herO. I don't think it matters though, because herO's at the point where he can spend his gas to make Archons, and now that you've got 4 Immortals, 4 Archons, your army is just so solid. Storm's on the way, and Solar is being trapped in the same ground. It's Groundhog Day, you know? It's round 5 of Roachling Ravager of 55 workers. He's already done 3 waves that haven't quite worked. It's time to wave 4. Is it wave 4 or wave 5? One of those. It's going to be tough. Blinking forward equals asserting dominance, Pig. That's true. Dude, look at this split on the army. Solar's like, aha, your Stalkers are out of position on the left. But the right side army is... I think Solar will probably insta-GG when he sees this army. Especially if he sees a Psy Storm go down. Like, this army looks pretty measly. He's like, oh yeah, I can jump on this. But on the right side... Oh, the High Templar got left out, actually. He might go forward. Roach Ravager pushing forward. Biles breaking the cannons. Not bad. Soul with some pretty good multitasking. Storms do land on his Roaches on the right side. Oh, he does jump forward and takes out an Immortal or 2. But dude, the Immortal Archon broadsides the Ravagers and starts to just blast them full of lead. Absolutely deadly. These Roaches actually traded pretty well on the right side with the battery overcharge, some Zealot Warpins. That is going to be a hold. And herO once again stabilizes. Still got High Templar. Every second that goes by, his army gets better and better. And remember, people often go, look at how crazy this is. This is still looking kind of close. It's absolutely not kind of close. The moment Solar decides to drone, herO will get like 6 full energy High Templar, 8 Immortals, 8 Archons, and just move the easiest fight of his life. Solar has to stay on low economy to keep trading, to keep herO's army small. But that means he's literally on less economy than Protoss the whole time. So all herO needs to do is just keep surviving, and Solar's running out of steam. He needs to kill these big units, but he can't do it. He's going to get sandwiched. Lands some big Biles, but the problem is the Archon Immortal Zealot comes in from both sides. The Ravager's getting popped. Oh, my lord, like overripe fruit. Just juices flowing everywhere, man. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a toddler eating food. What herO just did reminds me of my nephew when you can tell when he's done eating. Because he'll be eating like some strawberries. He's like, I love strawberries. This is great. Yum. He's like 2 years old. And then when he's done eating, he'll pick up a strawberry and he'll just start juicing it in his hand. And you'll just see him there and he's just kind of like squeezing it. And there's just like strawberry juice friggin' going everywhere. And it's like dripping down his arm, all over his face, all over him. And he's just got this fat smile on his face. That's exactly what those Archons and Immortals were just doing to those Ravagers. Where they came in from 2 sides, that was just brutal, man. Unnecessary violence for herO. And honestly, this whole series was all off the back of Solar tried to do sneaky mutas, and they got scouted 2 games in a row. From there, herO was in an unstoppable position of confidence. GG, well played. Zerg doesn't have the total ability Terran and Protoss have if you get behind, so you have to go crazy in some way. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Serral? To be fair, Zerg doesn't have that. Only Serral does. Serral's the only guy who has that ability. No one else does. It's a special feature of Serral. And even he doesn't do it that much these days. My man. But yeah, like especially, I think like 2018 was peak turtle from behind and get back in the game. Like it was actually ridiculous. The comebacks that Serral would make in 2018 were just ungodly. It's like survive, get broods or lurkers, survive, use spellcasters perfectly. It was like so crazy. Get stuck in a weird momentum game. Yeah, I mean you can try to make comebacks, but he tried to do an all-in and it failed. Like, from that point, you're pretty screwed. You know, if you've got no upgrades, you've got no tech. Against like herO had Archons, Immortals, Blink, Charge, upgrades, and there was no Evo upgrades, like no Spire, no Hydrogen, no Infestation. But yeah, like it was just, you know, further and further behind. Yeah. If Zerg's up by tech and 50 army, Terran can turtle out and by that time be okay with lower eco. Well, you can actually kill Terran. Zerg, you actually can kill them to be fair, if they're that far behind. Like, think of like MARU versus Serral, right? Where Serral just kept A-moving him, Dallas, and was it the year before last? 2024, I guess. Because that was one where like MARU did pretty generic openings, and then herO just fucking wiped him with Ultra A moves or like Mass Ling Bane A moves like multiple games in a row. It was like either a Ling Bane Ravager or like an Ultra timing. And it was just crazy. It was like, damn, dude. So one-sided. But it's hard to find that for us average Joes. Like we often miss those timings, or we don't realize, or we're a bit too slow to gain control. We get distracted chasing like a drop around the corner of the map for a minute, and we kind of miss the window, yeah. Pig, did I miss you, cast Rainer versus Trigger? Yeah, you can go back in the VOD and check it though. VODs are always open on Twitch. On YouTube, I'm making it so they're visible again at the end of my streams. Sorry, I'd forgotten to do that for a while. Hey, congrats on Diamond 2, Cruel Crew Car. Never thought this would be possible with my reactions after 40. Heck yeah, nice. StarCraft 2 reaction speed's not that important. Helps in messy situations for sure, but it's not really speed. It's the amount of time and energy and mental energy, especially, you can put to it to StarCraft the older you get. Obviously, if you're playing pro play, yes, the reaction speed matters as well, but for most people, it's just like people just have like it takes a lot of time and effort to be higher rank in StarCraft. Most people don't have that time as they get older, right? The reactions matters as well, but I think it's like super overhyped. Like Koreans used to say, if you're like 24, you got to start thinking about retirement because you're going to be too slow to play StarCraft 1, which was just stupid. Big misconception, I think. Yeah, Dark with tech units. Oh, so sick, man. How funny was that like year or two where he'd always go Infesta Ravager from behind and just make the sickest comebacks? And you're like, what the the number of times he made these otherworldly comebacks was just crazy. Cyril seems washed lately. Any speculation? He had 2 tournaments. They're the only things we've seen. I honestly, like, I don't know if he's not been practicing that much. I think Pigfest is going to be the answer. Is Cyril washed? He definitely made some uncharacteristic mistakes a few times in some of his games, right? He didn't look as perfect as practiced. So I do wonder if this is like the first time we've seen Cyril take such an extended off season and then not grind games before coming back and just playing a few tournaments while he's still figuring things out. Because that might be it. Like, it might just be, normally Cyril's so secretive and he always shows up to tournaments in mint condition. And is this like the first time Cyril's shown up to a few tournaments and he's actually not prepared? Because I remember there was one like Home Story Cup he won and he said he hadn't practiced beforehand. And he either won or he got like top 4 or top 2. He was like, right, maybe he lost to Clem in the finals or something. But he literally was like, no, I think he beat Clem in the finals. And he literally, like, he was like, oh, I'm just figuring out what's happened. Like, it's Home Story Cup, it's a chill tournament. I haven't actually practiced at all. And that was, like, the first time I'd seen him like that. But basically, yeah, you can't, I mean, if you look at the tournaments as well, he's still got, like, top 4 in one of them, I think, right? And then the other one, he got top 8 in an invitational and lost to the eventual winner who destroyed everyone else in the tournament, right? So it's like, did he look not like himself and die in uncharacteristic Cyril ways? Yes. Did he also lose to guys that like either ended up winning the tournament or were very close to it? Actually, no, he lost to the tournament winner twice. And then he lost one series to a guy who was top 4 in the tournament as well, right? So I think washed is definitely a bit too early to say. But because like, you know, like the thing is like, even though they weren't Sarah level performances, they weren't MARU level performances either. So like, you know, when MARU has like a bad performance in a tournament, we're like, oh god, is his shoulder ruined? Like, he's playing really weird compared to how he normally plays. It wasn't like that. But I think because Cyril's such a crazy goat, him not winning everything, people will be like, whoa, it's crazy. His form was not up to par for him, is what I'll say. I think that's the fairest thing to say without shitting on him for no reason. The unimpeded dropper has potential for Protoss and Terran is the bane of a lot of Zerg. You have no Scourge to deny drops. Can't afford to go Spy to reliably take out their air pressure. So you're conceding every game that you have drop potential on you always. You're not conceding the games. You're saying they will be able to drop you. Yes, yeah, they can move drops around a fair bit. It is a weird feature of StarCraft 2 Zerg where Zerg isn't as mobile for dealing with drops, and then you have the two most obnoxious drops in all of RTS history. I say that it's not actually studying other RTS. There's a lot of RTSs I haven't played, but are there two transports more obnoxious than the boosted medevac they added in Heart of the Swarm and the Warp Prism? You could argue Overlords are also pretty obnoxious. Your supply building can just turn into a transport? What the fuck? Like, that is kind of bullshit in its own way. But, like, one of them is like, lol, 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 lol. It can just, like, fly around and warp 16 supply of units into your base. Off the cuff, right? But they don't have to commit to it. Which is insane. Like, the Warp Prism is a crazy unit. And then, like, the medevac, you're like, oh, this is just, like, a core part of your army because you need healing for your bio. Also, it can pick up units and move at the speed of a speedling. And just fucking launch into another base and do that high ground, low ground. So it's kind of this interesting, like, there's a lot of these mechanics in StarCraft 2. The invisible tunneling APC from Command & Conquer is more obnoxious. Oh my god, there's an invisible tunneling APC? That sounds so stupid bullshit. Yeah. Nidus is no less obnoxious. Nidus is much less obnoxious than both of those. For sure it is. For sure. It's very different. It's a different form of obnoxious. If you take the Nidus from 2019, that's the dumbest fucking thing ever put in StarCraft. I can't believe it was in the year. It was almost a year. They had an unkillable Nidus. They were like, hey guys, you can't kill the Nidus until after it pops. I was like, what the fuck? That was some bullshit. That was some bullshit. Nidus is very good and quite obnoxious for sure, but it is quite different, especially compared to the Warp Prism. There was like a guy on Reddit or something the other day who was trying to argue that Niduses are the same as Warp Prisms. And I was like, there's such different things. They're like so different. Because one of them you need to build units, put them inside your Nidus worm at home, pop the Nidus worm out on the other side, and then unload them. Is it very good? Yes. But that's so different to a Warp Prism where you can fly the Warp Prism in, transport it, siege up in 2 seconds, and then choose to build 16 supply in your opponent's base. And from the moment of choosing to click the I want to build that button, you will have, within 4 seconds, 8 zealots inside their main base. That is like so wild. That is like one of the craziest mechanics. I'm not saying it's imbalanced. It is just a wild thing that does exist. Yeah. United something that can rush you as everything on the side of the map, and he just pulls probes as anti-mage. If they spot it, but because they're cannon rushing, they don't spot it because they're idiots. They don't know how to scout their base. They're like, this guy's on one base. He's going to lose. And they're like, a Nidus worm? Who could have ever seen that coming? The same thing they do every game after I cannon rush them, but I still haven't learnt my lesson. Can I say, guys, hi, massive respect for people who cannon rush every game and don't ever improve their basic responses to the basic counters. The Warp Prism range on the Warp Prism is busted. Yeah, it is, but it's a really interesting... So this is the thing. StarCraft 2 has a lot of things like that are really busted, but they allow a lot of cool skill expression, which is why they added it in the game. And like Warp Prism pickup micro is where you get all the craziest skill expression moments of like herO and Clem just blink forward, picking off units and then picking them up with the Warp Prism. But when they first added that in Legacy, we were like losing our minds. We were like, what the fuck is this, bro? This is crazy. So we did a, the blink no blink build was my favorite in early Legacy. You just go 1 gate robo expand, build a prism, make 4 stalkers. So you've got 3 stalkers in the prism go across the map. You warp in a 4th one, and then you just like drop 4 stalkers in their base. And we were like, damn, we always thought like, you have to choose like, you know, to go blink if you want to be annoying with stalkers. But people were so not used to it back then, and like you just do so much damage with 4 stalkers and a prism in their base, and you just be flying around, picking off Marines and SCVs, and they'd be like, what the fuck? Stalkers get blink essentially without actually having to upgrade blink now? Obviously, it's not as dynamic as blink, but we were struggling so hard to deal with it in the early days. It was really funny. Those were good times. Have you seen games where missing a Warp Prism resulted in instant loss? Not often, but the reverse happened multiple times. We've seen tons of games where Warp Prism resulted in a loss. You're talking about like Lurker Nidus being BS, JKM? Yeah, Lurker, I mean, it is kind of a stupid gotcha. Like, don't get me wrong, one of my less favorite things was like Rogue and Dark would just be like, I'm way behind. I'm just turtling. And then like they'd throw that Nidus in the back and people would just, then they'd distract them with a run by or something somewhere else at the same time, or like run their army in front of their army to distract them. And the players would be like, oh, are they fighting me? What's happening here? And then they hear the Nidus screech and 10 lurkers pop out and you're like, oh, this is fucking stupid. It's not my favorite way to see a game over. But yeah, you're talking about Protoss versus Zerg. Dude, I've seen so many Zergs die to it, not realizing there's a warp prism. Yeah, the number of times when you're going for like a Hydra Bane attack and you're getting your whole army set up, your Banes are morphed, your Hydra Bane's pre-spread, you're about to go in, and then the fucking 8 Zealots warp in your base, and you're like, because you know if you go home, your opponent has so many more Storms, Cannons, Archons by the time you commit to the push, so you kind of have to go with the push. But you're going to lose like 30 drones and you're going to be like dead afterwards. Unless you completely kill them with the Hydra Bane attack, you will lose, because any units that you're building at home will just die as they're popping to the Zealots. Because even 8 Zealots, and he's going to kill like 40 drones. It's so painful. But no, that's just StarCraft. StarCraft 2 is filled with so many BS mechanics in it. So anyway, back to the initial point the guy was making. Yeah, Zerg has limited anti-air. Zerg also has SC2 creep spread, which is like so fucking broken though. So that's the thing, is because all your units move so quickly on creep and you get vision everywhere you spread creep. It's like this insanely powerful mechanic. Like, and I think if you only play Zerg, you don't play Terran and Protoss, it's really hard to understand the bullshit of playing against creep spread. It is so BS. Cruel Crew Cut, thank you so much for the £5 dono through Super Chat. Says Pigfest Power. Thank you very much, mate. Guys, if you want to support Pigfest, you have to use my stream donation link. Sorry, I know it's tough on YouTube. YouTube's kind of not built that well for streaming because for whatever reason, there's no bot that duplicates your commands. If anyone ever finds one, you guys let me know. But if you guys ever want to support Pigfest, make sure you do use that link there. I appreciate those £5 though. Thank you very much for the love. And really appreciate you. Anytime you're super chatting or anything like that, we do appreciate the support, but we can't put those towards Pigfest because I'm only going to get a percentage of that because it's got to be shared with YouTube and stuff like that. So it's impossible to calculate exactly how much I get from that. But thank you so much. I really appreciate the support, and that's going to go in my pocket. Cruel Kruka, I appreciate the support. That allows me to keep casting games. Thank you. I appreciate you. Transparency is king. Master Faster Beta, thank you for the 53-month resub. Woohoo, I haven't caught a stream in a while. Thanks, Faster Beta. How are we doing on ad breaks? Do we have time to do game 1 of this series? I think we've got, like, how long is it to ad break, guys? Like 25 minutes or something? I don't think Tourmaline's going to go long. I think we can get away with it. Yeah. Terran super weak against Warp Prism? Oh, Zerg. Just good. The top Zergs are very good at defending the Warp Prism these days, but trust me, it's fucking OP below pro level. And it's still really good at high level as well. It's just we don't see the styles where it's used as much these days. Corruptors are already good against Medivac Zerg. They're already really good against Medivacs, actually. It's just hard to get Spire against Terran without dying, that's all. Just a quick bonus. Yeah, all right. I know you're not trying to balance wine Zerg, but you're on the edge of balance whining. I get it. You have a lot of ideas. You want all the Zerg things to be better. Not hating on you or anything, but it's all good. 10 units to do bonus damage for Terran. Protoss has 8, Zerg has 6. But the Zerg units are fine. They don't need bonus damage to Armored. Don't get me wrong. I get you have a lot of things you're passionate about. We're going to move on. Alright, guys. Trigger in the top right of the map. He's going up against Liquid Clements, the Rongi Cup quarterfinals. 2 best friends. 2 players who like spamming buttons. These 2 guys are obsessed with speed mining with their workers and doing ridiculously little, small, micro, high APM things to optimize their builds. However, this is an immediate probe scout, and he is going to go in and block the barracks, forces the barracks to go a bit further back, and he's moving another probe across. So this is a pylon gate gas into proxy pylon. He's going to do a... Ooh, Trigger did this versus Beyond, right? Was it Beyond, guys, when he did a 3-gate? He proxied 2 gates on, was it White Rabbit? What was the map? Someone remembers this. Surely someone in chat remembers this. I thought it was his second gate proxy, but it was 2 gateways that he proxied. I think he's doing that build. This is really disruptive. I mean, this is so inefficient because he sent a probe across at the start and a proxy probe out. But talk about a committed push. Oh man, and he chronos 2 stalkers out of these gateways the moment the cybercore is done. There's a lot of different things going on. There's a lot of different things going on here. Interesting. Two SCVs of that. We've got a Reaper on the way in orbital as well. Command center does go down. Cybercore's coming. A few more probes getting drip fed out, but only 13 on minerals right now. Clem has not worker scouted. He does not have a wall off in place. He does not have a bunker building. And these 2 stalkers are going to wreak havoc. Cybercore just seconds away from finishing. 14 probes on minerals, 3 on gas. That's including this probe that's going home. And it's a double stalker chrono and an adept from this side of the map that can, of course, defend the Reaper potentially. But the Reaper is scouting for the proxy. And I was wondering, why the hell did he put the gateways up here? And I think now we know, because he studied Clem's scouting pattern and Clem's checking everywhere except there. Oh, man. I mean, you'll see the stalkers coming in, but it does not matter. There is no way that bunker gets up. Clem needs to run to the high ground right now and build a bunker up here. He's trying to build more Marines, but one Marine's already gone down. He's going to try and build a tech lab to get a Marauder out. His factory's on the way, but it's nowhere near done. 2 SCVs already falling. Oh, the Stalkers! They do try to run up the ramp, but the SCVs are there to body block. Got to be careful with that yellow hit point Stalker. More Adepts are on the way. He's going to start probing behind this. He does need to keep building probes, but he's supply booked on 31 right now is Trigger. And Trigger, of course, will be thinking about taking a Nexus in a little while. I don't think he's looking for the kill here, but honestly, he could get it, man. He runs up, kills the Marine. The Reaper takes a bunch of shots. Clem has no range damage, man. He does throw a grenade to buy time. He needs this Marauder to pop out on the right side and then focus fire this yellow hit point Stalker while his SCVs fight it. The Reaper tries to do some combat drugs. Hellion pops out of the midst of it. Marauder will focus the yellow hit point Stalker. Can he take care of it? That yellow hit point Stalker, it's going to pull to the right side. He needs to send the SCVs to kill this Stalker. The SCVs are not going to be able to do it. The Marauder does get focused down. The red hit point Stalker, it needs to get targeted, but Clem just has nothing, and Trigger gets an easy game 1 victory. Way too easy. Trigger with a 6 start to the quarterfinals after a surprise run through the group stage. My man. Trigger, how is he murdering everyone? Trigger is the most recent pro gamer to reach professional level. He is the most recent gamer to not just reach that, but to reach a world championship for the first time last year. He got wrecked in that world championship, but it does not matter. He still has huge potential as a player. The fact that he made it to a world championship, it's a big step up, and he is gonna fuck shit up, bro. It's a fuck shit up. Because why? Because he's coming up as a player. He's gonna keep kicking ass, man. He's gonna keep kicking ass. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Is it a casting Protoss cheese day? It was good execution. It's a very all-in build, but I've always been saying the fact that so many Terrans get away with no scouting, it's like, it's criminal that there's no way to counter Terran never scouting and just doing these 1-rax expands. And it's very good that Trigger's figured out how to punish it. Something I've figured out is, you know, I've learned SC2 balance a lot like politics. People get butthurt about it a lot, just shut down and don't want to talk about it. The reason I'm not butthurt, I just don't want to talk about it, because Zerg is like, this is a problem for Zerg, this is a problem for Zerg, this is a problem for Zerg, we don't have this, and you're just pulling, like, there's just so many things to talk about. It's like, I just don't want chat to go down a thing of just being like, everything's terrible for Zerg. I don't think everything's terrible for Zerg. There are weaknesses that cause problems in StarCraft. StarCraft 2 design is like far from perfect, but to me, it just felt like we were kind of just going, here's problems with Zerg, I don't like it, and that's all, right? I just felt like it was also too, like, it wasn't like focusing on specific things in the match, it was just kind of like, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, you know what I mean? And it's just one of those things where, like, there are so many things that you could adjust in StarCraft 2, and it's so complicated and nebulous a thing to talk about, because you've got, like, you know, it's like, don't get me started on, like we can look at Clem and how broken Terran is, and it's so true. Terran is the most fucking OP race in all of StarCraft 2. There's no denying it. When you look at Clem play a perfect game, it's fucking bullshit. And then you look at like any other pro Terran play Terran, like, and you're just like, Terran's really fucking hard, like, to do anything with, man. Like, you know, and like, and that's it. Situations swing so hard in StarCraft 2, and like, there's these extreme points of just ridiculous advantage, right? Like the Warp Prism is fucking bullshit. Yes, the Nidus can just win games just like that. Like, you know, the medevac boost is one of the most obnoxious things they ever added to StarCraft 2. The mutas quick regenning and getting faster acceleration is wild. We don't see mutas that much at pro level, but dude, go down to Gold League and tell me about Gold League players trying to defend mutalisks. Oh my God, Gold League players love playing against mutas. They're a really fucking fair unit. And it's just like, there's so many things that are so unnecessarily difficult with build orders for Terran. Like, they've introduced this cool mechanic with the add-ons, but to actually do an optimal build with add-on swapping takes so much attention and time. And like, Terran also unfairly is affected by lag, because like, when you want to like lift and land buildings, you got to wait for the building to lift before you can tell it to land on another one. So you have to wait for the latency every time, because there's a lot of consecutive commands for Terran, like mines and tanks. If you want to tell a tank to unsiege siege, or a mine to unburrow burrow, you need to wait for the first command to get registered by the server before you can give the next command. So if you're playing with no ping, you can fucking issue these commands instantly, and if you're playing with lag, you just can't. There's so many things about Terran that are so massively handicapped by any latency that it's fucking bullshit. And like, you can just go in circles like this. So I just wanted to cut it off because I felt like we were going down like a ranting about all the Zerg problems, and I'm not saying they don't all exist. Zerg has terrible anti-air, but Zerg also has like other strengths as well that are kind of bullshit, and it's just, I just felt like we were kind of getting into a ranty zone of like, yeah, all the things are bad for Zerg, and I just wanted to move on from that. So I appreciate you guys being understanding. Thank you. Love you guys. I'm not saying your butt hurt, just mean in general. Yeah, for sure. Because the thing is, there are people who are so biased in their viewpoints where they'll be like, your thing's unfair, and they'll never accept that anything they have is unfair, and it just turns into a your thing's more unfair than my thing competition. You know, there's a lot of bullshit in StarCraft 2 that feels really unfair to play against from all sides. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Quick ad break. Game 2 between Clem and Trigger. We'll be right back. I think it's because on most maps you can usually just never let them get a 4th base. Dot's turning knobs. She's playing with my titties. What are you doing? Oi! Stupid Dot. I smashed you with mango. Wait, I smashed you. Stupid. Yeah. Is she here? Am I getting her? I'm getting her, right? How many pylons do you need to shake off here? At a certain point, standing at the Ultra Love urinal, shaking your pylon, it's not just shaking it, you know? They say shake it once, yep, sure. Shaking it twice, no. Or 3 times, you might just be playing with yourself. I think that's how the old lyrics went, and I think that's what Max is doing right now. Raynor is trying to shame him into leaving this game with this beautiful Lurker Hydra Corrupted just picking away at him. Max showing great micro, but he's done for. He's cornered, and it's just a matter of time. Those Lurkers getting very low. He's got a flank from more than one side, though. You can't be just covered in like this, I don't think. Can he do it? Those Lurkers get stormed. They take a lot of damage. Man, there's just so many Lurkers. Rogue is just massing Lurkers on the front like a psycho. He's like, nah, man. Nah, mate. Immortal Storm only counters this if you have a sick flank. Good storms. Massive engagement comes in right now from 2 sides. But the Lurker count is wild. Can Raynor clear it up? The answer appears to be yes. But how many units will he lose in the process? Those last Immortals are getting hammered down. The Oracles and Zealots coming in from the left will just be barely enough, and he breaks it. Raynor with a stunning engagement to clear up the army. Next one's down there, is it? Die! I thought it was dead, so I started going to the next one. Die! Stupid friggin' drop pods. You guys have no defenses in your entire spaceship. Literally everyone starts getting eaten alive and you guys do nothing about it. But that you decide to actually have good defense against? Jesus. You've got really tanky escape pods. You're a bunch of cowards. Didn't realize Protoss are just literally French people. Just retreat and surrender all the time. Jeez. Still haven't seen any aliens move out, interestingly. Guess he's just focused on his macro. But remember, orbitals take forever to build. You got to build one, takes like 70 seconds, then you have to upgrade it for another 35 seconds. It takes minutes of attention. Oh my god! The wombo combo! He just landed a fungal parasitic bomb combo. Got like 2 to 3 medevacs. The rest are in the deep red. With that depot timing? Oh my god. Okay, guys. 3,800. He's almost 4K, guys. I just want to remind you, this player is 4K. Activillain literally has the mechanics of a drunk lemur. The build orders of a mentally impinged doorknob. That's right. Not a regular doorknob. That's too much smarter than Activillain. That's not a fair comparison to the fucking doorknob. I'm telling you, the way this man plays games is he just takes the fucking dumbest idea ever from like a pro match, but then he does it 10 times worse than the pro could ever fathom. The Zergling, Ravager, Swarmer. My man, we're back. Okay, guys, let's get into it, eh? Just literally French people. That's it, man. Ahipig is a GM nipple ring? Yeah. Grand Masturbator, though, not Grand Master is what it stands for. Because I'm a cool guy like that. Thanks, Fastabator, for the sub before. Appreciate you. Cruel Crew Cut. I thank you. Alright, guys, we got Trigger in the bottom right side of the map. And if you're going to punch up and beat the incumbent favorite, the Beast, then you want to start with a game like that, don't you? Clem now, does he play safer off that? Wouldn't it be cool if Trigger just does the same build? Obviously, it doesn't look like he's going to now, as he's not sending a probe across yet. And you can see he's been speed mining a little bit with some of these workers. You can see the little shifty clickies there. Him and Clem are two of the biggest spammers of this, especially on these further away mineral patches on the diagonal in the middle. Those are some of the ones you can get really good value from. You see Barracks gas starts, and then he says, oh, got a bit of spare APM, might as well shift click them just to stop them from decelerating. You see these guys who aren't being microed down the bottom? You can see they just kind of decelerate as they're getting to the minerals, as they're returning the minerals. Whereas these ones that are getting microed are actually moving back and forth a little bit quicker. So he rallies one onto gas, rallies one from the command center onto gas, makes the guy that built the gas go to the inside before he starts mining. Key bit of micro. The reason we do that, guys, top Terran players, is otherwise the SCV that built the refinery has dibs on mining the first gas, but he takes like 1.5 seconds to hop off the gas and then hop inside it, during which time if you tell him to move away from the gas so that he doesn't take dibs, your other SCVs can already start mining, and then he can get in there for the third trip. So it's just a bit more efficient if you do it that way. Means you can start your Reaper immediately, or Reactor if you're planning to do that. Now, looks like he's going to go Command Center on the low ground. And he's going for Marine first. Question, does he send the Marine down to kill the probe? Or does he try to hide it on the low ground? Oh, he's going to try. Yeah, I think hide it since the probe's running away. Oh, he's going to try and go to the ledge now. So if the probe comes back and Trigger's not looking, he might die to the Marine. Trigger has gone for a Cybercore before Nexus, so he'll be chronoing an Adept out across this map. WTF, that's actually insane. I'm assuming that makes a difference at top levels. To give you guys just a little bit of context on that, herO thinks this stuff is stupid. He's like, dude, yeah, it probably gives you maybe 20 more minerals by the end of the early game. And he specifically said, if you have to do that every game to be competitive at the top, that might be the day I retire. So even Sarah, he's probably kind of joking, but Sarah's like, it just seems like such a dumb, like, is this a strategy game or are we just clicking buttons mindlessly? You know, but it's funny because Trigger and Clem are at the forefront of kids who play so fast, so naturally. And for them, StarCraft is part strategy game, part rhythm game, you know? It's, what's the game where you, like, you got a geometry dash or, like, one of those, like, jumping games or something like that, you know? Essentially, they're playing Flappy Bird while everyone else is thinking they're just playing a real-time strategy. Kept at the front of the base. Yeah, they both love Osu. They do play a lot of Osu. I don't know about Clem these days, but I know Trigger loves Osu and loves playing all sorts of weird games with his custom curses. So you guys can see on Trigger's stream, he'll often have a cursor that fills up like 1/3 of the screen, and it's just like a GIF or some stupid face or something like that. And he will play incredibly high-level StarCraft with it. I'm not really sure why he does this, but somehow I think he thinks it makes him better by practicing with a cursor that's like a giant stupid face or something. Oh, Cyclone's going to come out. He wants to trap the Stalker. Oh, he doesn't quite get the lock on the Marine. Get out of the way. Let the Cyclone go. But Cyclone on its own can't kill this. Ah, second Stalker gets good damage. You can't kill that Cyclone. Yeah, Trigger, though, goes for the Cyclone. Does lose the Adept. Nice micro on both sides. Ooh, early medevac tank. He's going to do a push. There are 2 gates, Blink, and a very quick third. 2-gate Blink Robo is very vulnerable to these sort of early push-outs, but the Marines have already taken a lot of damage. Oh, and Trigger's going to ambush here. Gets himself a few of these Marines. Oh, only one. I thought he'd get a few more there. Now the medevac arrives, which means maybe he'll be able to heal this army up. Oh, the Cyclone. He brings the medevac forward. He didn't let the medevac heal because he specifically didn't want to give up the vision across these sight blockers. Really smart move for Clem. I was like, why is his medevac not healing? But he specifically wanted it to be on move command so he could see over. Gets himself a Stalker kill. He falls back. He said, no, I can't push into this. Trigger's forward presence with the Stalkers is too good. He's going to go 3 barracks, Raven behind it. So Raven will go around the left side of the map probably. Maybe the right. Probably the left, I think, is a good angle. Come in here and harass this base. Maybe sneak around the back to the main as well. I do think you've got a little bit of dead space. I think you can hide an air unit here. You guys tell me. I'm not 100% sure. If there's a Stalker on both sides, can you hide a medevac or a Raven there? I feel like you probably can. But the mineral lines are kind of far away, so not the best position. Third base already almost finished. Charge and Immortals are already on the way. 2 gateways coming in. Bunkers now got a few Marines inside. That is a joke. He actually uses a small circle the vast majority of the time. Yeah, well, when he's playing tournaments and usually he does use a custom cursor. Not like mine. It's like a very small... Is it kind of like... It's almost like a Counter-Strike crosshair, right? Like he uses a little... Is it like a red or green circle, Mr. Big? Mr. Big's a big Trigger fan in the chat. I haven't watched one of Trigger's streams in a while. But I remember it looking quite... Or it's like a laser dot. It's just like a little red dot or something like that. Or a small... orange circle or something. Is it partly see-through, guys? Someone says orange, maybe red. I think it's pink, a small pink circle. Is it partially transparent? It's kind of fuzzy, so you can see under it a bit as well. Interesting. Yeah, I think he figures it just fills up less of his screen or whatever, and it's like, yeah. For a guy, for those who don't know, Osu is a kind of rhythm mouse accuracy training program, or I guess it's like a browser game, right? This wall off. Clem does not want to be dying to any Blink Stalkers today. Very safe opening. Third command center comes up. 4th and 5th barracks. +1 stim and shields are almost finished, but Trigger has had a free pass to 3 base. And now he's got a 4th coming up as well. I don't think you can let Trigger be this greedy. I don't know how you stop him being this greedy. I don't know if you can let him be this greedy. He's going to build a 4th in a moment. Extended Thermal Lance is there. He's already got Charge and Blink. His Forge is the only thing that's been delayed. Look at that. 6-minute 43 4th base. And then he's going to go double Forge next. I think double Forge will start up any moment now. Now, Clem, he doesn't see anything. He hasn't seen the bases. And he sees a big pack of Zealots. So he might think this is either a Zealot Storm style or a Mass Zealot style. And that's not correct. This is a pretty kind of standard build, but notice Trigger's skimped on Blink Stalkers. He's got very few Blink Stalkers, and that allows him to build actual good fighting units. Zealots, Colossus, Immortals, a Sentry for Guardian Shield. This is an amazing army for Trigger. He hasn't squeezed the double Forge in yet, which I'm a little bit questionable of. He's going to build an 8th Gateway and a single Forge to start, and he's waiting with these Zealots. He wants to counterattack. Both sides really vying for map control. A lot of respect for both players. You can tell they've played a lot of practice games together. They have... I believe they've kind of lived together in Korea for short stints practicing as well. They have played 2v2 tournaments on the same team as well. Some Widowmines coming in. Decent splashy there, but the Zealots will partially spread. Oh! Trigger gets on top, kills the tank before anything else happens. Great start. Clem finally does siege up. He's got Marauders and an auto turret on the front line. Should be able to get rid of this Nexus, I believe, but his third base is taking pretty big damage. Marines and Cyclone trying to defend at this base. The SCVs do try to fight at the same time. Army comes forward for Trigger. He does not want to give up that fourth base. He's trying to warp in Zealots. The Bio goes forward. The Colossus doing well. The Immortal finishes off the Siege Tank while the Colossus starts to step back. If he can hold this army, that's a massive hold for Trigger because he's killed 9 SCVs on the other side of the map. The Colossus, though. No, the Colossus goes down. Clem does manage to get one of those big juicies, but units lost tab. Well, it's still 1,400 in favor of Terran. But with the fourth base up, 12 worker advantage. Killing 9 workers. I think this is okay for Trigger. He immediately remakes the Sentry because he knows he needs Guardian Shield. Every battle, Guardian Shield is so important at this level. He's building a third Colossus. Now, that's amazing because he's going to have 3 Colossus against only 2 Vikings popping out for now. So the Viking count will be a bit low. Problem, Trigger's upgrades suck. He's just now starting +1, but Clem's only now going double eBay Armory. So if a second Forge goes down, which I really think Trigger should have started a while ago. Armor upgrades is so good, man. But pro players think armor upgrades are bad in this matchup because Protoss players have a very dumb... Oh, no, Trigger! No, mate, you can't give Clem more than 1 target. He will retarget endlessly. You can only give him 1 option or he will deny your mining forever. Mate, you need to give him 1 target. You can't give him more than 1. Guys, this is the rule. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Clem in PvT. The man can macro flawlessly while retargeting every 0.5 of a second. He's not gonna let it fire. You need to give him 1 target. When you're playing the top Terrans, there's no like, oh, I'll wait for him to make a mistake. It's not gonna happen. You gotta assume just pull everything away and leave a single target, or he will constantly change. Basically, the thing is, as long as he doesn't let it fire, it's not going to reveal itself. That's the problem there. All right. Good Zealot splitting from Trigger. Nice hold position. Zealot, pretty scary army. He's got +1 now. 4th command center is very exposed. Viking gets a good volley, though. Stalker's trying to deal with those Vikings. 1 Viking does go down. 1 Colossus very low. Command center killed. No cancel. No cancel for Clem. No cancel for Clem, guys. Clem's going for 2-2, but he doesn't have Ghosts out yet. He's got 2 Starports making Vikings as well. Trigger's finding really crucial damage in this window. The lack of +2 or a second Forge means he doesn't have a lot of longevity. He is committing hard right here, right now. Trigger says, it's go time, baby. I gotta find damage, but he doesn't want to overcommit. And that Colossus, the orange hit point Colossus, is way too far in front on its own. Vikings get another good volley off. Another Colossus shields go bye-bye. Zealot Stalker's going to go ham, man. The mineral line will take big damage. These Zealots need to pull back. The Zealots are way too far forward. The Colossus gets a big hit on the SCVs. 21 workers go down. Trigger needs to get out of here. I think Clem can maybe chase him and jump on this army. Clem just lost 21 workers. He needs a good fight. Trigger staying here is very ambitious. +2 and an Immortal has started. A 10th gateway as well. Still 4 bases mining. Trigger's taking a 5th base behind this as well. You can see he's sending a probe out there right now. That Nexus is starting. Nice Colossus micro on the War Prism. Ooh, the Prism does get snapped, but these Colossus are trading really well on the retreat, man. Like, Trigger's army is getting overwhelmed. The supply is good for Clem, but I'm amazed how many units he's picking off on the way home. Now, this Colossus needs to get out of that. Colossus would have been really bad. He does recall that. And overall, 4,000 better trading for Clem. And he's got a 4th command center come out. He's fine. I can't believe he's fine. He's just traded so much better in army versus army that it doesn't matter. I think he's okay with his second Forge being so late. Dude, this is such a cheap... This is like the biggest crime in top Protoss play right now. I get they want to push hard, but like a second Forge and a +1 armor upgrade, it costs so little, man. You're going to have like 3 Zealots less in your army. I really feel... I feel very passionately about this. I get he was only on 3 gas for a while. He's just gone up to these extra 2 gases in the last few minutes. But I feel like that's the big upgrade that just gets so slept on, man. Finally starts up now. Those Zealots just disappear too quickly, man. The modern Viking is more microable than the old one. 25 minerals cheaper as well these days. It's insanely good at dealing with Colossus. I know a lot of pro-Europeans talk about the Colossus being a bit too good, though, in this matchup, which I definitely feel it's very good, but I mean, it's only because the players are so good at guarding it and microing it with Warp Prisms and stutter stepping. I feel like in the current balance of the game, I guess maybe it's my view is stilted because I watch too many Clem games, but I feel like even when I watch like what I've loved about, was it Classic the other day or herO? I think it was Classic, was just going to Colossus and then pivoting Disruptor Storm. And that felt like it was really good for like baiting an overcommitment into Vikings. I did enjoy that a lot. All right, Zealot Stalker on the left side. He's going to dive the Planetary. Clem's out of position. The Zealots will automatically attack the SCVs that are repairing these days. That's one of the better changes they had ever added to StarCraft 2. Prism's going to get focused down. Vikings will clear the Colossus. And it's a big base snipe, but he's losing so many units. Fire. I'm surprised Clem's not stimming after this army. I guess he doesn't want to throw too many hit points away before the fight starts. Whoa, a lot of Vikings come from behind. The Disruptor goes down. The Vikings are going to say, okay, we probably shouldn't trade out purely against Zealots here. Clem will clear the army, but this is a 5-base Protoss. Oh, he hasn't transferred workers. Okay. Worker count's not that big. Only 69 workers. Trigger's supply is a bit small. Oh, good ball. Buys himself some time there. Remember, guys, we recently saw an interview, just a little clip posted on social media from Basilisk, where they said, what's the most underrated unit right now in StarCraft? Trigger said the Disruptor. Thinks people are sleeping on the Disruptor right now. Said it's not crazy good, but it's definitely underrated by pro players who think it's garbage. Ooh, Zealot's getting jumped on as well. Zealot Stalker coming forward. That was a really bad fight for Trigger. That was a really bad fight. He just got so many units caught. Right when he's gone like double upgrades, double robo, he just threw away like a massive gateway units and oh no, he let him get the position. For those who don't know, Liberator there is untouchable unless you build a Stargate, which means Trigger is losing all the mining on his 4th base for now. That is a disaster. Only the gases. It's one of the worst spots on this map. A lot of Terrans still not taking advantage of it, but Clem does that almost every game on this map. And with the Liberator on the right side, when did that Lib come in? When he was losing the fight in the middle, guys? Is that why he was distracted, maybe? Oh, yeah, I think it was because he loves this. So you might wonder, why does he send a medevac? The medevac has more vision. They nerfed the Lib's vision. The medevac can stand in front to spot, and the Lib can sit on the edge, and you can't reach it without a Stargate. So this is why you'll see me every game I play this map, because this is the best 4th of Zerg. I build 2 spores, one here, because they always try to fly a Lib down the side, and I can kill it with 2 spores. 1 spore it can get past, 2 it cannot. But you need those things. So he just flies right there, and the Zealots get caught, the Disruptor gets caught. Oh, everything went to hell in a handbasket so quickly here. Pretty good high-pressure game for Trigger. I do like the way he kept the pressure on Clem. I wonder if there was a chance to maybe do a few more little Zealot run-bys in the natural or like a Prism in the back at all. It feels like he says, look, Clem's way too good with his Vikings. Prisms in the back aren't that big. We've got to focus on getting momentum and then just hitting the front. And he almost breaks him, but Clem holds on. Let him. Or get the Liberator. In ZVT, you should not be letting the Lib there. And a lot of top Zergs let it get there. For Protoss, it's much harder. Because you're not going to be building cannons on the side of the map at that stage of the game. I mean, if you're on 5 base, you should build cannons there. But, yeah. It's obviously... you can stop it if you see the Lib coming. You have map vision. You spot it with anything out there. You can warp in Stalkers in time. But if you only see it when it's flying over the base, nah, there's no way you're going to stop it. Should blame the map maker? I mean, no. Because they could easily fix... I'm sure the map maker has already made a fix to it. Maras, the legend she is. And I'm sure anyone else, any other map maker could do it. And I'm sure there's people who are going, oh, we've already got a fix for that. We fixed it. There's a little area here. Slight change to the map. Just makes this Lib a bit less obnoxious. That being said, I'm not there going, oh, we need this right now. I don't mind there being little imbalances like this on their own. What I don't like in current StarCraft 2 is when we have these little imbalances with Blizzard being as shit as they are, we might not get a new ladder map pool for a long time, which is pretty gross. I'm playing ladder map pool for Pigfest. Yeah. Then you veto the map, says anything? Yeah, I mean, in a tournament, if you've got... The thing is, Winter Madness is one of the most balanced maps. So it's unfortunate that it is on that map. So you wouldn't want to be using a veto on that when there's maps that are much clearer you know, advantage to the other races compared to that. But it is, I think, a decent candidate for a Stargate opening. If there's a map where you want it, you're thinking maybe I should mix an Oracle or a Phoenix opening into a matchup. That's the map I think that should bump up your kind of reason to do it by like 50%. So I think people should be playing a bit more Stargate on that map. But most top pros aren't keen on Stargate right now in the matchup. Tedster, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate you, dude. Welcome to the Pigsty. Thank you so much. Yo, it's the first stream I've been able to catch. I love your Bronze to GM Proton series. I've been learning a lot. What's your favorite unit for that race? That's how you talk, San Holo Q. Silly head. No, thanks for dropping by. I don't know why I'm reading your comment like that. Thanks for dropping by, dude. I'm glad Bronze to GM's been helping out. Favorite unit for Protoss? My most spammed unit is the Zealot for sure. I do love disruptors, man. Like I'm still sad disruptors don't one-shot stuff, but when I use them, I still enjoy dropping disruptors on people. Though people are so good at dodging them these days, if I'm playing with high ping, it can get a little frustrating. It can get a little frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. I get pretty triggered by playing high ping with how good everyone is at dodging disruptors these days. I'm like, God damn it. Like, if I at least had low ping, I could adapt to it, but it's really hard. It's a kind comment. Thank you, Elitish. All right, guys, we're going on to the map of the people who love a lot of feet. 10,000 feet. I think this map's made by Killer Smile, right, guys? I've realized that Killer Smile actually makes so many good maps. Lots of really good maps. Because I think Killer Smile made Mothership as well, right? I think they've got 2 maps in this season's ladder pool. And I was just talking the other day, because I was looking at a lot of maps, seeing if there's anything experimental we could use in upcoming tournaments. I think Pigfest, we're just going to use a normal ladder pool, because we don't have a lot of lead time on it to test things. But I think for Pigasaur, I'm going to see if Stego's open to us using a bunch of different maps, because I think if we wait for Blizzard to change the ladder pool and the season pool, we'll probably end up playing the same maps for a year and a half, and it'll get really stale. So I was looking at different maps, and I realized that maps, yeah, he's made a lot of maps that are unique, and they kind of push the game into weird spaces without feeling grossly overpowered. Now don't get me wrong. People, my Zerg high-level friends are probably pretty mad at me. They're like, oh, you like 10,000 feet in Mothership? And I'm like, well, don't get me wrong. I do think they're probably a little weak for Zerg, but close enough that I don't think you look at it and you go, oh, it's an instant veto. Oh, it's so bad I can't win. Like, and I think it creates really interesting gameplay. Like Mothership, for instance, is one of those maps where you can your bases are so spread out and exposed and hard to defend, but it's really long push paths for your opponent to get to you. So it's like it's hard to defend these spread out bases, but your opponent also has to commit really far out onto the map and open themselves up to counterattacks to push them, which creates like a really interesting dynamic. Like I think if you're watching Mothership, especially when it's not Clem playing, it looks really balanced. When Clem's playing TVZ on Mothership, it kind of looks broken. But Clem kind of has that effect in a lot of games and a lot of maps, doesn't he? Here on 10,000 feet, I think this map, this base here is a bit difficult. I love taking this base as my third because it's really hard for them to Hellion harass. And then you can like run roaches across the map with like, you know, very little warning. And I play a lot of tricky builds on this map. I think playing, I played a Protoss game on this map the other day. And someone did siege a tank across there. And it was quite hard to deal with, but as a guy who likes to Zealot counterattack, I kind of like people sieging up in these weird spots and me just running around and countering. Trigger's never really a charge first guy. I don't know if Trigger ever plays Stargate either, to be fair. I do think Stargate's a good choice for Winter Madness, knowing that there is that lib spot that's going to be abused most games. Isn't Mothership excellent for Zerg? Not really, no. I mean, the bases are spread out, which is good for Zerg in late game to snipe bases, but like, it's really hard for the Zerg to defend from like drops and multi-prong and prisms and things. I'd say Mothership's one of those like really balanced maps, but I think it's probably different depending on who you talk to. You guys let me know if you hear a pro say otherwise. I'd love to hear it. No, I'm not constantly asking pros all these questions. Clem hides the Reaper, comes in a bit late, but loses it for just a single probe. And the Stalker gets an SCV and gets out as well. Nice opening here for Trigger. Pig, what if you had a different mixture of maps and then the top rated maps from the groups became the playoff map pool? Too complicated. And same issue. We don't want to mess up groups either. Groups are still very brutal in Pigfest. Very competitive groups. So got to still give them the most competitive setting we can. See if he's going to pull away. Don't think this Adept escapes, but does waste a lot of time. And actually, is he going to track it? Clem's going to track it with the Hellion. Get back here. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Let's take out the Adept. Robo and quick 4 gas after third. Whoa! Why does Trigger think he's so safe? Guys, is he just going to drop a Robo Bay in the next 3 seconds? Is this like one of these really fast Robo Bay builds? Or he could go Storm off this as well, right? Either way, it's splash damage early. Yeah, look at that, guys. Third gate and a Robo Bay at 4.5 minutes. Wow. Estrella used to love these builds. A mixture of really fast tech and a well-timed third. This third is like so fast. Man, that's crazy. Just a handful of Stalkers to defend. Raven's going to come around that right side. Pylon will spot this very early on. Now, on this map, you got to worry about this ledge. This ledge up here is the really annoying area where Terran drops mines and stuff. Stalkers are in the position. I think they should be on the high ground, though. Ah, he's not defending his natural. Trigger. Watch out, mate. That Raven could cause trouble. Stims on the way. Shields. +1. He's going to move to the front. I think this is a distraction. I think he just wants to move out. Siege up here or something like that. Doesn't have scan energy, does he? He's got scan energy now. He's going to scan that observer. You could tell by the way he moved his army back and forth. He knew he was being watched. He was waiting for the scan energy. But now it's a bit harder for Trigger to know. Is that army unsieging and moving to the left? Water turret comes in, doesn't get any kills. Trigger, very smooth response. Oh, that was pretty crisp. Don't see that every day. Raven, though, on this map, you got free, easy access to all 3 bases. Protoss never knows where you're going to come from. It was Trigger against Beyond, guys, wasn't it? The game where he won on White Rabbit or something, where Beyond had a Raven that killed like 32 workers. And he refused to build shield batteries, and he refused to do anything. He just tries to pull probes. Trigger makes StarCraft as hard as it can possibly be. This is why I say never copy a guy like Trigger or Clem. They're so fast that they basically... And the thing is, this is more optimal because you can put that money elsewhere right now and get more of a lead to the point where you're far enough ahead you don't care about it. Because, yes, cumulative losses at the end of the game sound like a lot, but if you use that money to get an earlier 10 probes and an earlier bigger army out, you don't really care about this. As long as you feel like the APM stress isn't going to have a big negative effect. Oh, good scan. Gets rid of the observer, the Urubu. Oh, no, he just pushed the Urubu around. It got kind of bruised there. Be careful, Clem. Urubu, who are you? Does build a shield battery in the main. He's actually caving and building one in the main in natural this time, just a bit later. Which I think is perfectly fine, because he's lost very few. Only 3 probes in total. Only 2 to the Raven. Bit of mining time as well. Here we go. Zealots, go, go, go. If that Colossus can land hits on the Marines, Clem's in trouble. Good pullback. Oh, the Colossus go forward and force the siege. Only takes 1 tank shot. That was a really good micro by Trigger. If he kept chasing, his Zealots were going to start getting gunned down while his Colossus and Stalkers were kind of dragged behind. But 4th base goes down, and he's in a brilliant position. 7 gates, +1 attack is way faster this game as well. Clem, yeah, looking very fearful. Clem is really not doing anything to put Trigger on the ropes, is he? He's giving Trigger a lot of respect. This is 3 games into the series, and I don't feel like he's done anything out there. Clem's got to be careful not to become too predictable in this series. He's doing almost the exact same thing he did last game, and don't get me wrong, he came back and won. Trigger's a very good player. I don't think you can just do the same thing every game against him, because it will be very predictable, and the onus is on you here to not make any mistakes with his style. But this, I do like the Widowmine drop mixing in. That's really cute. That's really cute, because he's got Widowmine and Raven harass. Now, obviously, Raven hasn't done anything, because the shield battery's everywhere. 4th base is now there. Still not many probes, though. Making High Templar, I'd love to see him feed back some of these things, but I think it's just Archons. Ghosts are not out yet, guys. You have a Ghost Academy, right? Oh, no Ghost Academy. Actually, the Ghosts are a bit slower this game. Ghosts are definitely a bit slower. Did the Urubu get killed? I know it got bullied before. It got pushed around by the army. This Urubu is still here. Just having a peck at the ground. Not the smartest place to look for seeds. This reminds me of the pigeons in my neighborhood, guys. They have 0 survival instincts. This is an all-in. He's waiting for +1. He all-ins in 10 seconds. Oh god, Clem has no idea. Guys, we're on Clem's camera. Clem has no idea. Clem has no idea. He needs his Marauders in front, his Marines behind, and he needs his army further in front of his siege tanks. He needs his army further in front. His Marines are exposed. Clem not watching. The tanks are going to get taken out. He needed to engage further out front so that he could protect the tanks. The tanks, one of them goes down. One of them does survive. Ooh, Colossus. Can he get rid of the Colossus? Oh, he's got to be careful about chasing into that arc on Colossus Splash. 1 tank survived. 11 workers do go down. +2 starts. 3 more gateways as well. It's going to be 10 gates, 4 bases. Still not the biggest worker count. This is very much how Koreans play. Trigger is playing Korean style, like Zaun style PvT. I'm going to stop at 69 workers, and I'm just going to make this army, and I'm going to keep attacking. But Clem is a master of defending this style. And I don't know, man. It does feel a little simplistic. And as I see the first attack get held, I always think, well, is this really the right way to play against him? Oh, turrets are going to take out the cannon. Starting a new cannon, that's a free kill. Cancels it, though, reactively. And loses a couple probes. Cannon and a battery together should be enough. Never seen a PvT where a cannon in each mineral line wouldn't be worth it. Well, if you play a different build, it actually is worth it. If you play an early Forge and you skip the Robo, you build a safety cannon in each mineral line because you don't have observers, number one, and you don't have as much map vision, so you're not going to see things coming, so it gives you a really good stopgap. So there is a build you can do that. Now, Ozprotus is discussing this in chat, saying, well, it's worth it if it saves you losing 15 probes. Actually, no. If you spend 450 minerals at a crucial point when you could have built another Nexus or another 10 probes with that money, it's worth way more then than it is 15 probes later. We'll talk more about that later, though, because Trigger gets that Prism in the back door. This is the ledge you always have to watch out for on this map. Zealots are up there in the main base. He's going to drop in the natural as well. Dude, the Prism is so annoying on this ledge on this map. You've got to put a turret down here and a turret here. Otherwise, they can just be a massive nuisance. 21 workers. Oh, Clem was just getting to the point where he's fully established. And this is the question I was asking in the last game. Is it maybe worth getting a Prism in there? Was he giving Clem too much respect by just only attacking the front? I think the answer is yes. Because we just had an answer there. Clem left himself open. 21 workers go down. If he left Clem for another minute, Clem has 2 ship weapons, 3 more barracks, and all that sort of stuff. I think the question you guys have to remember is, even in the game where he lost 30 probes, I think it was still decent for Trigger because he lost those over like 8-9 minutes, and those later losses really weren't worth that much. Early damage matters a lot, but if you do a bit of a greedy build like an early Forge, a cannon is actually a good part of the build. Estrella did that really well. Funny thing, I remember he played against Beyond, and Beyond would just avoid the cannon range and still get decent damage though, which I was really impressed by Beyond's adaptability. Oh, Viking's gonna get a Colossus? Clem's fine. Oh my gosh! Oh, so risky. But I guess Clem knows. I mean, that wasn't like a fraction. There was still 0.2, 0.3 of a second left till that detonated, and for Clem, that's an eternity. Trigger's going armor upgrades only now, and plasma shields. He's so slow to get armor upgrades. This is absolutely a mistake for Trigger, and I'm gonna go out and say I know he's playing a tempo style. He wants to keep the pressure on Clem, but I think he left that too long. The armor upgrade. I think he's got to squeeze these armor upgrades in early. There's no way being down 1 or 2 zealots matters that much. Colossus say bye-bye, which means he has no splash damage, like 1 disruptor and 3 archons, which will never get a chance to really fire. Not enough. The disruptor goes down. He does have double robo disruptor. I think once you're at this point, you may be worth going triple robo and potentially Psy Storm as well. But the question is, what's your late game plan? I imagine Trigger falls into the kind of category of most Protoss players. He doesn't have one. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of Trigger's late game, guys. You know, I've been pretty disrespectful towards Protoss' end game plans recently. But if there's ever a time to improve your end game, it's when Terran's turtling to end game every single game. And that's really something a lot of Protoss players could work on improving. The top players really need to work on it. We've seen Max, Pax, and herO both take very half-hearted attempts at doing a Tempest Siege with Storm and cannons and batteries outside the opponent's base, but you'll notice Trigger was never playing to the late game. He doesn't have the bank we often see in this scenario. He's still playing a mid-game style. I think those armor upgrades, those EMPs hitting his army, just being so powerful. Clem is miles ahead on paper, even though his work account's down a little bit. He's got 3 orbitals only, but he's got more command centers coming up. Caduceus Reactor, +2 ship weapons for the Libs that are going to come out. Lib range will really help secure the position as well. What are the Protoss endgame comps? Well, you can do a carrier surprise A move. Doesn't work very well against Clem. He used to lose to it a bit, so he's really good against it because he got angry after losing to it a bunch and basically got good against it. But normally you build Cannon, Battery, Tempest, and Storm. And you siege the Terran with the massive cannons outside their base. A few Disruptors mixed in can be really nice as well. Look at this. Army's just going to get jumped on. Trigger had no bank. He's trying to go to that late game army now, but he's doing it too late as a last resort. He's already lost so many units, so good chance he just gets pushed in now with no Storm to cover his retreat. Trying to rebuild Colossus. They've just been getting hammered by the Vikings. I mean, Colossus are, I think, near worthless in this stage of the game. DTs run in, kill a mule or two. They don't get much else. Chat says Disruptors do nothing against Clem, apparently. It's not true. They just cost a lot of supply. They're not the end-all, be-all. If you're far enough ahead, they're a really good way of just getting damage. They shoot faster now. People forget that. I'm not saying they're nearly as good as they once were. They're definitely not. Great Storm. But just forcing him to dodge in of itself is something. Like, Corrosive Bile doesn't land that much, but it's still doing something. Every time you force your opponent to move around and dodge, it is achieving things. Colossus going to siege the sensor tower. Disruptor roaming. Oh, he got stuck with his building. Nice Disruptor shot, taking advantage of the command center choke point. Clem with a bit of a doo-doo there. Bit of a mistake. He literally just let Clem build his army while he was nearly maxed. Hard to find a way in, man. His earlier attacks did not go well enough for him. And you can see the trading here. Pretty bad. Disruptors are decent. But this is not really a Disruptor army. This is a few Disruptors, a few Colossus, a few High Templar. Trigger's trying to use a bit of everything. And if he beats Clem at this stage of the game, I will be massively impressed. Because he's trying to do the... This is like what a lot of pros try to do, where they just try to dodge EMPs and drop Disruptors and Storms, or the Tempest pick at you. But the moment the EMPs land on the High Templar and you don't have any Storm, Clem can stim and A-move you. Like, that's the last Storm in this army. Oh, he's got another Storm, maybe? No, not quite. Disruptor does cover his retreat. But yeah, it's lucky that Trigger's escaping it all here. Disruptor going out. Stalker's trying to defend. Loses Tempest, loses Colossus. So you need to get the lead in the mid game, and rather than throwing army at Clem, you need to get a big bank and build mass cannon out here with lots of splash damage backing it up. And then you have like 6 to 8 Tempest sieging him. And it's one of the most painful ways to play because it's very slow. But there's not much Terran can do about it if you do it properly. And if you have that lead in the mid game, which we're often seeing Protoss players get because Clem's just so turtly. But in this game, remember, Trigger's lead was in army supply, not workers. Oh, good distraction with the Zealots. Clem with a rare mistake pulls his whole army out of position for a few Zealots. That was a big mistake, but he's got 6 orbitals and a new command center floating out straight away. And these Vikings bullying him. Colossus takes a big few shots. A couple ghosts do wander in and go down. A Tempest falls. That Colossus still alive on like 1 hit point, I think. Yep, it's a 1 hit point Colossus. 1 hit point Colossus. Oh my god, how is it still alive? It finally goes down with no Storm and Disruptors to stop. Here we go. Energy recharge from the left. He's going to try and come in with a flanking Storm, but single Storm on its own is not enough, even though Clem eats a lot of it. And the units lost time exceptionally one-sided. As I said, Trigger is not trying to play late game. He's going here as plan C or plan D. I also think the Colossus in the late game army is one of the worst things you can do. They are dead weight against the Vikings. Once you're going Tempest, your opponent's always going to build a lot of Vikings. I know the reason is because people feel they're the only way to deal with the 125 hit point Colossus, but it's just not worth 6 supply. The Colossus just doesn't do enough damage quickly enough. And if you kill all the Vikings, you know, I think it's worth rebuilding a few of them, but he's never cleared all the Vikings. So by rebuilding Colossus constantly, I think he's just gifting free, easy targets to Clem. Not the most exciting late game in TVP, guys, but it is what it is. Yeah. I mean, Trigger just what I like about Trigger's style, I'm not as frustrated watching this as I am. Because the thing is, he tried to win in the mid game. He could have maybe kept pushing a bit harder. Maybe multi-prong with like a Prism on the right side after that first one got in. Or pivot into Disruptors a little bit harder and really try to shove with the Disruptors. But what I really get annoyed at is the Protoss players who go 85 probes, bank 10,000 resources, and then don't commit to the cannon battery Tempest, right? For Trigger, he's never had bank. He's never had the money to go for that cannon battery Tempest siege, so it's much more understandable here. DTs come in, 11 SCVs go down. Clem's not too concerned. He's got 6 orbitals. +0. I mean, no, you can't go carriers from here. Like Trigger's been way behind going to late game. He's got +2 actually, which I'm surprised he did that. But you need to, if you're going to do carriers, you've got to do like a 7 Stargate swap where you very patiently wait for a fight and then you hard swap into like 7 or maybe even 10 Stargate carry. Like you need to basically surprise him with the carriers, catch them with like a lot of Marauders and Liberators and things that aren't really designed to face that army. The carrier swap is absolutely a surprise tactic against someone of Clem's caliber. Against a lesser Terran, you can make carriers work if you've got good micro and the Terran's not well practiced against it, but Clem's played quite a few games against carriers and he hasn't really shown much weakness to it. Classic tried it against him a few times and he shut it down pretty hard. Lib's trying to siege to the right. Storm does nothing. On its own, it does nothing. For sure, it just buys time on its own. That's why you have cannons, batteries, tempests, and storms. If your opponent's chasing you through storms while tempests shoot at them, that's where storm's effective. Problem with this army is it's got no staying power. There's no punish. If you chase this army, all you really have to worry about is 2 or 3 High Templar. And as long as you dodge avoid those storms, the army just gets jumped on, right? That's why you really need to have that big mid-game bank advantage to make that work. How's the new Storm looking? A lot of people think it's better in the mid-game, but I think everyone agrees it's worse in the end game because the damage output's not as high. Dude! Clem! Clem just threw his army into the disruptors! What's he doing? What the hell was that? Clem just crapped his pants! He just, I don't know why he was out here in the first place, but he just ate 2 giant disruptors. Trigger's gonna win this game. Oh my god, Trigger just basically was trying to be annoying. Clem, he literally he got lazy. He was crushing Trigger so hard he got lazy. We will be replaying that whole sequence at the end of this game. I watched so many boring PvTs. Even Clem got bored. There's no other excuse for what he just did other than he just let his guard down. He's going to nuke that right side base. He just threw away so much army. Vikings come forward. Ooh, decent Viking. Oh, he goes too far, though. Goes too far. Does get another Tempest, though. Gotta be careful, man. The Stalkers will pick you off. Nuke's going to clear a few cannons. Probes and Zealots do pull away, but now he can shift-click the probes, which is not a bad way to do it. Look at this. Yep. He's like, all right, let's go. Shift-click. Does he not shift-click? Wait, does Clem not know how to shift-click, guys? He keeps looking back at this and manually targeting them. What the heck? That is so weird. Any other pro shift-clicks those probes, makes sure it's not in their army control group, and looks elsewhere. Clem looked at his army, looked back at it, targeted another probe. Looked back at his army, looked back at it, targeted. This is how, like, it's so effortless for Clem to multitask. He doesn't even use shift when, like, anyone else would use shift. Zealot Templar run by. Clem's still got a giant army rebuild, so he should still be able to win the game, but like now he's in a more fragile spot. There's no planetary, so the bottom left is always vulnerable to Zealot run-bys. And he doesn't have a huge bank to rebuild. He's still in a good spot, I think, but his army's also pretty damaged. His Vikings are half landed on the ground, which I don't think is correct. Oh, he came in with a flanking ghost, but there's still 5 High Templar with energy up there and 2 on the right side. Disruptor goes out on the right side. Time Warp goes down. Do not chase through Time Warp. He's chasing through Time Warp and Storm. I mean, the Vikings are doing good damage, but holy moly. Clem's got an Omega Stiffy and it just jams it and it might just work out. Man just chased through friggin' Time Warp Storm. No F's given. Tempest and the Mothership just no match for 17 Vikings. He only lost 5 Vikings there. Got rid of all the Tempest Mothership. And you can see how the Storm against air units especially, even though it covers a bigger area, which is really nice, it's just a bit lower impact with a lower DPS than it used to have in his late game battles. Dude, Clem's micro is so good. Sorry, guys. Normally, damaged health bars is not this ugly, but there's just so many damaged units on the screen. There's so many, and Clem is just refusing to get hit by storms, chasing with this army, running around. So we always talk about storms in late game and what their function is. Great Liberator on the left. The goal of storms is to stop the Terran being able to just YOLO forwards and jump on you. That's why they need to come from multiple angles, so they can't easily be EMP'd. And you just keep coming in with a High Templar from the side and just landing a storm. And another High Templar comes to the other side and it storms. And that's kind of where the big giant spread of High Templar is really good. Also, having cannons is really good because they are detection without supply cost, which is really necessary against late game cloak. Because otherwise, they just start bullying you. If your observer dies or it's a bit too far back, they come forward, they ghost snipe, the EMP, and they really smash. So, yeah, Clem tried to throw that game, but he wasn't quite able, guys. Let's take a look at that fight again. So here at 20 minutes, Clem decided to split his army. A little bit unnecessarily, I would say, especially with how big the split was. But he was like, yeah, whatever, let's do it. And then he says, wait a second. You think you're coming back to hunt my army? I'm going to actually close the trap on you. So he comes forward, tries to run away from those units there on that side. Gets on top of these. He does walk through Storm, and he even siege... Oh my god, that Storm actually did so much damage as well. He eats an entire Storm on the right side. He's still fine here. Until... Watch this beauty. He cloaks, goes forward. This is the sniper, the High Templar I was talking about. And he's like, cool, your army doesn't have Storm, therefore it's bad. Trigger shouts, balls! Drops trousers, turns around, tucks that Frau upside down, and gives him the old ball-tastic explosion to the face. Zealots charge on top. And that was a really bad fight. Really bad fight for Clem. But still ends up having enough money to recover, survive against the counter, and win the game. GG, well played. Trigger, I don't think wants to go to late game again in this series. Thanks, you want to uninstall? I mean, it's just, you're just not going to win at that stage, man. Just like Trigger's army was not the correct, it was not the correct setup. You got to throw some more splash, and you've got to bring the splash in for more of a spread. But at that stage, Terran is broken. Like, everybody knows this. Terran players know this. Protoss players know this. Especially with Clem's control. Like, there's no arguing that. Just remember, no one does that properly at our level, right? Keep that in mind. Was the last patch... Did it do two very unnecessary, unasked for dumb changes? Yes. The Ghost 25 hit points and the Viking discount, I think, are both entirely unnecessary in my opinion. But it is what it is. He had his chances in the mid game, and I think he definitely could have won that game. Trigger's playing pretty well, man. I think right now there is still too big of a strength for Protoss in the mid game. But remember that Terran's endgame strength is obscene in the hands of Clem. I've seen a lot of other Terran players still lose late game, even at the pro level, because they're not Clem. So just keep in mind, Clem, like late game, end game especially, is quite Terran favored. But it only really shows up in its most disgusting form when Clem's playing. When anyone else is playing, it's not the case. All right, guys, Trigger in the bottom left side. Clem in the top right on Old Republic. Excellent couple of games there for Clem. And on this map, I feel like he's just going to turtle again. I think it's really about how Trigger stops Clem doing the same thing he's doing every game. And we were talking about it a bit. Like, don't get me wrong. We all know Terran is a bit... we're talking about balance there. Some people are very angry about, obviously, and it does look kind of silly, those late game fights. Some people will point out, like, you know, the Storm DPS getting nerfed. It's like one of the few reliable damage sources in late game, so it really hurts Protoss. And yeah, I've been saying for a while, losing that in end game is an issue. But it's 25 hit point buff on Ghosts, entirely unnecessary. Especially when it went back to 2 supply from 3 in the same patch, and the Viking got a 25 mineral buff. There's like a lot of changes that went down that aren't necessary. That being said, for my games, when I'm playing both Protoss and Terran, I still tend to win more with Protoss than Terran when we play late game. And I think that should be the experience for a lot of players out there on the ladder, because thankfully the control that Clem does is very difficult to pull off. Very, very, very difficult. I'm not saying the late game Protoss army is an easy piece of cake either. But yeah, I'm a big fan of, like, often I do very well with just Storm, Disruptor, well upgraded Zealots in the late game. And that mid game, oh, it's a good time for Protoss. There's a lot of things you can run away with. I think for Trigger, the biggest things I want to see is an earlier second Forge. I think it's a travesty that he's not got +2 armor. His Zealots are just disappearing way too quickly, and that's such a big pain. I'd also like to see him activate a Guardian Shield and manually try to move that Sentry forward to keep it in range of the Zealots as much as possible. Because it's doing stuff, but it would just be really nice to not just block some Viking damage, but also a lot of the Marine Marauder damage. The other thing I'd really like to see is, yeah, I don't really want to see you go to late game on this map. It's giant. You can do Cannon Battery Tempest Storm on this map. If you do that, you probably need to build it like out here. You could try from this ridge, but it's a bit far away from the base. It's kind of hard to siege. If you siege from here, you'd have to siege forward this way. I don't think Trigger's going to do it either way. Reaper gets a probe. Does he pay with his life? Oh, he does! That's 2 games in a row. Clem's been losing his Reaper. Makes the early game much harder. PVT is 28%. Oh, that's rough, dude. What style are you playing? Are you doing Blink into Colossus, or are you playing like Storm Zealot, or what? For me, I'm still like my Oracle into Zealot style is still doing really, really well. But I was playing a bit of a bunch of Blink recently when I did my Hero Challenge 2 weeks ago, and that was really fun. Because I was always trying to do like Zealot Adept Pressure, and then I was trying to YOLO with Blink Stalkers a bit more, and the games were very chaotic, but really fun. My main advice whenever you're stuck in PvT is more Zealots and more upgrades for those Zealots and more mineral focus. Even if you open Blink, you can still open Blink and play like a double Forge Zealot after. I think it's one of the most powerful styles, and most Terrans really struggle with it. The thing you got to watch out for at the moment is Banshees are pretty popular. So if you are playing one of those greedy mineral focus builds, sorry, I really should commentate this. Adept goes down. Who wins? Yeah, I think that was good defense, honestly. I think a lesser Terran takes a lot of damage, but not losing the Stalker, you only traded your Adept, I think you're totally fine. And, once again, super quick third Nexus. Clem has put no fear in Trigger. This is what I was talking about, guys. He's put no fear in him. No fear in him at all. You can't take this third constantly like this unless you really feel you can get away with something. I also think SCV pools can be good against this style, but look how fast he goes 4 gas after as well. He's going to go quick splash damage again. Yeah, I go Colossus, never Stargate, Storm only later. I think Colossus are just... Colossus are really good for pro players, and they can work very well for average Joes, but you really need to like focus on your timing attacks and your stutter step micro. And I just am not that good at either of those things. So I try not to focus on it. Oh, guys, he gets rid of the medevac there and both Widowmines. Yes, he loses a Stalker, but only 1 probe. That's a good shutdown for Trigger. That removes Clem's presence other than a single Hellion, which is not really a serious threat. And he knows he's ahead, so he drops a Forge. It's not, last time it was 3rd gate and a Robot. This time it's a Forge. His Forge keeps getting earlier and earlier, which I can only hope means he gets a 2nd Forge earlier as well. I think Trigger's realizing, like, Clem's just in this, like, very vanilla turtle mode of Terran, and I need to really get a bit more of an edge earlier. Yeah, I would advise delay your splash damage. Even if you want to play Colossus, I really think you should try to win PvT without splash damage, because that's the big thing. For players who have mental blocks in PvT or just a matchup deficiency, I say just start trying to win without using splash damage for a while. And because even when I'm playing pros and I get ahead with my like greedy Zealot builds, usually the way I lose is trying to go splash damage too early. Whereas if I just double down on chronoing upgrades and go straight to 3-3, and I take 5 bases and just like 16 gateways of Zealots with some Blink Stalkers, I can almost always win with that. And I've had really close games with like quite a few pro gamers with that style. Even gave Cure a run for his money one time in one game. Managed to, of course, beat Beyond in that one map. Should have really won the other game in that series as well. But Gateway Man style is really good because it teaches you to use your Zealots a lot better. That's what most players are missing against Terran. It's kind of like when a Zerg player is stuck defending all game. and they complain that Terran just gets to go first and attack all the time. And I always go like, oh, you've forgotten about how good Ling Bane run-bys are. So a lot of Zergs will send Ling Bane run-bys in, but if it doesn't kill a lot of stuff and trade efficiently, they think it's a waste. I guarantee you the Terran makes so many mistakes. Every time you do a Ling Bane run-by or click a few Zealots in a base, the Terran misses a depot, misses mules, misses SCVs, misses an upgrade. Like, and so if you just keep clicking like 2 Zealots in the third, 2 Zealots in the natural, wait for their army to move out, 10 Zealots attack the natural. Same thing with Ling Bane. Just click a few Zerglings and Banes in every now and then. It forces a much higher APM cost from your opponent than what you have to use. And that's one of the biggest disadvantages Terran has, is it's hard to like do all the things correctly as Terran. So that's what you want to take advantage of. Because Terran, I think a good simple way to summarize Terran, you guys let me know if you agree with this, is good cancel on the 4th, by the way. And I will commentate the game from now on. Sorry about this. Just want to help some people in chat at the same time. If Terran can micro everything perfectly and focus on what they want to at the time they want to, they will always win. But if you strain their attention, they will make so many mistakes and their army will perform like hot garbage. And that's why I always, you know, like for me, a lot of how I define my strategies and my strengths is I think about it when I'm playing Terran, I get really mad. My opponent just keeps distracting me because it feels like it's impossible to get my army to actually not perform terribly. Is he going to drop on the Colossus? Oh, Clem wants to drop on the Colossus. The mad lad is going to come in behind and he's going to drop behind when the fight starts. He's thinking about it. He wants Trigger to commit to a fight out here so the drop can come in behind and unload on the Colossus. This is such a crazy move, but Trigger wisely gives up the base. Unfortunately, Trigger does not have a second forge, but he's got a Templar Archives. He is stuck on 3 base, so he hasn't managed to get that economy up that we really thought he would have liked, and I think he might be regretting going for such an early forge, as even though his upgrades are better this time, doesn't get the 4th. Then again, he does have a 2 Colossus timing coming across the map, which could be excellent. I mean, it's his timing attacks that he's focusing the win condition on. If he can get a 2 Colossus timing in, maybe he could trade really well with +2 attack. Bio tank hanging out. Second eBay, Armory, second Starport, Ghost Academy. Final point on that advice I was giving before this Archon timing hits, guys. I think if you end up doing that style and then transitioning into a more vanilla splash damage style, you'll be better at doing Zealot run-bys while your main splash army's wrecking them. And it just makes you a much scarier player to play. Trigger goes for a drop. Clem is more than ready for it. Trigger's got +2, almost there. Third Colossus on the way. He's waiting for that +2, 15 seconds. I don't think he can break him. But Clem's struggling to track the army. He's not sure which ramp he's going to come up. Trigger's just keeping him pinned for now. There's no ghost with the army. Good split on the army. Oh, Clem, a bit slow to react, mate. A bit slow. Where's the stim? He's still not stimmed. What the hell? Why is he not stimming? Zealot's coming from the right side as well. Was this a hotkey mistake? What the hell was going on there, guys? He just got absolutely minced. Absolutely minced. Zealots from the right was fantastic. The Colossus do go down. And the sentry will finally fall, but that was crazy. Wow, I've never seen Clem so late to a stim. I mean, you don't want to panic stim, but that's insane. Auto turret comes in with a double harassment there. 4th command center gets cancelled. Clem's dead. That was such a huge mistake. I think Clem was... I think his hand moved to the wrong spot on the keyboard. That's because you could see him moving the units back. And you could see there was like the keyboard's not responding. The thing is not happening the way it's supposed to happen. You could tell this is not what he was expecting his units to do. So we're on Clem's camera, okay? This is Clem's camera. So he's putting guys on gas. He goes, oh crap. Pulls to the side, starter steps, A moves, starter steps, A moves, still hasn't stimmed. He selected his Raven. Oh no! He was trying to stim, but the Raven was selected. We just saw the Raven multiple times was showing up down here in the wireframe. Oh no! Does that mean either the Raven was on his army control group, or he F2'd to control his army? I'm not sure which one it was. Oh, this is like a noob killer. This gets me all the time. I didn't think this would get Clem. Oh, that's crazy, man. Because you can see, guys, so he's pulling back, and then he panic F2s because he's like, I need all the reinforcements on the front. He even queued up a few units on his production there. And actually, but now the Raven's only selected now. He keeps selecting the Raven and then selecting his army. No, I don't even think the Raven was on the same control group. He's sending it across the map for some reason. I don't even know. I would need to speak to Clem to be sure something weird happened to him, man. So late on the stem, and he just takes so much damage before the fight even really gets going. Whereas imagine if these buyers started to step back, could have created a bit of distance, cleared those zealots a bit quicker, and tried to get everything together. But good dive by Trigger. He forced a lot of units to be dedicated down here in the natural to defend the Prism, and then he goes in, and he ties up the series 2-2 with the +2 Colossus timing. The Raven was hotkeyed in the army, you think? Yeah, it might have been. That's crazy, dude. He was trying to eat a croissant. Croissant! What is it called in Australia? A croissant. Love a good croissant. Buttery, flaky. Have you guys ever come to Australia? You have to go to like a random just bakery, not like a special place, and order one. Buy one. It is, you will be impressed. We have the shittest standard for croissants ever. It is like, whoo. You can go to good bakeries and they'll usually suck. There's a few places that finally do a good one, but most of them are ass. Any Aussies with me? My parents still, every Christmas, we do it like a Christmas brunch, and they always get the cheap Coles, like a tray of the Coles ones from the supermarket that they order or whatever. And I eat them, and it's like, it's butter, so it's still tasty, but you're like, this is a really shit croissant. Like, this is pretty bad. They have good ones. They have good croissants. It was not like it's better than some bakeries. I've had a lot of bakeries that are worse, but they're definitely not top tier. They're pretty far from. But man, I went to like a bakery. I remember when we were in Melbourne last. I literally looked up because I was like, man, I can't be bothered lining up at Loon, but let's see which is the best. And it's like crazy expensive. But I was like, let's see what the underground ones are. I looked up, and I went, and me and my friends, we drove around to a few different bakeries and grabbed one from each. One of them was fantastic. One of them was so bad. And yet there was people who were like, this is one of the best croissants in all of Melbourne. It's so under the radar. People don't even know. And I was like, this is terrible. Like, it was really bad. Yeah, I mean, Bambi, they still taste buttery. It's not bad, but they're not great. But the standards in Australia for croissants have been so low because we've just like grown up, no one knew how to make them for so long, I guess. And it was just like, oh yeah, it's just a fucking buttery pastry with no layers, right? And it's just kind of like doughy inside or whatever. You're like, what? But no. Because when you have a really good one, you're like, oh, the texture's so nice, and it's like flaky and crunchy and buttery. And it's just like, damn, dude, it's you know, it's delicious. I used to have fingernails like pig till my wife hit me hard. What do you mean fingernails like me? What's wrong with these guys? His wife hit him hard. What's wrong with these fingernails? What are you fucking like? File them to nothing now? That's fine. I could rock climb with that length of fingernail. Oh, wait. This guy's just got a hand fetish, right? He just tricked... Oh, the guy with the hand fetish just tricked me, didn't he? These fucking degenerates on the internet. They're totally normal fingernails. They'll need a trim soonish. But, that's a totally normal fingernail. Unless you're talking about the sandwich video. Yeah, I used to be really lazy about cutting them until I started rock climbing, and then I just got in the habit of cutting my fingernails more often. Yeah. Someone sent a video of you toast making. Oh, it was Zerg who was saying it. Yeah, that's the sandwich video, bro. Yeah, so what? It's a fucking 7-year-old video, mate. Fucking judging me for my fingernails? They are really long.
One day when I was like 18 years old.
Yeah, they're a bit long.
And
but like, who's gonna cut them like, as regularly as they need to? Until I did rock climbing, I was like, nah, fuck that, bro. And then I was like, yeah, this is bad. What grade? I haven't been climbing in a long time. The highest grade I got to was Australian grade 21, I want to say. Maybe 22 if it was an easy grading system. And honestly, on a harder grading system, probably more like an 18. It's very subjective grading systems in climbing. But that was a long time ago, quite a few years ago. And I definitely know I would be much lower than that these days. But I never got competitive with bouldering, or I didn't really get competitive with the other either, but I never did bouldering consistently. So I don't know. And it was funny because like the bouldering levels are even more jank than climbing levels are pretty subjective. And then you look at bouldering gyms and like, I remember going to one bouldering gym and I was like, yeah, there's one V2 I've ever done. And it was like, it took me forever, like trying the same one. And I barely got it before they changed the wall. And that was it. And then I went to another bouldering gym and I was like, oh, this V4 is pretty easy. And I was like, this grading system's very inconsistent. The V4 is easy at this gym and the V2 at this one's like borderline impossible. I'm like, something doesn't add up. So it's not particularly standardized outside of competitions, I've noticed. I don't know if they just try to give people higher numbers to make them feel better about progressing. Bouldering's cool though. Bouldering's much more like shirtless, bro. Like we're just smoking weed, man, and like fucking just got like a project. It's a bit more social as well. And it's like a little bit more athletic. There's like a bit more like pump and stuff, you know? Whereas like climbing is a little bit more like, it's a little bit more like you're a bit more meditative. You know, you just want to spend as much time on the wall as possible. And like, you just want to like learn to have the most efficient body movements, because it's not just about like strength, but it's about efficiency over like extended like sections and stuff, man. And like, you know, and it's more about like solving those problems over time and like having a project that you just keep like working on week after week and like just improving your technique, you know? But yeah, there's a lot of competitive activities that I really enjoy and a lot of like sport activities I really enjoy at a kind of I would say like a hardcore casual level. So to people who are actually hardcore at it, you're like a massive casual, but to people who are very casual at it, you're like super hardcore. That for me is the sweet spot with most hobby activities. Like climbing, you know, running at the moment. Someone who doesn't run at all, I'm an elite runner. Anyone who's actually an elite runner, I'm a massive casual. There's like this beautiful spot. I think it's like the Diamond 3 of most competitive activities, where like compared to most people, Diamond 3, you are like one of the best StarCraft players in the world, basically. But compared to a Masters Plus player, like a GM or whatever, Diamond 3, you barely even know what the fucking units do, right? That's like the fun spot for most activities. Like it's really fucking good. It's a beautiful sweet spot. The Diamond 3 sweet spot. Yeah. And the thing is, people, like if I say that, a lot of people will think I'm talking about the equivalent of like a Masters 1, because people who get into a thing naturally underestimate how good they are compared to regular people. Because if you're hardcore in a community, people don't realize this. In an online ranking system, it's more clear. So if you're in a climbing community, like the hardcore climbers would insist that I'm a massive casual. The hardcore runners would insist, they'd be like, no, they would, if they were like to play StarCraft as well, they'd be like, oh no, you're like Silver League. And I would be like, you see, you don't actually understand where most people fall on the spectrum and how casual most people are, right? Because they're so used to like everyone in their community of hardcore people is in that like Masters 1 to GM to Serral range. So they're like, oh no, Masters 2 is terrible. You don't know how to play the game kind of thing. Like, so that's any hobby. The more hardcore the community you're in, the more like elitist people are without even realizing they're being elitist and that they're actually underestimating how good their achievements are. Yeah. Bouldering grades are a bit more about style. V5 might force you to contort yourself. Yeah. Right, speaker in it. Like sometimes there'll be like a balancy bouldering problem where if I don't need to crimp on anything, but it's also like it's been designed by a short person. And I'm like, this is a pretty high V rating, but then I can just stick my leg up and just like lean. And they're like, you're not meant to like, I just skip a hold and just stick a leg up and just fucking go and get in a weird position and then like, you know, and move over. And I'm like, There's a lot of, if you're above a certain height, there's a lot of like skipping cruxes that can happen with certain climbs. If they're, especially like, I always think like Adamondra, that's the climbing physique, you know, 7 foot tall and 0 fat. That's why I actually find the most joy. I haven't watched any climbing in a while, but in watching like small girls, like when you watch like was it the Olympics? There's that little Japanese girl in the bouldering. I did feel bad for her. She just had like a little kind of short boy cut hair. I can't remember her name. But she literally couldn't solve a bunch of the things because she was too short. But the ones she could solve, it's like whenever you're watching a really short, not much strength girl solve problems, you're always like, you don't have much upper body strength. So you got to be more creative with like hip movement, leg movement, sticking legs out for braces and trying to do interesting movements, but you've also got to find creative solutions when you just can't reach things that other people can reach. So it's pretty awesome. Pig, what would you recommend in investing these days? Particular stocks, metals, real estate? Go all in on silver. It just crashed, so you should put all your money in it. No, we talk. I don't focus on investments. So the question is, are you active or are you passive? I'm passive. I put money in thing and I don't look at it and I focus on video games and doing other things. If we were going to do very active investing, I would give my wife free reign because she has had periods of doing stock trading and things and all sorts of stuff. But for me, I'm just like I don't really want to. I'm not willing to put enough time into things to keep up with it. Passive, tell you? Okay, so here's the trick, the secret. This is a life hack. If you don't want to focus and you want to be rich, you want to take any dollars you can spare, have your small emergency fund every other dollar, and you want to spread it across a bunch of relatively safe investment vehicles that you don't have to pay attention to. Holy shit, brain exploded. You mean the thing that they always tell you to do? Spread it across, I don't know, some index funds. You could have some in the American market, some in the Australian, some in the European. You could have some in a housing fund, some in a fucking business real estate fund. There's like 1,000 things. If you go on any Vanguard or any other big investment company, you just put it in a bunch of different buckets that generally diversifies it. Maybe you want to buy some bonds. Maybe you want to invest in gold. Maybe you want to put some in something else. Maybe you want to just spread it across the S&P 500, whatever it is. Just try and spread it in a bunch of different things, and you could also do, what's it called, guys? Dollar cost averaging. That's the other thing you can do as well. So dollar cost averaging is where you... Sorry, we still have game 5 to cast. Sorry, guys. Fucking, I just got so distracted. It's good because I can have more hype when I'm casting the game in a minute. We'll get back to it. Dollar cost averaging is, say you do it and you go, oh, I'm putting 25% in each of these 4 different, index funds or whatever, and you want to just focus on the ones with the lowest fees. You basically, your way of like timing the market passively is whenever you add more money every month or 6 months or however often you add more money into your investments, is you just look in your spreadsheet at what it's worth and how the values have changed, and you try to rebalance it. So you want to keep them at 25%. So if one's gone up in value, it's gone from 25, now it's 30% of your portfolio. It's going to get less of your money on the next round of investing. And because the price is already high, and the one that's gone down in value, you're naturally going to put more in to bring its percentage back up. And that's a very passive way with zero research to kind of be optimizing where the money goes. But like it's obviously there's 1,000 amounts of research you can do into it, but yeah. But there's like 1 billion things you can do. And for me, as someone who doesn't want to focus on it, I will absolutely allow my better half to focus on that stuff if she wants to. But we're both pretty passive. Yeah. Yeah. Shorter person in rock climbing. I take personal offense when taller guys reach holds easier. Well, why should you take offense, Dark Knight? You shouldn't take offense. That's just people cheating. Like, I legit have gone back. I'll like flash a wall and then I'll get off and I was like, that felt too easy. I'll realize I skipped the crux by and then I'll go back and do it again. And I'm like, oh, that's way harder doing it the way you're meant to do it, you know? But I just like cheated the crux by reaching past it or whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, like Brainless's one sounds pretty good. The biggest decision is ETFs versus mutual. I think ETFs are always better. I'm with Brainless on that. Cheater. Exactly. They're just cheating Dark Knight. They're smurfing the wall. Yeah. My man, Tedster, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub, Master First Debater. Fun discussion, guys. This is now an investment chat. You know what I want to invest in? Big Protoss balls. I hope we see some disruptors in this game 5, guys. I have no idea what happens. It's going to be on White Rabbit. I have to play an ad break because that's going to autoplay. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. We'll be RB. Win the game. He runs away. It was halluce. Oh no, it was halluce. Oh no splash damage again. Phoenix picking off even more Widow Mines. Oh dude, the Widow Mine pickoffs are pretty good though. Does lose more Phoenix. Oh, if you can get the Cyclone, be nice. Gonna try and pull back. Here comes the big push. Zealots could be okay against this, but the SCVs are gonna be annoying. Clem's so good at screwing up. Remember, if the SCVs hold position, they won't be a target priority. So if he can get them in between the enemy units, it could be good. The Phoenix picking up the tanks is pretty nice, but the anti-armor missile is slick. The probes are trying to fight. herO has to pull back. herO has to pull back. He's going too deep. He's got to have pulled back after killing the tanks. He goes for the kamikaze. Oh my lord, the kamikaze Phoenix. He drags the Widow Mine into the center of the Marines. Is it enough though? He's got to pull back. He got an Omega Mine. That Phoenix took one for the team. That was the guy from Independence Day who flies into the sphincter of the mothership. That Phoenix pilot was an absolute crazy conspiracist, crazy alien conspiracy theorist madman, but also a superhero. He took one for the team. Eat my ballsack. I gotta remember to get Frenzy when Hive finishes. If I wanted to gobble dickies, then that's just like, that's cool, you know? Like, I'll fucking gobble those dickies right up. And if I don't want to, it's not true. So, like, you understand this only works on people who are, like, in the closet, right? Like, it's not offensive to anyone else. They're like, I fucking love gobbling dickies. I'm one of the best dicky gobblers in the entire world. Like, you guys don't even... like, you don't even know, man. Like, I'm really good at it. It's just like, you know, I don't think they've thought through their insults very well, guys. You just like... Gets an Archon, needs to give up the 4th, run away. Oh, those force fields. Those force fields were so good. I'm renaming them FAP fields, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to need to FAP later to a picture of those as a Protoss player. Immortal Archon Zealot coming in with the sentries. He needs Ravagers. He needs Roach Speed. He doesn't have them. Hal's actually played a really good game. He's way up in supply. But without Ravagers and without Roach Speed, I don't think he can handle this. Oh, those Immortals taking those Roaches to Dicktown right now. Holy shizzle fizzle. That Queen, she gets smeared. And more Zealots coming in. A great timing for No Prat. I think you should pull the Zealots away from the left there. Hal's doing a really good job of rallying on the left side, but oh, the force fields! Round 2 of the FAP fields. Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to sub to the stream, donate or cheer. I am going to need to buy some lubricant, otherwise I'm going to end up with some very heavy chafing thinking about these force fields later today. And I really, you know, I could end up with some skin tears. How? All right, we're back. Let's go, guys. Sorry for the wait. Sorry for the dance. It's good to take breaks though while I cast. I think it keeps the energy stay a bit more stable, right? Like, I always think the peak casting mistake is like when the crazy, you guys know the guys who like commit hard to just like spamming content. I remember it's like back when Steadfast and Wardy used to like cast all 3 ESL Opens back to back, and they'd do like 24 or 30-hour streams, and they'd get to like the final cup and they'd just be like, "There's fucking Trigger, Lemon, bottom left." You just hear the solid being sucked out of their body, and I'm like, there's too much casting in a row. It's hard to be passionate if you do too much in a row. Like, it's not possible. So it's good. I should have some extra energy now. I think having a little break is good. All right, guys, Trigger in the top right. He's going gate gas. He's going to check for eBay block a little bit. Oh, no. Does he see it? Oh, he's going to see it. Right? Oh, he does see it. Oh, he sees it. He anticipates the eBay block from Clem. Nice start to game 5. And now Clem, he should just not block it. He should just... Why is he still here? Mate. Dude, he doesn't have money for a Nexus until a minute 25. Because he's pulled 2 probes down. I guess a minute 22. So Clem just made a basic timing error, guys. Oh, but he ends up going in because the Cybercore goes down first, actually. Oh, never mind. Trigger just always likes Cybercore first, because he likes to get the earlier depth. Never mind. So no real effective delay there. This is basic timing mistake there, guys. You should always know they're never going to have money for the Nexus before a minute 20, I think is a good general rule. Especially not if they sent a probe down there. Pig, do you like traveling for events? I love traveling for events because I don't do it that much anymore. You bring me back to 2018? 2017? One of those years. I think it was 2017. One of the years where it was like so many events would come up at the last minute. Like, there were times where I'd get like literally messages and they'd be like, "Hey, do you want to come do IEM Taipei?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'd love to. Isn't that like," they're like, "Yeah, can you get on a plane in like 12 hours?" And I'm like, "I guess." I'm like, yeah, that sort of schedule, I don't know if I could keep up anymore. And then I'm like, I get there and I'm there for like 48 hours, cast 2 days of an event, and then immediately get on a plane and leave, you know. Times were like 3 days before the StarCraft 20-year anniversary, they contacted me. They're like, we need you for this event. And I'm like, mate, I've got like events planned around this. Flew to San Fran and back for, I think I was in San Fran for like 30 hours. It was maybe 36, maybe a day and a half. Plane straight to the venue, back to the hotel that night, venue to hotel the next day. It was madness. It's more chill now. I like my old man schedule now. When I do travel, I really appreciate it. Stalker's going to push back the Rebellion. No losses on either side. We've got a battery in the main. Blink's on the way as well. Merrick Starport Factory. There was one during that time, especially the Chinese events. These days you can just get like a visa on arrival or something in China or whatever. You can just visit from Australia. But back in the day, I used to have to go to the bloody Chinese visa office and spend like a whole day in there multiple times a year just to get a single entry. And then 6 months later, I'd have to go do it again. And I'd calculated it once. Oh, is he going to get past the Stalker? No, this is too dangerous. He's going to try and gang up on the Stalker. If he could bounce this one with the grenade, that'd be great. Well worth trading one of these units for a Stalker. Hey, good play there by Clem, being very annoying. Trigger will not be scared away from the fast third, even now against a double gas build. Wait. Guys, he hasn't scouted at all. He's playing double gas, and he's still going to go 2-gate into a bloody third Nexus at 4 minutes. The greed knows no bounds. Clem's expecting him to play respectful. And Trigger's just like, lol, you're just camping to late game and stuff. I don't need to play respectfully. I can just do whatever I want. Because I know you're not going to do a tank all-in. I think this is the big weakness, right? Clem talked about this a few months ago. He was saying, you got to do tank all-ins. They don't feel the most reliable. But if you don't mix in some fast 2-base tank pushes, Protoss will be disgustingly greedy. And I think that's what he's letting happen here right now. Normally, to give you guys context, against a double gas build, you will build 4 gateways and a Twilight and an upgrade and often a Robo sometimes before taking a third base. I mean, it depends on your build order and stuff. It's different for everybody, but like you'll see herO open 3-gate charge, rush charge, and make as many zealots as he can to secure the third. Clem here. Not finding the damage. He's going to go for a Banshee and 3 Marines at a time. This is a reaction to seeing the fast third. Okay, so he is going to go for a tank push. It's not something he was planning to do, but now he's going to do it. He'll probably pull 6 SCVs with this second tank. It's about to pop out. He does need to build more Marines as well. Banshee starts, a few more Marines. Third barracks was unnecessary. Would have been better to squeeze a few more Marines in there. He's looking for the Observer. He knows Trigger. He can't let Trigger see this. He sees it. Does he see it? No. Oh, he does. He sees it. He scans it. He takes care of it, and he's going to move out now. Trigger has a shield battery on the natural, but he's making a fast forge. He is making charge, and he does have 4 gateways. But does he realize what this means? Yes. Look at this. He's like, hey, you're going to move out left. He anticipates. Trigger, he splits his Stalkers. He's not sure, but he sees it. Great play by Trigger and amazing anticipation. He's got 6 Stalkers. Can he stop this push, though? This is a fearsome army. Clem is done with your greed, you crazy boy. He's done with these silly Canadians. These silly Canadians and their maple syrup greed, man. Trying to absorb all the sweet mineral syrup on this map. It's a lot of Stalkers, though. Can he get the tank? Tank goes down. Tank number one goes down. The Banshee goes down as well. The Marines are doing good damage. That probe comes forward. It does go down. The shield battery will fall as well. It's a lot of Marines here. But once that tank goes down, he's in trouble. Widowmine did fire, killed 5 probes. Nice play there. Is there another tank behind this? There is another tank, but it's pretty far away. It's not going to be here for a while. He could maybe move the Banshee forward, try and pick up some probes or the Reaper. But he's got to be careful because these Stalkers, you know they're going to blink forward. He scans. He wants the Observer. Doesn't quite get it. Trigger doesn't know if there's more tanks coming now, so it's scary for him to commit in. And he blinks backwards, which means Trigger, oh, he's going to go for it now. But he's already used his blink defensively. The Stalkers are kind of getting blocked there by the Marines and the tanks. But the charge is now kicked in as well. Marines and Banshee and Reaper are all going to go down. Widowmine drop will go back in at the same time. Behind this, Stim, Shields, are not on the way, only shields, and that was a bit of a derpy drop, which Trigger could easily respond to if he's paying attention. Probe might be able to kill that. Widowmine is going to pick up, drop in the main to try and distract. Reaper pulls back. So a few Marines and Marauders, third commands, and Stim hasn't started. Stim has not started, guys. The gas shortage is crazy for Clem in this game because he built so many tanks and Banshees, but only on 3 gases. We have seen people play 4 gas off this build. And I remember the first time I saw it, I was always questioning it. I was like, why are they building 4 gas? Without Stim, he's going to get jumped on. The Zealots pull back here after tanking some damage. The Stalkers can blink away. Nice harassment. Deals with the bunker. There is a tank on the high ground, though. He could siege up on the edge, and that should secure the position. Oh, he's going to try and go for a Marine drop. But I think with the siege tank, he'll be okay. The barracks do finish building. 4th Nexus. Wow, Trigger, 60 probes. 4th Nexus goes down. Marine drop. It's going to get spotted by the Zealots. Stalkers could recall. Or he could just warp in to deal with it, maybe. Trigger is supply blocked right now, though. Should be building a few more pylons. That pylon will allow 4 Zealots to warp in. Oh, he's going to go for an attack. I thought Trigger noticed this. Did he not notice this? There's no Stim. The Marines are going to intercept and kill a bunch of these probes. There's going to be a big Zealot drop into the main base. You can see these other Zealots are there. Prism goes to the main. Stalker Zealot wants to attack this side. Trigger right now, he says, I don't care. I'm going to get you. Stim's not done yet. I can't believe Stim's not done yet. The SCVs are going to block up really nicely on the natural. SCV's trying to pull away from the main. Stim would change everything right now, but the siege tank's going to do a lot of friendly fire, potentially to his own SCVs. Already, 22 workers have gone down. Clem tries to redrop, but the Zealots are going to clean that up this time around. Zealots hiding in the main. The Stalkers picking off a barracks on the natural. 26 workers have gone down. The Stalkers will finally recall. The Marine drop has to leave, but 26 workers, 28 workers. He's not done yet. The siege tank slaughtering our own boys. Finally, those Zealots get cleaned up, but not before 29 workers have gone down. That being said, there is triple orbital mule, but the drop goes down, and Trigger has free reign. Trigger can chrono probes. Trigger can take a 5th base, but Trigger's not even going to do that. Trigger's going to keep going aggressive. I really think +1 armor is going to happen. I guess it's a cost concern. Colossus is on the way. I think you go, yeah, you tech up. You got 4 gas. Probe the 4th, build a 5th. Prism's in the main, picking off 3 more SCVs. The Viking will stop him, but the Zealots will redrop, pick off a few Marines and a Marauder. Oh, damn. Clem's going to tap out. His double drop gets spotted over there. Wow. His drop gets spotted as well. And he's just like, dude, I'm screwed. Oh, it wasn't even a double. It was a triple drop. It was a triple drop. One of them gets shot down. Oh, my gosh. Well, this game went to hell in a handbasket. I think his push was not terrible, but his follow-up was sloppy. I think if we have to clearly analyze that, The lack of stim was a big mistake, and just the follow-up in general. I think the thing is, he didn't plan to do this build. He did it reactively. But I think you're meant to go extra gases here when you're building non-stop tank Banshee, right? And you can see he was cutting SCVs here to try and get more like Marines and tanks and Banshees. So a little bit of SCV cut here or there. But I guess he just needed to get an earlier 3rd and 4th gas so that he could keep up this this follow-up and actually go for stim, shields, +1, and all that sort of stuff. Hats off to Trigger, man. Trigger's looking really good in the mid-game. And perhaps Clem gave him a bit too much respect early. He finally tried to punish him here with this push. Maybe if he'd beeline towards it even earlier, it would have been, you know, even harder for Trigger to stop. But hats off to him. Hats off to Trigger for intercepting this side. Really good play for Trigger. Gets himself a best of 5 victory and makes his way to the semifinals of the Wrong Year Cup. GG, well played, legends. Misclicked shields instead of stem. Yeah. Shields is good as well. He might have just pressed both and just pressed that button first. Oh, fuck. I forgot to record that game. Because the encoding overloaded before, after the first 4 games, right? Happened. Okay, I think... Yes. We had 3. Okay, we cost, yeah, 4 of the games. Yep. Okay. Clem Trigger part 1. And, need to get game 5 off Twitch. Whoops! It's my bad. Yeah, it's just annoying because now I have to grab it off Twitch and download it, which is just a pain, that's all. it's fine because the quality is also a bit better on Twitch these days now that it's 1440p, not as good as it used to be. Oh, man. Big, be prepared for a lot of harassing for you to go to Home Story Cup 30 next year if you haven't already said you'd go. I'm going to go to 29, man. Almost certainly in summertime. I really want to go to 29. But 30, I would love to go to. Especially if they could get me out for it, would be amazing. I mean, I don't think yeah, it would be great. I'm not sure where it's going to be, though. But they said Eastern Europe, I think, right? Someone said? Yeah. Yeah, I heard Roddy was like, oh, it'd be cool to get big out. I was like, oh, that would be amazing. We'll see, though. Is this the big Chinese one with the stadium? No, so this is Wrong Year Cup. That was Thunderfire Invitational. This ran right after. And the finals for it is in like 9 hours, something like that. And we'll see how we go. It's in like 9 hours or something like that. PokeGamer. Yeah. As Eastern Europe is a downgrade from Germany. Not necessarily. Have you been to Krefeld? Bit of a shithole. No, I haven't been to Krefeld. Everyone says it's a shithole. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know why they shit on it so much, right? It's just a small town in Germany. I'm sure it's not so bad. But Eastern Europe, it depends. I mean, it depends. They might get a sick venue or something, right? Maybe they have like a sick venue, make it into a big special event. Fuck yeah, man. I don't know where though. I was saying it'd be cool to have it in Moldova. People are like, why Moldova? And I'm like, I don't know. It just sounds fun to say. You know? Just fucking let's go, man. Maybe they'd probably pick Romania, right? Be cool if they did Bulgaria. I would love to go to Bulgaria for the I was hoping to go last year, didn't get a chance to, for Stara Zagora, go for the Bulgarian StarCraft League. I know nothing about Moldova. I just know it has a fun name. All right, guys. So it is. I'm having a meet up with my bros in a bit. What time do I need to leave? I think we're good. All right. Do we want to see MARU trigger, guys? Do you guys want to see MARU trigger? You guys want to see MARU trigger? Semifinals? Yeah? All right. Don't know why I'm asking like that. Sorry, my brain's a bit broken today, guys. Let's fucking do it. Because Clem gave him a lot of respect. And Trigger's having a fucking run. He's beaten Beyond. He's beaten Clem. Didn't he beat Rogue as well? He's beaten Rogue, Beyond, and Clem now in this tournament. Fucking run of runs, man. Oh, yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, these Marines, get yourselves excited because Vitality's MARU's in the top right. And he is here to try and stop a freight train in its tracks. That's right. Basilisk's Trigger in the bottom left side of the map. Normally an underwhelming favorite in this matchup. But a man who has beaten Rogue, he has beaten Bian, he has beaten Clem to find himself in the semifinals. And that is absolutely to the surprise of everybody and the chagrin of his opponent, so he's left in the dust. Now, of course, that previous series with Clem gave him a lot of respect, let him get those third bases up, and I think even in that final game, if Clem was a bit smoother on his transition into that third and fourth gas and stims and things, I think it was not too bad. But the real problem is basically Trigger was playing greedy 2-gate robo into very quick third bases every game, then rushing splash damage and getting in a really good spot. Is he doing the build? Oh my god, he's going to do his proxy 3-gate. Okay, so now we have the moment of truth. Did MARU watch Trigger's previous games? He's done this against Clem. He's done this against Beyond. He's done it on different maps each time. White Rabbit versus Beyond, Tourmaline versus Clem. Now on Old Republic against MARU, a map where I would never expect this as Terran. But if MARU's been studying, he's seen Trigger's done this in both of his previous defeats of Terran players. It is a proxy double gate, which he will chrono 2 Stalkers out of. He'll build an Adept at home, and he is cutting a lot of workers to make this happen. Normally Protoss is ahead in workers. He's actually down at this point. He's cut a few workers to get this going, and that probe's going to come in, try and block this command center, make it look like it's a normal game. Oh, this could be really hard for MARU, dude. Those Stalkers are going to come in so early. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Like, MARU's been stealing... so Trigger's been stealing wins with this build, man. Stealing wins. And I've said for a while, it's kind of a travesty that Terrans never SCV scout. They wait for the Reaper to come out, get their first scout of the enemy base, usually 2.5, sometimes 3 minutes into the game if they look for proxies first. And the fact that there's no super committed all-in that Protoss players could figure out to punish this was crazy. Oh, but Trigger goes for it, and MARU does check. That's it. That's really clever. He saw that he's been putting them off in these kind of clever positions to the side. Immediately sells the command center. Bunker on the high ground. MARU watched his opponent. So this is the problem when you're on a hot streak like this. You finally beat the best Terran in the world. You beat maybe third best Terran in the world, fourth best Beyond. But what is the problem is now you're on their radar. And now MARU studied your games and he prepared for you. It's the semifinals. MARU watched your games. He knew what to expect. Good Marine pullback by MARU. Oh, the Stalker gets blocked. No, why did you turn? There was no need to turn there, Trigger. He should have moved that Stalker, got it out of the way, and then turned the healthy Stalker to fight. Unfortunate. Bit of an overcommit. He should have kept that Stalker alive. 3 SCVs is not bad damage. Cancelled command center, not bad damage. But when you are just starting your Nexus, that's not enough. That is not enough. Oh, okay, run away. He's going to use his Shade for high ground vision, so you just hold position your guys here, and that way you can kill this depot from the low ground, which is really nice. Could even get the reactor, actually. Cancel the Shade. Yeah, you just hold position here. The SCV is going to try and save it. Oh, Stalkers and Adepts. Stalkers and Adepts are going to do good damage. Reaper's going to go across the map, though. There's no battery there. The Stalker is about to pop out. You can see that depot should be going down. 2 more SCV kills is excellent. Probably worth more than the depot, to be fair. One probe does fall on the other side, though. MARU keeping him busy. Oh, another missed Shade, though. I feel like he should have been able to... Imagine if he had 3 Stalkers. He could have killed 1 or 2 more SCVs. Maybe killed the reactor as well. Shade's in here. He's looking for those damaged SCVs. He's gonna... Oh, he split fires. He accidentally targets a few different units there. Only gets 1 SCV for the Adept. Not the best control for Trigger. And I think there's something in every young StarCraft player's mind when they're playing herO or MARU where they do kind of crap the bed a little bit. I don't think he has that effect with Clem because him and Clem are good friends who practice a lot and play 2v2s together and practice games and all that sort of stuff. And they often warm up at tournaments together. So it's a little bit different. You know, beating Bjorn, who he's played 100 times in online tournaments, beating Clem, also a bit different. Rogue, who obviously is not the best Zerg in the world anymore by any means. He has moments where he's glorious, but he's like kind of, you know, hot and cold. But you're playing MARU. MARU is a guy who I think Trigger does not have that much experience against and is a little intimidated by. He's going to have to really keep it together here as this Marine tank pressure comes out. Does get to the high ground to break the vision. You do not want to lose these gateways. Oh, this is a great push out for MARU. MARU's going to siege the tank, depower the gateways. Can he get more warp-ins first? Looks like he warped in a few zealots at home. And he's making charge. Got a second gateway coming up at home. Oh, actually, he's going to have 4 gates at home. So he knew these gateways were going to go down. Good answer for Trigger. Charge first. Definitely a rather inflexible setup for the Protoss player, who at least is going to catch the Reaper and shut down the scouting of MARU. MARU wisely pulls back after clearing those gateways. Says that's enough damage for now. This should be okay. Two tanks are there, plus 1 on the way on the engineering bay. 3rd barracks is coming up. The starport building the Raven. 3 Stalkers are here. 3rd gas coming in now. All right, Observer's going to move out. The lack of a 3rd is really starting to hurt, man. Like, this is really, really awkward now. I think Trigger's played too safe in the follow-up. Because, don't get me wrong, he did a fair bit of damage in the slowed down command center and the like, but we can't be sitting on 2 base against a 2 base Terran. Once all these upgrades kick in and the medevacs start coming out, it's going to be a problem. And yet he's going to go Storm. Okay, so he's saying, I'll accept a bad economy as long as I have a lot of splash damage. Haven't seen too much Storm play out of Trigger. He's been a big Colossus fan recently. Observer's about to go down. 2 Marauders, 2 Marines coming out at a time. The medevac's producing. And the final upgrade, the combat shields, has started. This is the trifecta. Those 3 upgrades plus the medevacs. Oh, that's when Terran takes map control. And he's not going to have blink. Trigger's in trouble. He's out here with his Stalkers. If the bio just stims on it, he loses his Stalkers. What's he got? He should not be leaving the Stalkers on the map. He should just leave a single Zealot. MARU scans and knows that he's playing against Storm as well. More medevacs, let's go. Ooh. Double drop with the Raven goes out the right side while these guys feint towards the middle. I love this. Look over here, look over here, look over here. I'm pushing through the middle. He could even siege his tanks here. Oh, he's going to get jumped on though. Oh, if Trigger A moved that, he wins. If Trigger A moved that army, he wins, but he assumes there's 2 medevacs worth of stim bio behind it. Oh, if he A moved there, he would have caught MARU off guard. MARU's feint has worked. MARU's faked it out like it was a real push. Snuck these units across. The Ravens with it because then if he goes past an observer, he at least knows he's being spotted. But he hasn't come across an observer. And Artosis. Artosis pylon! Wow, commits in here. Crazy choice. Crazy choice to stand and fight. The High Templar need to be storming this. Good defense by Trigger. Dude, Trigger just shut that down. Well done. Marauder on the other side goes down. Doesn't lose the gateway. only lost one probe this game. Feedback's on the Medivacs worth as well. I think it's super worth feedbacking Medivacs. Raven's going to be a nuisance. I do want to see him leave a Stalker or a battery there, but it's Trigger, so he's probably not going to. Third command center does come up. The Forge goes down as well. Stalker's on the left, going to keep this drop away. Still hasn't started Blink. He's got so many Stalkers there. It's too many to have on the edge, surely. Because he doesn't have Blink, he doesn't want to risk being further back. Second Forge goes down. Zealot's going to charge. This is good. The Marauder's going to try and kite. Prism looking for the Storms. And not a super useful Storm. Observer does go down. He's going to try and push in this left side as well now. See if he can catch some of these workers. It'd be really good. Oh, he goes for the SCVs and storms the bio. Big storm on the bio. Another one would be pretty juicy. He's trying to ration them out right now. Big move. Storms the bio, gets 3 SCVs, and delays the third from mining. Meanwhile, Trigger, third base, fully mining now. Only 58 probes. He's a little under saturation, but he's got the Prism there for his High Templar. He's got 1-1 upgrade started, and he's on 6 gas. If he keeps probing, starts off, he could start thinking about squeezing a Robo Bay in soon. Blink first, because he wants that mobility. And map vision's a problem for Trigger. So the question is, does he build pylons around the map? Does he put zealots? It's going to be really hard to keep track of the movement of Maru. Oh, no! Oh, my gosh. Okay, at least he doesn't lose the Prism. Caught not watching. Feedback? Oh, feedback would have been nice. Wouldn't have killed it, though. Is Maru losing this game? I wouldn't say he's losing, guys. The worker count's still pretty even, but I think Trigger was pretty behind earlier, and he's gotten it back to a very playable position. Because he's got good tech. Second Robo Bay, good upgrade timing. Fourth Nexus is almost finished. His probe count's a bit low, though. I think if you're going double upgrades and all this stuff, like it's going to be ages till you fight, you should be going up to 75, at least 75, probably 80 probes. But you can tell Trigger's main style is like a very Zound style PvT. Very low economy, very big army. And he kind of just accepts falling behind in the game economically, which I don't like that as a default setting personally. It's not my favorite. Is there a particular weekly event and tournament that Pig casts? You mean like, you asked about that earlier? Okay, Bear, it's Pigasaur. Pigasaur Weekly every week. It's Wednesday my time, Tuesday if you're in North America or Europe. Next one's a qualifier actually for Big Fest 7, which should be fantastic. So you can always catch that one live. Used to play in it, but I've had a lot of fun casting the early rounds recently. I've stopped playing in it. We've actually been casting a bunch of really fun first and second round matches, which has been a bit more enjoyable. Been really cool seeing some of the competitive amateurs put up some exciting games before we get to the pointy end where all the hardcore pro gamers are there. That's all right. No, you're all good, okay. The problem is sometimes people miss something and they're being genuine, but it's hard as a streamer to differentiate that from the people who are annoying trolls. So it's not an annoyance at you. It's a squinting eyes critically going, are you being one of these trolls? You know, that's all. But I can tell you're not. It's all good. Oh, now he is trolling. Okay. Oh my god. I was like, wait! Okay, he came with a just kidding. I was like, okay. Sorry guys, we should commentate the game. So many good matches to cast recently. It's been a bit more chill, a bit more chatty while we're commentating. So Trigger's got a big army, a lot of Side Storm. This is kind of the classic timing with like mass Storm Colossus. It's all about dodging the EMPs. He's got to dodge the EMPs! The High Templar are way too exposed! What is this micro with your High Templar, bro? Luckily he had so much energy. He's still got like 3 storms in there. Oh, beautiful micro to split there. Throws a zoning storm. Doesn't really achieve anything. I think if he gets zealots in the third right now, that will at least force MARU to react. Stargate's on the way. Already? Is Trigger gonna play Mothership here? That's a stupid idea. No offense, guys. I don't mind Mothership sometimes. Tempests I don't mind, but not from this position. Trigger's a late mid-game guy, and he's not gonna play MARU in the end game, is he? MARU, what are we doing? MARU doesn't even repair, just lets him snipe the planetary. The Stalkers blink north. He's going to kill the building command centers as well. MARU just dropped the ball. Is MARU drunk? Is his shoulder hurting? What just happened? He just absolutely dropped the ball. Didn't repair the command center. Didn't stim his bio forwards. Didn't EMP the army. He just got completely zoned by a single storm, which he let get placed very deep and loses the command center. That's a lot of damage. Goes coming forward. Goes coming forward. Decent EMPs, but the Stalkers do pick off one of them. Blink forward was the right call there for Trigger. Trigger's got a lot of bases, a lot of gas. He's mixing in a few Immortals. I think that'll help snipe planetaries, but he's got to go north, snipe this base. You've got Terran kind of wedged here. And okay, pull north, pull north, pull north. He's got to storm and rotate north. He does get a good storm, but he's actually just straight up committing to the fight. Wow. I mean, he gets a few decent storms off, but his army not quite able to hold its own there. 2-2 upgrades to both sides. The EMP spread was great. He does kill a lot of MARU's bio. Ooh, remember, Trigger doesn't play a rich game, so he doesn't have a huge bank behind this. He does have a bank, and honestly, if he breaks this position now, it could still be game over. So close in supply. MARU has a lot of units rallying out. He's desperately trying to defend this command center. MARU, with those libs, is just barely able to hang on, and he's going lib range. Once MARU gets lib range, Protoss players look lost when they play him. We saw him do this to Classic a couple years ago, and it was one of the most one-sided matches we saw in a while. MARU's really good with range lib ghost. Even at the start of Legacy, I remember playing Prion Bloody Terraces. I remember playing like super weird 2016 maps, and he was the only guy who would, if it went to 4 base or 5 base, would just wreck you with ghost lib in every matchup. Well, maybe not TVT, but the other two. I remember I'd never really seen someone play such a really advanced and oppressive usage of ghost lib until I saw MARU do it. Libs also had extra range back then with advanced ballistics, and they had full vision, which they don't have anymore. So that's going to come in from the right side. Splits a few to kill the tank. The rest go into the natural. That's the right call. He's going to move up this side as well, but the core army for Trigger does look a little bad. Ooh, the Zealots would have been better if he microed onto those SCVs. At least pull away there. Looks like a building command center may have just been cancelled. It's up to 1 planetary, 1 command center, snipe, and a few cancels. Command center floats back. MARU's struggling to mine here. It's also a situation where you could walk High Templar in and just drop storms on these mineral lines potentially. I think he should just constantly be flooding Zealots in here. And when he moves to respond, Zealots in the right side. And then if he can snipe this planetary at some point, that would be big. Tempests are on the way. Tempests to deal with the libs makes sense, but you need a lot of Psystorm as well. And he just doesn't have a big bank. Trigger needs to find a way to trade efficiently, which is very difficult. MARU turtling up really nicely. MARU's trying to secure a 5th up north. Oh, the libs got caught unsieged. You can see that once they do start firing, the Stalkers just disappear. +2 ship weapons is on the way now as well. $84 workers. Trigger's going to try and do this with a Colossus army. There's no big Viking count, so I don't mind it for now. If once Vikings get out in good numbers, that's where Colossus can really fall off a cliff. And you can see those Vikings are building now. Stalkers blink forward along with some Tempests. Those libs, though, pick off quite a few Protoss units. These 4 libs up here are kind of facing the wrong direction. Stalkers are going to pick off 1 along with the Tempests. Does some decent damage. Good storms. Oh, good storms all over the libs in the bio, but he just gets jumped on. MARU just waltzes right through it. No disruptors, and only those 3 High Templar. Nothing to cover this ramp. MARU takes a bit of a messy trade, though. I think that was an unnecessary chase for MARU. That was the best fight Trigger's going to get in this game. He actually traded positively. MARU's out of bank. If MARU loses this planetary, he could be screwed. They had to pause for a bit of lag. That's unfortunate. Tempest coming forward, picking off some Vikings. I think there's not enough Vikings, so the Tempest can actually beat those right now. Ooh, Colossus going after the SCVs, picks off a few. MARU's in a very dangerous spot right now, but the Viking count's growing 4 at a time. MARU can buy another minute. I think he's okay. 1 more of those Vikings goes down. Colossus, Zealot, Stalker goes to the planetary. He's going to blink forward and dive for it. Is that a mistake? MARU dives forward, but he immediately runs back when Trigger gives up on it. I think Trigger might have to go after the army rather than the planetary a little bit more. A few of these Stalkers and Zealots do run in and die. Trigger's got good money, though. Plasma Shields is on the way. He's already got 3-3 on the ground, +2 air weapons coming in as well. A carrier transition, probably not a good idea for him here. I do think he needs to just keep warping in High Templar and doing stuff with that. DTs are running down the right side of the map. MARU just runs on top. It felt like Trigger wasn't even watching, was just kind of on A move there. Those Colossus went down a bit too fast. And Trigger's going to take big damage. The DTs running into a low economy MARU is amazing. If he gets these bases don't have turrets on them. They could do huge damage. It's just a shame that his main army just got so wrecked right now. Does lose a lot of Tempest. DTs are in though. Main base, natural and third. He didn't get one in the main, but there's no SCVs there. 13 workers going down. This is actually an incredibly close TVP. I really thought the moment this was going to late game, Trigger was just dead. But MARU does not have Clem's control, right? He's made a few mistakes. He doesn't have Clem's late game control. The efficiency is actually way closer than we normally see in Clem's games. And, Trigger doesn't have the units for that. No. Back off. Back off, mate. He's trying to focus it, but this is a bit too overeager. His army's still too small. He does get the planetary, but at what cost? Killing a planetary is good, but it's not worth throwing your army away for. And that was a disastrous choice for Trigger. Now the Tempest rallies in, instantly goes down. Stop building Colossus. Stop. You have to swap to Disruptor Storm now, or Immortal Storm, probably Disruptor Storm. But you've prompted MARU into Mass Viking. He's got 8 still up. DTs are getting caught here, but morphs into an Archon for that one to tank a bit of damage. This guy's doing amazing damage, man. Dude, these DTs are killing it. Great damage. That one got scanned up there as well. 5 workers and he's going to run away. Brilliant. Oh, concussive shell. And then the EMP catches him. Zealots are going to come in to try to catch this. Okay, so Trigger's rebuilding Colossus. This is what I don't... No. When he's on Libs, yes, but he's on Heavy Viking. The Colossus aren't going to do anything. I think he might have to swap Disruptor Storm here. And I think MARU's low enough on money it could work, but Colossus are going to struggle. They're just going to die to the Vikings so fast. And what's that Ghost? Can't get it right now. This base is going to go down. Gonna run these probes away. Got 1 High Templar in the army. Should be still warping in a few more and scattering them around the map. Great Zealot run by. Yeah, I really felt like MARU's very wide open on the defense. He does EMP the High Templar. Nice play there for MARU. There's no Disruptors building, and there's no High Templar in reserve. Which means MARU's just going to stim an A-move through the Stalkers. Drops the EMPs. The Vikings clear the Colossus. Oh, if he had Disruptor or Storm, I think he could have done this. MARU's economy is so fragile. But he's gone for the Colossus army, which is an absolute crutch. I understand you want Colossus to deal with the Ghost, but they're not good when there's Heavy Viking out. They're, in fact, a massive sink, and I think that's something which Classic sometimes has the same issue, but sometimes he's figured it out. I'm not really sure when and why. High Templar are there. He's going to lose all of his tech and production. Zealot's trying to get in. MARU will save his production and his planetary on the front. And all of the Protoss tech is going down. You better rebuild it. You better rebuild it fast, mate. If you don't start rebuilding Cybercores, Templar Archives, all these things, you got to rebuild them now. Templar Archives is exposed. Goes in with the Zealots. They get defended. Zealots on the natural defended as well. Third base. Only 1 Zealot left there. Templar Archives is about to go down. He's building a gateway. He needs a Templar Archives. It's the most important thing to build in a base trade. He loses the Templar Archives and the Robo. Oh no, Trigger in disarray. I mean, he's in a pretty bad spot either way, but without being able to make new High Templar, that is going to be an absolute disaster. Stalker's trying to blink back. High Templar trying to come forwards. Of course, the Storm's going down on that army very nicely, but there's just nothing to support it, and Trigger's going to have to throw in the towel. I really think you've got to be so careful in this late game, because we saw him do the same thing against Clem, where he kept building Colossus. Colossus are awful in late game if the Terran has Vikings. If the Terran's Vikings all die or get traded, they land in a fight and all get killed out, you can rebuild Colossus. At most 3, I believe. And these are like, in my opinion, laws of StarCraft. But he had the same problem against Clem, I want to say on 10,000 feet, I think it was. Kept building Colossus and just throwing them in the meat grinder. I think a few more High Templar, a few Disruptors. MARU's economy was really exposed. This base was an orbital. This base was an orbital. He was really vulnerable to the Zealots, and the DTs were picking him apart. We just needed to stop him diving on us. It's always awkward because it's hard to force the Terran into Storms and Disruptors, but it's the Zealots and the DT counters that Trigger was doing so well with that were forcing MARU to shove through here. Just a shame. Stalkers and Colossus does nothing to stop that charge. Stalker DPS is trash. And Colossus, while they're decent if there's no Vikings and you've got good supporting units to have a few Colossus, they can't stop that sort of army on their own. GG, well played though. Nice game 1 for MARU. Shockingly competitive game. I really thought MARU was just going to kill him with like a tank push or something. I was just like, it's Maru. You've done really well against Clem, but Clem's like respected you a lot in how he played. And like Maru usually comes up with sniper builds to kill players like Showtime and stuff. I thought it would be the same here. We've answered that like 3 times today, Stargrove. Not again. You'll have to wait for another stream to ask that question. Is Sarah washed? Absolutely, Moxie. All right, guys. Maru in the bottom right side of the map. Trigger in the top left. And I think that was a shockingly close game, considering Trigger was in a bit of an awkward spot for a while there. Maru handled the proxy so well. Scouting that with the Reapers was huge. It's so different if they don't scout it with the Reaper and then the Stalkers are running in. The command center's like got to cancel when it's like 3/4 complete, 2/3 complete. Bunker's not up on the high ground. It's a totally different game, but I think Trigger was a little bit antsy in the early game. I think throwing an Adept or 2 away inefficiently, losing the Stalker inefficiently, and not picking off as much as he could have. But good scouting, catches the eBay block. He's going to pull 3 probes. I think if you get scouted here, it's not really worth going for the eBay. And you don't need to block, though. You could because he's not going to have money until a minute 20 at the earliest. So Maru's making the same mistake Clem made. Oh, no, okay. It's because he wants to go for the eBay, I guess. He really doesn't want that Nexus to go down, but it's Trigger. He's going to go Cybercore first almost every game anyway, so I don't think Trigger's too worried about this. You can see he's not at 400 minerals yet. eBay gets cancelled now. And 400 minerals, Nexus goes down. Absolutely zero concern. Trigger is completely happy with this. It is a Marine first into a command center. No Reaper here in game 2. I don't think you want to play late game against Maru in general. But on Old Republic, that map was quite spread out. Maru was struggling. On a more contained map like Winter Madness, it's going to be much harder to find openings. So you might think, oh, shockingly competitive. Yeah, but this map will not. If it goes in the same way into the late game, I think it'll be very one-sided in Maru's favor. Oh, Maru's going to go concussive. Okay, I guess he knows Trigger's quite aggressive, and Trigger's going Stalker first, which he's done a fair bit recently. Maru's so good at studying his opponents, man. He checked for the proxy, game 1, is able to counter it reasonably well, end up in a decent spot. This game, Concussive Marauder, if he catches that Stalker, such a good start. It's awesome. Stalker's running forward. Third command center in the corner of the main. It's the greedy Marauder into 3 racks opening. Oh, but bad positioning with the Marauder, man. He should have just been standing here, but he was hoping the Adept Shade would come in. He wasn't expecting Stalker first. And now Trigger should be able to defend. He's trying to use the sight blocker. That's so greedy. He wants to get a shot off and run away. Dude, that's so dumb. Trigger, why would you do this? That was a low IQ move, man. Oh! At least he saves the second Stalker. Okay, that was a good save. That was pretty stylish. But he shouldn't have stood there and fought in the first place, I don't think. Low IQ move, man. I've spent too much time live streaming. There's too much internet speak invading my commentary. I apologize, guys. I apologize. Okay, so Robo... 2-gate, 3-gate Robo, 4-gate Robo. Oh, it's a 4-gate Blink. 4-gate Blink should be able to kill this build. Now, often, if the Terran starts Marauder production early enough, it won't. I think this is going to be Double Reactor, right? Double Reactor really struggles against this. I think Double Tech Lab's actually better against it. Though, I mean, you do get a lot of Marines from Double Reactor. You do just get a lot of material. It's just those Marines can be out-microed by Stalkers, but Trigger, of course, doesn't necessarily know what he's up against. He might be thinking, I need to do this defensively because it might be a 3-racks build. But he doesn't know that it's a third command center into 3-racks, which isn't really scary for you to defend, but there is an opening to kill it. Problem, it is Double Tech Lab, by the way. The problem is going to be the window is very small because once Stim and Shields is done, if you like blink in the base and then like a bunch of Marauders stim on you, Stalker's going to die real quick. You have to be careful. Now, Factory's quite late with this build. Goes down at about 433. Third Nexus will go down after the Stalkers move out. Does he build it now, or does he warp in one more round of Stalkers with this pylon finishing? Because he might siege up, warp in, and go for a 12 Stalker attack here. This is a very crisp 4-gate. Yeah, I think he's going to warp in the Stalkers first. Because he sieges up here. 4 more, 12 Stalkers. He could just blink in and kill everything. I think just blink on the bunker and kill it is his easiest play. Don't blink in the high ground, though. Stim's just finished. MARU could pull SCVs and defend this. Trigger sees it now, and he's like, oh, okay. He's going to take out the bunker, which is a great call. Bunker will go down. He's going to pick off that Marine inside. 1 or 2 SCVs could go down easily as well. Oh, man. MARU doesn't want to stim, because if he stims, he can't heal those hit points. Starport has not begun building. He's trying to make a factory. He's trying to defend this. He has to lose a lot of SCVs. Otherwise, he's going to pick off all these units. Okay, now the stim comes in. Ooh, Trigger's a little slow on the blink there, man. He lost 3 Stalkers unnecessarily. It was near perfect up to that point. Oh, look at this micro there. Oh, he loses his Prism! Huge mistake for Trigger! Huge mistake! MARU chasing out here, getting so greedy. MARU is legitimately doing a low GM response to this. This is a 4.8k player's response. I feel like I'm watching patches right now, and I honestly think he just got triggered. By he got not triggered, thrown off. Trigger just got so thrown off by it because you're not used to a Terran chasing you that far. That's such a crazy chase. And if he micros correctly, he gets miles ahead off of that. He just needs to calmly pull back, keep blinking back, run his Prism away. And there's going to be a point where the stims are gone, all the bios in the orange, the SCVs and the Marauders are far from home, and he's going to lose every single one on the retreat. But you've got to kite backwards. Another Stalker goes down. Another Stalker takes some damage. He's trying to get some shots off, but he's just got to run. He's losing way too many here. And now he's bringing Zealots, but he doesn't have charge. He's realizing how many units he's thrown away. He does have a third up. He's adding a few more gateways and a Robo Bay. This is a really awkward situation. He's trying to get vision, but he can't get it through the grass. The Zealots are going to tank really nicely. The Marauders are so wounded. The Medevacs still have not started production. MARU is in such a weird position right now. He's got a bunker with Reddit Point Bio in it. His units keep on fighting out front. Medevacs are for losers. Healthcare's for losers. F you. Why don't you have private health insurance, you friggin' tool? He says to his Reddit Point Marauders and Marines, suffering crippling stim pack addictions. But the first Medevacs are finally on the way. Halfway done. They'll be out soon. He needs them desperately. Trigger with a few mistakes in this game. And that's going to be quite frustrating for him. I do wonder what server they play this game on, right? Because this is Wrong Year Cup. Trigger would have been playing this, I believe, from Canada. Or has he been in Korea for this? I don't know. I'm not sure. Or is he in Europe for Home Story Cup already when they played this match? I'm actually not sure if they were playing this with lag or not. Because if he was in Korea at the time, they're both playing Korean server. It's just purely user error. No excuses. Bio Army's so damaged. Protoss Army's so small, but it's very maneuverable. Trigger does have his first Colossus out. Second one on the way. I think it's walking through the middle of the map. Yeah, he's going to try and join up here. With no War Prism, he's got to be careful. Marauders are starting to fall. But the Stalkers and Colossus are very vulnerable. Colossus has... Oh, the Medevac boost for the vision. The Medevac boost for the vision was brilliant. Gets the Colossus. And Trigger has indeed gone a bit too deep into the middle of this map. MARU engaging in the messy trading out here, catching Stalkers. Does save one of those Marauders on the left side as well. Stalker's out, Stalker hanging out. No extended thermal lance just yet. Trigger is poor, guys. I know I haven't been looking at his base. He has no forge. He's trying to take a fourth Nexus and another gateway. He's trying to make MARU overstim himself to death, but just don't think he has enough Zealots. And no sentries whenever these fights happen because the fighting is so constant. Oh! But that was sick. Trigger just wins a sick fight. The Bio Medevac has to run home. Oh my god. Trigger is really good at micro, guys. I feel like he's been overextending for the last 5 minutes straight. But he finally does what we know he's capable of and mincemeats that army. Dude, that's sick. Pig, can we take a moment to appreciate MARU's base layout here? Now? Kind of clean, but he should have an opening here. He should have an opening here. It's too hard to move around his building wall. It's not perfectly efficient. Innovation would have left a hole for, like, tanks and Thors and units to move around to defend prisms. Oh, the Colossus gets jumped on! The Colossus gets jumped on! Oh, the Marauders are getting focused down, as is a medevac. Zealot straight out. The Stalkers need to leave. Blink away. He's brought 2 probes. I think that's an accident, guys. They decide to go back to mining. Another Colossus arrives. Still no extended thermal lance. It's all aggression. It's all gas, no brakes here for Trigger. He's going to go in here. He's going to try and deactivate, defuse that Widow Mine with a blinky blink. Very well done. 4th Command Center is looking like an exposed target, but Trigger's army honestly look kind of peasant right now. And don't get me wrong, guys. I love peasant militia. Low upkeep, pitchforks. They may have low morale, but it's okay. Big block of them. Help absorb the enemy artillery fire and missile fire before the battle really starts. I love me some peasant militia. Does have 2 sentries, but only 1 Colossus, no extended thermal lance. I love the 4 Zealot split. Very nice. Guardian Shield's going to help. Can he get rid of the Vikings, though? The Marauders don't care about that. He's like, yeah, you can focus my Vikings down. I'm just going to run forward and kill your Colossus with Marauders. Zealots do kill 8 SCVs, but was this worth the cost? I've got to guess no. Especially not with 2-2 and ship weapons on the way. MARU stabilizing. His 4th Command Center is almost there. Trigger's looking more and more urgent, more eager, more crazy. I want to fight. Oh no, and he tried to build a forge, but the probe got confused and it got stuck. It couldn't build the forge, so it just went back to mining gas. He tried to, because there's no way to get back there. He's walled off this section of his base. Trigger has built a drop-friendly zone. There's a big sign here. There's a big love heart in invisible ink that says, "Love MARU, we love you. Please drop here and snipe all of our tech so our zealots can't get to you." That's a very bad building placement for Trigger. MARU's going to go for the 2nd starport now. Ghost Academy. 2-2's almost finished. Dude, 2-2's so scary. And the predictive Vikings. The predictive Vikings. Oh, God. Fly away, Prism. He even pulled them back. I think he was joining them with his army, thinking, oh, there's probably no Prism coming. But he gets the Prism. The bunker, the SCVs, and the Vikings land. And the army's not able to find anything on the front either. Trigger is in trouble right now. MARU's 2-2 upgrades. His +1 ship weapons are kicking in. Ooh-wee. Here we go. Zealot Stalker Colossus Sentry moving down the left side as well. Zealot's going to go into that natural. Bio coming forward. Stalker's going to try and fight this out. Oh, God. Oh, God. The Colossus getting jumped on. Marauders, they're going to go after them. Can they get rid of them? The force fields were kind of good, but the Colossus go down. There's just no firepower. Trigger kills 10 SCVs with the Zealots, but once again, he loses his entire army. He's had his Colossus count reset. He is up 10 workers. His supply is kind of competitive, but he's got to keep these Stalkers alive. The Sentry, no escape for that Sentry. The Zealot randomly F2's home by the looks of it. There is a new Prism, but there's a 4th base up. MARU with 3-3 on the way. He's got 2 starports. He's just in such a solid position. And now up 30 supply. He has the 4th base in his sights. Don't think there's an answer to this. The Zealot Stalker will not be able to fight this out. You can bait stims all day, you can engage and focus fire and do all sorts of things, but the damage output of that Terran army with this supply advantage, the Widow Mine splashing the Zealots as well, will not be stopped. He focuses the Stalkers first. The Zealots actually get a pretty good fight there for a moment, and then the 2-2 upgrades really show their business, which is Zealots, you guys suck when you're down 2 upgrades. Thermal Lance never got upgraded in this game. Honestly, it was such a hectic game, I don't even know how much difference it made. It definitely made a difference. And he's finally going to enter the drop-friendly zone that Trigger did set up for him so long ago. Tries to stim into the mineral line, realizes he can't. Goes for the Artosis pylon. Artosis dies! The Tasteless dies! He just killed the Bert and Ernie of StarCraft there, depowering all of the production in Trigger's base. Oh, man. MARU survives the avalanche of pressure. Really feels like this has all been cool, calm, collected play for MARU. Staying calm under pressure, and Trigger just making a few too many unforced errors. My man. My man. My man. These games have been bloody intense, dude. Let's go. Oh shit! Sorry guys, I gotta do an ad break. I don't know how long this last game goes for. Last ad break of the day. See you guys in 3 minutes for game 3. I really want to finish things up. No worries, handyman artist. That's all good. Free. I hate free healthcare. I'd rather die. Such a simple, dumb joke. Be right back, guys. Give us 3 minutes. Dude, just decisive, solid timing attacks. No prat. Build order defined since the start. There's not a Ravager in sight. Oh, no. Okay, hold the Roach key down. Roach speed as well. He needs to just make a billion. Oh, he gets an Archon. He gets an Archon. Needs to give up the 4th. Run away. Oh, those force fields. Those force fields were so good. I'm renaming them FAP fields, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to need to FAP later to a picture of those as a Protoss player. Boys. I like this guy. That was lit. I think Ultra or Lurker are the best transitions off Mass Mutalisk. Banelings can help you crash through a wall, but this is coming in so late. I mean, I guess they could still help. Just feels like maybe a little bit half-cocked for Solar. Zound's almost maxed out, but the Phoenix count's not growing. And I think that's the important thing, because these Mutalisks, they've almost got +2 flyer attack. They're doing good damage right now. Storm does not land on those Mutalisks. That Storm lands a decent bit, but where are the Stalkers? They all got surrounded at the front by the Zerglings. The Mutalisks very heavily damaged, but not dead just yet. Storms! Oh, Solar gets too excited. Oh, if Solar just pulled those Mutalisks out the top right side and extricated them, I think he was in a good spot after that trade. But he just threw away so many. He's lost 62 Mutalisks. Oh my gosh.
I gave you guys my reasoning. Now, if you don't agree with any of the changes...
Yeah, your face looks stupid. That's why I don't agree with him, Kevin.
But you agree with what is wrong with the game, then please give me...
Yeah, I think StarCraft's stupid. I like Monkey Wars 17.
An alternative set of changes, or if you think we should...
I think we should change you. You fucking make all the units flying poo monsters. It's nowhere near as important as just getting all these other pieces. Mass Mutiling Bane coming forward. The tank is on siege. This 4th base is not up just yet. Oh, me oh my. Saves the tank, tries to boost back. The Widowmine's trying to come in here as well. The Bane's trying to move forward. Widowmine's not quite firing, but there we go. Does end up holding off against that Baneling swarm. The Widowmine's, of course, making a very hard area for Raynor to engage. But Raynor claiming map control. Does burrow. I think it was on the very edge of Clem's vision. Looks like Clem did not see it. Oh, no, Clem. Oh no, Clem, not like this. Oh, he walks over it. He walks over it. The Mutalisk going for the Banshee, kind of draw it in. And a big burrowed Baneling. Raynor at his best when he has those burrowed Banelings. But Raynor, he's down 25 supply right now. Some of the production has survived in this main base. 5 more barracks being rebuilt elsewhere. The Orbital is burning. The Lurker's getting taken down. The Libsyn goes finally clearing up this infestation. Beyond is an exterminator, and he is in the most rotten house ever. We are talking about basically Beyond's main base is Asmongold's house right now. I mean, we are talking about disgusting festy. All right, guys, let's see where this series goes. Can Trigger drag us to a game 4? Is MARU gonna assert dominance as he so regularly does? Sorry, we haven't been able to check in on the kiddies, Stargov. Yeah, they're at the shelter. I think they've been finding homes for a bunch of them. But sadly, because we had to drop them off because they had like cat gastro. And then we weren't able to get a hold of them again. So hopefully we'll be able to take care of some other kitties soon. The shelter's awesome. They do such a good job, man. All right, guys. Top right, MARU. Bottom left is Trigger. He's going to go for an immediate scout. He will find the eBay block SCV, leaving the base. So MARU continues out here with this. It has been scouted. Trigger should, assuming he was paying attention, pull probes at the right time to intercept. Really, really good play and preparation by MARU. Trigger's been good at not getting caught by anything, any eBay blocks. He's going to pull the probe down. Should really send at least one more, though. So that's going to get a bit of build time. He's going to have to pull 3 probes now. He does some good damage on the other side of the map to these workers. They're all softened up for future adept harassment. What's up, Donkey Breath? Thanks for tuning in, mate. Hope you're doing good. I mean, this once again doesn't really turn into a big delay, does it, guys? Could go Nexus before core even. Arguably pulled 1 too many probes, actually. Could have got away with just 3 in total. But I think it's always better to play it a little bit safe, especially in these high-stress tournament situations. Lots of work is very fragile, right? One of them could get 1 shot by Adepts, 2 could get 2 shot, this guy could get 1 shot, that guy could get 2 shot. Normally it's 3 shots from an Adept. So you do not want to be letting any Adepts into your base, Mr. MARU. Trigger's going to build a pylon here. Probe does get taken out by the Marine, but at least he sees that it's a Marine. Now, if you want, you don't have to be aggressive with this. You could not chrono an Adept and just full chrono probes right now. I almost never see pros do this, but it's actually a pretty good move. He's going to go Stalker first, run across the map, try and pressure. And if they don't build a bunker, that's really good. But MARU's going to go. Once again, Marauders. And if he actually catches the Stalker initially this time, that'd be even better. Well, that only lasted 2 days. I caved. Wait, the corn dog guy is back in chat, guys. The corn dog guy is back in chat. Dude, didn't you say your doctor said you would have serious health consequences if you ate any more corn dogs? And you only lasted 2 days and you've already eaten one? Damn, man. All right, well, it's good while it lasted, man. I guess life is to enjoy it. You savage, mate. 4 barracks! He's doing it all in. Yeah, Rayatello, the corn dog guy. This guy's been ranting in my chat about how good corn dogs are for years. And the other day he came and he said, I'm so sad. I can't eat any more corn dogs. I'll have really bad health consequences if I keep eating them. 2 days later, he's rocked up and he's like, oh, I caved, guys. You know what? People smoke, people do drugs, people drink. We all have our vices, mate. You know, we can't be perfect. I'm not going to judge you. Dep's getting in the back. Oh, not quite really doing anything, though. Marine in an SCV. Oh, Drilly Boy Revenge! Taste my drill! Oh, the SCV's run away. Let the Marine handle it. Why not? Dark Shrine. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Dark Shrine might be bad against this, though, because this is a Cure style all-in. So Cure did these a lot in GSL. Was it last year or the year before? And essentially, it's a non-medevac bio boy pool. So he's going to push with stim shields, a couple of Marauders with concussive, a ton of Marines, and he's going to pull like 15 SCVs, no medevacs, completely all in. As long as he has some scans, he's just going to like stim over and kill all your production and probes so quickly, you're probably not going to be able to warp in enough DTs to win the game. And when you go DTs, it means your other units are usually very slowed down, like your splash damage and whatnot. So Guardian Shield's really good against this, but most importantly, splash damage. If you rush Storm or Colossus on 2-base, especially the 2-base Storm is really good. But this sometimes hits even before 2-base Storm is ready. And this is such a brilliant build. You guys remember the finals with herO versus Cure in GSL? That was the match. That was crazy. But it was basically because herO just kept dying to this all in. Here we go. Here's the boy pool. So he brings 12 SCVs. He's got a pack of Marauders, 6 Marauders total. Trigger's running Dark Templar in from both sides. Honestly, he needs to go to work on this army immediately. He does start attacking it. Insta scan. How many scans has he got? He's got one more. He's got one more. trying to wall off with buildings to buy as much time as he can, guys. He's literally walling off with a cyber core just because it's tanky. That's hilarious. DT's there. Another scan goes down. Warping in Zealots. It should have probably gone Sentry. Oh, if he went Sentry, would have actually been genius, wouldn't it? Energy recharge on the probes. He's going to try and fall back here. DT goes after the ramp. eBay's coming up. It's not ready just yet. Now the scan's going to be ready in about 10 seconds. It's not here just yet, though. One more DT warps in. This is the problem. The bio's already on top. If he had a Sentry, maybe, just maybe. But it's so hard without a Sentry. He gets the extra scan. That DT goes down. These DTs can't quite break the ramp. The SCV repair is good. MARU is running out of money, so his SCV stopped repairing for a moment. The Prism is there. Oh, he's trying to drop on the inside, but there's a turret. Oh, no. He's trying to fight the Marines. He doesn't have enough firepower, man. Trigger's going to have to tap out, and that is going to be a nice win for MARU. A simple all-in to finish that series off in style, showing that when Clem still has the greatest micro in the world, the best multitasking, the highest skill level of any Terran player or player in general we've ever seen in StarCraft 2, MARU is still, I believe, the superior player when it comes to studying his opponents, countering things that he expects from them, and also mixing in big gambly builds that are very difficult to deal with to keep them on their toes. And that's why MARU is still an absolute crusher in this matchup, even though Trigger took out Clem in the previous round. MARU is going to progress to the grand finals of the Rongyi Cup. GG, well played. Guess what, guys? Lots of Rongyi Cup we covered today. And that sets you guys up for the finals, which is tonight. MARU vs herO Grand Finals! Which should be really fun, man. Should be really, really fun. Yeah, that was sick. Really good play all around, guys. We did some really good series today. Mostly Rongyi. I guess we only did one Home Story Cup, didn't we? But we've got some more Home Story Cup games. I was just talking to Dot. She was like, I thought you were going to cast bloody Home Story Cup. When are you casting that? What about the finals? And I was like, I don't know how epic the finals was. Was it great? Maybe. It was almost 2 hours of gameplay if I do upper bracket and grand finals together. I probably should cast it. So I'll probably cast it one of these future days. But right now, it's 2:25 p.m. I am hungry. Okay? So you guys can all piss off. No, I love you guys. I appreciate you. Corn dogs are ravaging. Oh, they are. They're ravaging America, man. 50,000 dead in 1 year from corn dogs flooding the border. Those dirty corn dogs, man. I do always think of, like, I think it was like an old Maddox quote or whatever, where it's like, oh, I'm not talking about any regular turd. I ain't talking about no two flush corn log. I'm talking about a real manly shit, you know, like, and you're just like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, sending you love, Rayatello. Hope you're doing well, mate. Am I hungry after all that cheese? You know it. I did have breakfast this morning as well, which I probably didn't need to. I had a giant bowl of bang bang noodles yesterday, guys. And they put so much chili in it this time, which was great. Yeah, dude, these things. Big, thick, chewy, ribbony noodles. Oh, covered in, and there's like with like pork mince and like egg and a bit of tomato and like all this chili and flavoring and stuff. Oh, so good, man. So good. If you guys have never had bang bang noodles and there's a place that does like really good ones, I would recommend them. So for most of you, I would not recommend ever ordering this because you probably don't have access to a restaurant that does these that good, to be fair. So it's probably pretty average wherever you get them, actually. Xi'an Eatery in Burwood, though. Oh, I really worry because the lady that like owns the place and is there every day and all the cooks are all like 100. It's literally a restaurant run by like 80-year-old plus Chinese grandmas. And I'm like, the food is fantastic. The service is like inconsistent as all hell. There are sometimes very long waiting times for food, but it's so good. It's so good. But I'm always like, there's no one young. When I look in the back and I look at the front, like, there's no one in this restaurant that's young. Like, they're all over 80. And I'm like, we need someone to like pass on the cooking technique to the next generation, please. It's so good, man. Big, who can handle more eat, me or Dot? I mean, I think I can handle more than Dot, probably just because I have more pain tolerance than her. But she will enjoy a higher level of heat than me. But I'd say we do both enjoy a bit of heat. Like back in the day, we used to get a good buldak, good cheesy Korean buldak, which is essentially fire cheese chicken, and it's like very tasty, marinade and stuff. It's kind of like a street food type thing, whatever. Cheese buldak, very very delicious. But there was one place. It was actually when we used to live here at Burwood, in the old hotel before they did the whole Chinatown and stuff. There used to be a Korean restaurant, kind of as part of the pub in the front. It was like semi-attached to it, kind of its own thing. And not many people went there. We went there once, and it was like, oh, they have buldak, let's try it. It was literally, oh my god, you would be shitting fire for days. The level of spice, because I've had very mild cheese buldaks, and I've had relatively hot ones, but that one was another level. And it was such a giant fucking serving. I remember I would be eating it for days afterwards, to the point where Dot wouldn't even eat it anymore. She was like, it's too much, that's fucked. And I was like, the flavor was so good that it was worth the burn. But I remember I would just have like, I would just like cook rice at home with the leftovers of it, and I would have to have so much rice with a small amount of the chicken and sauce and cheese because it was so spicy. But definitely felt like you were kind of like clearing your insides out, you know? You felt like it would flush your intestines out a little bit. It was pretty nasty. The food itself was great. The after effects, not so much. As an artist, need your valuable opinion. Using a description as the time on the face of a clock, such as 3 o'clock, what is the ideal direction from an aesthetic perspective for a penis to bend towards? I guess, like, there's a lot of, like, fun angles, really. I think aesthetically, you probably want, like, 240. No, not 240. Yeah, 240. 240, maybe. Up or no, actually, I wouldn't mind it like so. Or we could go left side actually, maybe, because low and left is how I like to hang. So maybe 1030. Let's go 1030. Go for 1030. You know, not straight up, not waistbanded, not sticking out so it runs into things. We're talking like in between. You know, like on a diagonal upward slant. Yeah. 6 o'clock on the dot. Drill to the core of the earth. I shit you not, fellow down and left gang. Honestly, I don't actually know how I hang. I made that up. But I'm going to now check when this, like later when I'm, because I don't think I'm in my normal position now because I've been fidgeting around a lot, but I'm going to check later today. I'm going to be like, wait a second, let's check that. I don't know how I don't know. It's crazy. Drill to the core of the earth. Nice. Yeah, Muffin Man's a fucking freak, Alex's life. And I think we have like an ongoing game of chicken, essentially. Which normally I back the fuck out of very quickly. But Muffin Man did that one on the border of how weird it should be. And I was like, well, this one I can't run away from. What's up, PTSD? Oh, thank you. I appreciate the love, dude. Thank you very much. You know what you should do? Do you watch much YouTube, PTSD? Get me in your algorithm. Pigcast is the one channel that is super active these days. My other channels, sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off. I've got some pig plays to put up over the next few days, finally. We'll try and keep those going, guys, as well. But Pigcast is really nice. So that's the way most people, as they watch less live streams and get older, tend to keep up these days. But there's still a hardcore of people who hang out here with me and keep me company. Speaking of which, we never finished.
So I love that analogy.
So Drogo, for those who weren't here earlier, has just explained how Skillet's doing a Gateway Scout is the worst build. Because it's like going to the bakery and you can either buy a croissant and you know, you give them the money and you get it, or you could not buy it and you don't get the croissant. And those are both good options. And then there's the other option, which is you go there, you tip the baker $2.50, get no product, and then leave. And you spend money and get nothing for it. And that's the Gateway Scout, essentially. You're sending a probe across, losing a bunch of money, you get no value out of it. And people told me I have to listen to a bit more of this, because apparently Drogo gets pretty funny with it.
So that's what Gateway counts.
No,
but there's another thing. If he chrono boosts the Adept here, instead of like living here, If you chrono boost the adept, you give all of your money to the baker, and then you say no, thank you, I don't need any bread. It's actually the worst. Can I get?
So you're saying if I'm currently on a diet,
can I get division? Oh my god, what are you hoping to achieve if we're chrono boost an adept here? What is this?
If you
He's
chrono
gonna
two
rally the
adepts,
cruiser
it's
map and
fine.
be like, I'm gonna do some damage. Be like, dang it, a queen, just like the 900 times this happened.
Oh no, not a queen again.
Not a queen again. How do we always get it in time?
Well,
It's crazy.
yeah, that is gonna try his best, even though Drogo's not a fan. I have to say I'm not a fan myself of gateway scouting. It's the safest option. There is a reason to do it.
Like, I would gateway scouts if I think I'm way better than the opponent.
Yes, that is mainly when I think you should gateway scout, or if the other guy likes to go 15 hatch, a ton.
Man, goddammit, the queen is here.
No, not the queen.
Oh, I'm not in time for the third. Dang it.
couldn't cancel the third either.
I've got to chrono boost it even harder next time.
He's not wrong.
He's going DT drop.
Oh no, that's the gateway scout. If he's going no.
Oh no.
Let me tell you, I've went for a lot of DT drop back in my days. And it used to be really important to like go no scouts because then you could get the warp in at like 422 instead of 427.
I remember the 420, yeah.
100%. 417 even you could get. You do a no scout gas first, you can hit such a fast warp in of the DTs. This is going to be like a 437 warp in.
And you would be like right in time before the spore. But if you go gateway scouts, you feel the lack of money. You go home to your wife. I've got no bread. I don't have enough. I don't have enough money.
Oh no.
To buy a pasta box. I'm sorry, honey. I got nothing.
And the wife is at home just wondering, but I gave you some money, what do you do with it? I tipped the baker.
It's like, you didn't even go gamble it, you know, but the real is if you have a gambling addiction, the casino is respectable.
Oh my lord. Let's see this DT warp. And it's not like it matters because Rainer actually went brainless triple spore.
Brainless. Come. It's not brainless triple spore, it's the pie style, please.
Okay, it's a Paista.
Why are we showing Showtime? I'm so confused.
No, like,
He straight up didn't have a roach run. If this was Glaives, he was dead. This is crazy. He just figured this was a Stargate, and now he's accidentally winning the game with his Zerglings on the other side.
I mean, Rainer's entire career is about accidentally winning the game with Zerglings.
Oh
shit, okay, with 4 DT here, natural.
Oh my god, that timing, 440 instead of 420.
444 DTs. Ah, god damn it.
and the queens are there.
Now, to be fair, it's not only his fault because before the piece of bread was only €5, but now the prism is 250 minerals instead of 200. So we went to the baker with $5, but actually no, it's like $7.
Oh no!
So no matter what, he was gonna lose this one. It's not his fault. Oh, now he has to recall. Oh my
good
god!
Save, good save. He saves the Archon. He also backed out the probe, so he didn't have to kill his own pylon right away. He's making some moves. He is making some moves, but I have to be. No, actually, I'm the caster. Can you guys do me the honor of saying who's winning?
I would say, no. Stop me if I.
Wait, didn't Rainer lose this series to Skillus, guys? How the fuck does Rainer lose this game? He's so far ahead. Yeah, he's taking a fourth? Does he just go 75 drones and die to like a +1 Immortal Archon timing or something? How do you lose this game? What?
It can't argue with the facts. Ladies and gentlemen.
But you did mention that Rainer went for the pie style, and Rainer did spend some time watching my streams recently.
So you're basically taking credit.
And it looks like, thanks to that, he is in fact ahead.
It can't argue with the facts. Ladies and gentlemen.
We can't deny it.
Okay, so but now, listen to this. Skillus has, finally, he has 2 Archons with the Prism. Now these bad boys can do some damage. There's nothing to defend here. These drones have to run away.
Why is there nothing here? Okay, there's
mistakes.
7 roaches out on the map. I have no clue where they are. The Spore is in a nice position.
Yeah, there's a very nice spores. And at the same time, we have some lings. It's going double robo. I kind of like this. Because, you know, if you have a lot of immortals, it's hard to die again.
Yeah, this is... I basically, if a Protoss is willing to play double robo, and Rainer's just going to roach max into double robo, and there's going to be 6 immortals, isn't there? Oh my god, he's going to Roach Max into 6 Immortals. This is one of the few lost conditions from this position. If he plays Lurkers... Heck, even if he plays like Ravager Lingbane, I think he kills this. Oh no.
One way or the other, which I thought was a little bit out of character.
It is a bit out of character. No, I think it's about taking your chances. If you're in a bad spot, you know.
I mean, Reiner should still be able to maybe kill him.
If you win more than 50% of the time. That is actually...
I mean, yeah, then in that case I would gamble. Obviously.
What about the children of the stream browsing? Please.
We have to put a disclaimer here that you will lose. The house always has the odds in their favor.
Is this coming from Looks Max?
We have the Prism here, moving back to the 4th base.
Zoom is that's Zoomer speech. Kids took that from video games, man. Zoomers have taken all the video game terms, min-maxing, and they've applied it to other stuff, but Roach maxing is quite literally max supplying.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's about to go with it.
Player, and you see double gases being taken instantly at the 4th base. You think it's Muta, and you feel very smart for thinking it's Muta.
Oh, guys, I didn't realize Reiner's doing the Ravager all-in. It's the Basilisk Ravager all-in. This is the one I did the video about on Pig Plays. And that's what Drogo's describing. You see the 8 gas, and you think it's either Muta or early Lurkers. And then it's just a billion Ravagers. This is a good mind game build.
And you see a double gas going.
Yeah, exactly. Right, like every time you're a Protoss player and you see double gases being taken instantly at the 4th base, you think it's Muta and you feel very smart for thinking it's Muta. Aha. And the rare time that you get faked out, you feel very sad. As we have, I like these lonely DTs.
Yeah,
oh, he's not even mining those gases. Actually,
you want to like
oh,
do
no,
this when you're getting attacked.
It would be so cool if he would poop on the Stargate now with the overseer.
Thank you, Fastivator. Thank you, Yadas, Tedstill. I appreciate you guys.
That is so many units. Holy.
He's very late to this attack. There's no detection here.
Oh,
he's just making a spore.
DT in the 4th base. I like this.
Why is
Rainer? Why is he not moving?
Yeah, why is Rainer not moved out? What's he doing, guys? Even double Robo Immortal, there's no units. He could just kill him.
Across. What are his units doing? They're all... Are they at their fort? What are they doing?
Yeah, what is he...
He's waiting for Skillers to get enough Immortals, please.
yeah, Drogo's totally right. I don't know what Rainer's doing. He's taking so... He's like a minute late. He should have been moving out. When did I call it, guys? I said, oh yeah, he's going to go now. I gotta go back to here. I was at he was at 175. It was like 7.5 minutes. I was like, yeah, he's about to go. And then 8.5 minutes he's moving out. Do you know how long a minute is in StarCraft 2? That's so late.
Doesn't matter. This CT is winning the game alone. Rainer was like stun locked into leaving his army at home.
Rainer threw this game.
Roaches back, blinking forward, killing a couple extra units. This is looking better now for Skillers than it has.
It is, but it's a terrifying army.
It's a terrifying army. He also has no upgrades so far.
Skillers is not meant to win from where he was in this game.
Like, I don't think a run by like this in theory is good, because he has like 2 Immortals being rallied. He can blink a couple of soldiers, but he's gonna force the multitask of Skillers a little bit. As the Ravager are hitting, 1 Immortal is gonna go down. This Archon is taking a lot of hits as he's gonna have to loot his army. The Biles connects to the Immortals, and this is a situation where Mass Ravager is pretty good.
Yeah, once you're in position and you can constantly throw down zoning bites, it's very difficult to engage. You almost have to blink forward, I think.
Yes, if you don't have a lot of charge lots, as a Protoss player, this army is very, very powerful.
Oh, he blinked back everything at once. That was maybe a misclick. Like sometimes one Stalker dies and then you try to blink back and everything blinks back at the same time. So he needs to wait for the blink
that happens.
To come off cooldown again. He has charge on the way. He has so many Immortals, but Immortals are not that good against his army.
There's no detection. I like the 1DT.
Oh, that's great
here by Skillers. Realizing there's no, and now you can blink forward and
the DT.
Keep fighting.
Oh, the DT hold, man.
Yes, the Prism is trying to chase. That is a little bit cute. That's gonna get him
DT
1 more
hold.
Ravager, 2 more Ravagers. Watch out! Now you should back the DT.
Yeah, now you
the Overseer is just gonna be here, but he wants to keep chasing now. This is the typical thing where you chase too long with the links come in. No, there's Immortals.
Oh, Skillers,
okay,
what are we
this
doing?
one I don't blame you, Skillers, because the map pathing got you, because you realized in time, just the pathing wasn't lucky.
If Skillers manages to max out, he's quite strong.
Pro games are played for the spectacle. Rainer waited on purpose to make the game fun. Rainer and herO are out there just trying to make the game as fun as possible.
Okay, good fight here.
Good blink forward.
Big blink of this. A lot of Immortals. Rainer's army here is not good.
This was a bad game for Rainer though, man. This is what put him in almost elimination position. He had to win tiebreakers because of this. This should have been a 2-0 for Rainer. Really sloppy, man.
Oh, I like going forward as Skillus. Fuck this shit. We're going for a base trade.
Yeah, the lurker then is not.
I think the problem he runs into is because PvZ, it's never 100% anything you do in ZVP. And I think if you're relying for your income, your ego, everything on it, it's just really hard to play. I think ZVP is one of these matchups you have to kind of like have like a very correct mindset where like you look at Dark and he's just like, yeah, Protoss is Ember, so I just like do random shit and catch them off guard because they're not very flexible. And like he knows sometimes he'll lose to someone worse than him or whatever, but he's just confident enough and he just finds ways to win within this, but he never expects to win almost, right? And because of that, he has one of like the high, like, except when he's playing herO, he has insane ZVP win rate. Yeah, I don't know. It's this thing, you almost need to accept the chaos, because StarCraft 2 is like that as well. I think whenever you fall into the mindset of like trying to hedge all your bets and make everything 100%, you just play worse StarCraft. You know, you end up losing games you shouldn't be.
Done yet. There's a bunch of Hydras at home, but Rainer will need to return. I think most of his Ravages are on the other side of the map. What is the War Prism doing?
Scouting the fact there's an army. Just tech switch. Okay. We're gonna wipe in that one anyway. It's a nice
forward,
concave.
No? Blink forward. You have to, right?
Do you have to? There's a lot of Hydras.
Yes, you have to. It's the only way he's gonna win this game.
Okay, blink forward, Skillus. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
blink forward.
yes,
Okay,
very
not bad,
nice.
Not bad.
So this army of Skillus is good, but there's the drones, the natural counter to the Immortals, joining the fights. There's a lot of drones blinking forward once again.
Dude, this game's
for
a
the
shit
mental
show.
damage. These Immortals are packing a punch, but I believe that this is going to get entirely cleaned up by
If he gets one or two more
With the War
Archon
Prism,
shots
he
on
will
those
win. I'm not
drones.
even kidding. Like, I think this would not even be close. But now the extra charges are coming in here. Those were the run by defense charges, but GG is called. Rainer barely holds it.
Oh, Rainer did
100
win this
supply.
game. What the fuck? I thought Rainer lost that match. I guess it was just... Oh, it was... I guess it's... He beat Skillus, Skillus beat Trigger, Trigger beat him. Oh, right. Okay, that's how the tiebreak worked. Yeah. Okay, he won the game, but he made it as hard as it could be. Fair call. I figured it out. That was a disaster from both players. No offense, but it was not great. I love these guys. They're great. But dude, the commentary is so good. Drogo just shit talking. Drogo had the vibes this event. My man. You can see Rainer's new tat. That's not a real tat, is it? Surely it's just like a temporary thing, right? Yeah. Or did he claim it was real? I doubt it's real. It must be like a little temporary thing, dude. If it was a real one, it would be fucking... You imagine when you're like fucking 50 years old and like, what the fuck is a basilisk? And he's like, that was my team 30 years ago. I mean, I'd be like, I hope you're getting a pay rise, man. That's crazy. He's like, no, I think they're not going to renew my contract, so I'm doing this to like pressure them into keeping me. Oh, OnlyFans is streaming again. Who else? Nina's streaming. herO. Being the Bard. Who should we raid, guys? Is Wagon Door a good stream? I don't know if I've ever friggin' raided Wagon Door. Wagon Door.
It's good cleanup.
I think they're playing like OBS mode or whatever, right? Twin Tonk Bean and Fester X.
Yeah, funny story is, last time, it was actually 2 years ago, we were flying.
Cool. Let's just raid herO. We'll raid those guys another time. Yeah. Rob's alright. He has a bit of a attitude problem. Does get his, goes off about certain things. He's a bit he's not everyone's piece of cake. His strategies are really cool though. I really like Ruff's strategies. I don't, let's just say a lot of my audience does not mesh with his core audience. Let's put it that way. I'm not gonna. He's a little rough around the edges. Yes, for some people. Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. I think he's a nice guy at heart who's a bit misguided and says some hateful things sometimes. But it is what it is. You know, everyone's got their own things. Everyone's on the internet too much these days, and we all forget people are people. You know, so it is what it is. Yeah. But anyways, moving on. Have a good raid. I'll see you guys later. Have some fun with herO. herO, on the other hand, is a legend. herO is you know, very, very lovely human. So have some fun, Zenzerg, and you guys can have a good time. We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.